benefits all the people. When was the last time you heard that, Dr. Francine?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Quite a while ago.
Yes.
When I was a kid, which was a very long time ago, people used to work across the aisle.
I just want to interject quickly. On this point, if you want to hear an example of this, Google Meet the Press. I think Savannah Guthrie did actually. Had a conversation between Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, and Josh Shapiro, my governor, about working across the aisle bipartisanship, and it was outstanding. These guys are friends. They suggest ideas for each other as governors. A wonderful bipartisan conversation. Spencer Cox and Josh.
They're governors. They're not Congress.
Right, that's true. It's true. They're not in Congress. They're not in Congress yet.
And there's a reason they're not in Congress. I mean, there's a whole other kind of teamwork that's necessary for working in Congress, that these guys aren't willing to put up with. So I don't know what's going to happen to our country. It just makes me so sad.
Dr. Francine, I agree with you. Of course, when you're governor, you are an administrator. When you are in Congress or in state legislature, you are a legislator. They're two completely different things.
Oh.
Right.
And Dr. Francine, anything else? We got time. Anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm kind of depressed by what I saw and the name of the town is called Surprise, Arizona.
Surprise, bitch!
And it's one of those towns.
Surprise, you old bitch!
Somewhat conservative suburb, but when we drove up to the building and started photographing it, someone had put a bunch of pink Post-it notes on the front of the building that said "fuck ice" and "ice."
Yeah. Dr. Francine, thank you. Let's go to Aaron. Let's go back to Aaron. Aaron, are you available?
Hi.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. This is your first time.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. What would you like to talk about?
If it's all right, I'd just like to listen to what you guys are thinking. I mean,
absolutely. It's perfectly okay. So what we're going to do, because we're going to start doing it anyway, so I'll give you a second chance. Are you sure you just want to listen? It's okay. If you just want to listen, no problem. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I just don't want to make comments about stuff I don't know nothing about. So
no, it's perfectly okay. So what we're going to do, because we're going to start doing it anyways, we are going to give you a first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. And again, we start doing that with everybody towards the end of the show. For those of you in the audience, this is your last chance to come on up and talk. But I want to play again another clip. Everybody on stage will get a chance for their closing thoughts, burning desires, saying goodbye. But a clip that I semi-regularly play is from HBO, The Newsroom. And it's not, is America the greatest country in the world? This is the realist versus the idealist. And it talks about the American public and how diversified and how polarized they are, and whether or not we are smart or stupid. Check it out.
There's nothing that's more important in a democracy than a well-informed electorate.
I just want to make sure you know you're still on the side of the door.
When there's no information, or much worse, wrong information, it can lead to calamitous decisions and clobber any attempts at vigorous debate. That's why I produce the news.
We're all grateful to you.
You're spinning out of control.
No, I'm not.
You're terrified you're going to lose your audience, and you do anything to get them back. You're one pitch meeting away from doing the news in 3D.
This isn't non-profit theater. It's advertiser-supported television. You know that, right?
I'd rather do a good show for 100 people than a bad one for 1 million, if that's what you're saying.
What is it you're talking to me about right now?
I've come here to produce a news broadcast that more closely resembles the one we did before you got popular by not bothering anyone. Leno.
I think Jay and I would rather be employed if it's all the same to you.
It's not all the same to me, you punk. I've come here to take your IQ and your talent and put it to some patriotic fucking use. And where does it say that a good news show can't be popular?
Nielsen ratings.
We're going to do a good news show and make it popular at the same time.
That is impossible.
Between your brains, charm, looks, and affability, and my
refusal to live in reality. It's impossible that social scientists have concluded that the country
more polarized than at any time since the Civil War. The Civil
Yes,
War.
people choose the news they want now, but we can
People choose
overcome
the
that.
facts they want now. So what you've just described is impossible.
Only if you think an overwhelming majority of Americans are preternaturally stupid.
I do.
I don't. And if you let me, I can prove it. You know what you left out of your sermon? That America is the only country on the planet that since its birth has said over and over and over that we can do better. It's part of our DNA.
Hey,
People will want the news if you give it to them with integrity.
hey,
Not
Grace,
everybody, not even a lot of
Christopher
people. 5%.
Montesanto.
And 5% more of anything is what makes the difference in this country. So we can do better.
Hey, Grace, I knew Christopher
And
Montesanto.
this, ladies and gentlemen,
Let's get a
boys
gabagoo.
and girls, nieces
Let's get a
and
gabagoo.
nephews, is my
Let's
message
get a gabagoo.
to all of you. We can do
Better.
better. Now, how you choose to do better is up to you.
Oh,
I know how I can do better.
how?
I'm going to keep doing this show.
Ooh.
By the way, going on Clubhouse 5 years.
Wow.
March. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've got 6 weeks. April 1. I'm going to keep doing the show.
Keep doing it, Steve.
I'm going to keep offering a platform where you, the people, can come up and talk about anything you want.
You the people, except for John Kitover. Definitely not John.
And I'm going to hopefully
I've only had to block one person
opinions
a ton of
both sides
times.
the coin. And we're going to keep doing this. And
You're a
my
freedom
humble
fighter.
opinion, my radar, we are going to continue to become more and more
Liberal.
popular because I think this is really what the people want. People, although it's entertaining, and I'm the first one to admit that I gravitate towards the psycho, wacko, yelling, insulting rooms on the weekend. You can count on me, Reverend Scott, and the Mod Squad to be here every Saturday and Sunday from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can count on us to hold up the highest standards and be consistent. And we will allow you to talk about whatever you want, whatever is in the news, whatever is on your mind. God, religion, current events, politics, Clubhouse, the media, the government, and most importantly, you, me, and the show. My mission, my goal is to improve not only the quality of my life, but improve the quality of your life. Let's say goodbye to Paul. Paul, would you like a couple of minutes for closing thoughts and to say goodbye? Paul.
Hello?
Paul going once, Paul going twice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah. What would I say? Interesting room, first time joining it. Getting my head around the format's been even more interesting. And getting my head around the topic, or the general topic at the top of the room has been interesting too. As the only, perhaps not, as a non-US citizen, I found it very interesting to listen to your last clip. We have far from a perfect media in the United Kingdom. In fact, recently, 2 senior members of the BBC, very senior members of the BBC, have been asked to resign, in other words, politely sacked, because of one biased clip related to Donald Trump. And yet when I listen and look at the American mainstream media, it is based on bias. And when you look at that and you listen to it, and and you find yourself looking at how
various religions are responsible at various times for heinous crimes. But speaking as a person who is religious and is, in fact, studying for the priesthood, I would say that just as you can't necessarily tar all atheists with the same brush, same thing with religion. You can't say all religions are bad because blah, blah, blah. So that's my position.
Jensen.
A lot of religious groups argue and bicker amongst each other how they interpret their scriptures.
Hello?
They're hilarious.
Well, true, but the atheist meetings that I've been at are completely different.
Yeah, I don't think that's always the case. I mean, they may have some conversations like, hey, so what were you a believer before, or were you always atheist? But it's not like that's a constant, topic of discussion. A lot of atheists, if they are talking about belief in a God or gods, it's because they want to talk to somebody and understand how they get there. And then they talk amongst themselves, they may rehash a discussion they had, or they'll definitely talk about other things that are off the subject of a God or God.
If you look at it, I took pictures and put them up on my Facebook page because this is a building that looks like it should be totally staffed and occupied by robots. It has loading docks in the back. It looks
Not
like
loading docks.
it's totally for freight and not for humans at all.
Are there any windows?
There are windows, but it's
Limited.
yeah, exactly. It's
No.
a human-looking facility.
Looks like a human warehouse is what I'm hearing.
Human warehouse. That's exactly right. And it's so cute because here we are in Arizona, and Surprise is a conservative, mostly older community, but there are 4.
Hello?
That is only rabbi who I had never heard of until you brought it up. So yeah, go ahead. That's just one out of many. Go ahead.
The only purpose of the goy is to work and till and serve so that you can
Hello?
and eat. Now that's the experts telling me about your religion.
Go Islam.
No, it's not the experts. That is not true. It is 1 out of thousands.
Well, it is the lead expert.
It is really the lead expert. I didn't know that.
He really is. But here's the thing I'd like you to tell me, Steve. Where is the line between you and he? Are you and he the same, or you and he disagree on this? And where is that line?
I told you when you brought it up, I completely disagreed with it. I told you
Is
that.
he not a Jew and you are?
Well, I believe he's a
If
Jew.
you and he are the same.
No, we're not the same. No, it's not true.
Okay, well, he's a Jew. His religion is Judaism, and your religion is what?
Judaism, yes.
Okay, so that sounds like same to me. So
Are you saying that all Jews are exactly the same? Is that what you're really saying?
I'm saying if you're going to separate from him, I'd like to know how you do it.
Because I'm not him. I'm not him.
Okay.
Hello?
So the religion.
That's how I separate from him. I'm not him.
So
Hello?
who decides what the religion means?
Who is Uncle Steve?
You decide, or he decides.
For me, I decide.
Okay.
I'm the final. I'm the Ben. I'm the final decision maker when it comes to my life. Don't you agree? I mean, I have a choice.
Maybe. So
You've said that. Maybe you said that many times.
How would I know if I'm part of your religion or not? If I
Do
don't
you
know
not believe I am the final decision maker of my life?
Maybe I do, but more particularly, you seem to be the final decision maker of what it means to be Jewish. So I just was asking the final decision maker.
Well, then you've got it all wrong, pal. I am not the final. No. Let me get this out. I am not the final decision maker in what it means to be Jewish. I'm the final decision maker.
Would you agree with the rabbi is?
you 60 seconds.
Well, it seems that the rabbi is an expert. If I have you on record saying experts are important, and they tell us what we know, right? So we refer to the experts to understand what it means, what Judaism means. Here's a rabbi. He is giving the expert. He has given a description of what Judaism means, and now you are rejecting that expert opinion. So I just want to know where are you coherent here? It seems to me the only coherent answer is that you simply agree with him by virtue of sharing his religion. And this is why I would prefer that you just say goodbye to your religion, Steve. It's not a big deal. You already don't believe it. Why don't you just say goodbye to it?
Thank you, Benjamin. I appreciate that. Oh, I thought he was finished. I thought he was finished. My humble apologies. Sometime. You know what? It speaks for itself. I don't. Marshall, pleasure to have you with the green butthole on the show again. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll mention one thing. The Mortal Republic, written by Ed Watts, who Scott is a friend of, says the very last thing that failed the Roman Republic, and we're a republic, so we should look to other republics for examples. The thing that failed the Roman Republic was not always greed, it wasn't always power, it wasn't always venality. It was good people saw the problems and did nothing. Regardless of whether they didn't think they were effective or they think they couldn't do anything, the bottom line was no one got off their behind to save their own country. And as a consequence, the country dissipated.
Well, thank you. We'll go to Mega in a moment, or Messa. Oh, wait, no way. You know, in the George Floyd case, where Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and George Floyd died, there was a trial, a criminal trial. The officer was, I believe, tried for second-degree murder and found guilty. There were experts on both sides, both medical doctors. One expert said that he died because of a knee being put on his neck against a curb for 9 minutes. The other expert said, nope, that didn't kill him. It was a fentanyl overdose. Well, both experts can't be right. One has to be right, and one has to be wrong. Who decided in that particular case? It was the jury. In my case, whether or not I should leave my religion, which I have belonged to for over 65 years, just because one expert comes out and says something completely idiotic and stupid, that the Goyim are here to serve the Jews, when I don't know how many other thousands of experts would disagree with him. Of course, Ben is relying on the one expert and apparently refuses to acknowledge the thousands of other experts that I presume disagree. What does that tell you about Ben's ability to be a critical thinker? I'm assuming he's sincere. I'm assuming he believes what he says. And in this particular instance, I will go out on a limb on this particular instance and say that, well, quite frankly, Ben, your critical thinking skills fucking suck in this particular case. It's almost like you brought up, Ben, yesterday, the 7 CEOs of tobacco. And I told you, my understanding is they literally had, they performed 100 studies on whether or not tobacco causes cancer. 99 of the studies from experts says yes, it does. Yet the 7 dwarfs, when they appeared before Congress about 30 years ago, relied on one study that said it didn't. So you're going to rely on one rabbi and completely ignore ignore the thousands of other rabbis? Well, that's idiocy. Let's go to Richard. Richard, would you like to say goodbye? Richard going once. Richard going twice. Goodbye. Come back. Richard, thank you. Let's go to Alfonso, who is quite often with the family. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Bye.
Alfonso going once. There we go. Alfonso. Hi, would you like to say goodbye?
For the show as usual.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. To address our good friend Ben.
Yes. Was I too hard on him?
There's
Was I too hard on him?
No, I think I'm even harder on him sometimes. And the thing is that there's an
It makes for good educational entertainment, I'll tell you that, you know.
Yeah, but it turns into a fixation. For me, it is entertainment, but not educational, because you end up entertaining a fixation in the attacking of people. In the
Or the persecution of people or a group based on the Google definition. Yeah.
There is that. There is a fixation and an insistence in. It's not hatred, because I think what Pro said was relevant.
I think what Pro said was not only relevant, it was spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, that he brings something to the table, but I think when you've spent
Yes, he does.
when you've spent 50 hours with him, it becomes repetitive and not productive anymore. And it's just it gets to a point where, for me, I want to move on. I want to learn. I don't want to just be criticized. And so if people say don't take it personally, I think when you attack someone's identity, like you being Jewish or someone being Christian, whether they are an atheist or not, it is a personal attack. It is an aggression, right? Even if you say it, in a quiet, calm, passive-aggressive manner, it is an aggression, and it's and some of us have a lot of tolerance for that. But when I moderate a room, that is really not welcome, because I want people to share ideas, and once they've shared and they've put their thoughts through, if they haven't been taken in as something that they feel is something they want to change or they want to deal with, I think it gets to a point where you have to just move on and let it slide and get into a more productive conversation. And that's, I think, what I try to avoid. And the reason Benjamin won't last more than 10, 20 minutes in my rooms, because it is a fixation, an unhealthy fixation, at least for the health of the room and the environment that I create in my rooms.
Hello?
With that said, I haven't been running many rooms lately, and I probably won't be running many rooms in the future, because I have a lot going on in real life, and I am enjoying IRL much more than Clubhouse.
Good for you.
I'll still be around. I'll be in. Yeah, I'll still be coming in.
You'll be back.
So
You're always gonna
it's
be
Cardinal
back.
celebrations here in La Paz.
That's
so
okay.
it's quite loud. And I'm
You're
at the
doing
market,
what you're
so-
supposed to do, and that is treating us like an FM radio talk show in the background. Good for now.
Yeah, that was it. Thanks for the show. I'll be here every Saturday and Sunday.
I just thought you said you're having too much fun in real
But
life.
weekdays I'll
But
probably
here
just
you
be
are telling us
lurking
your
in mostly.
fun
See you guys
schedule.
No worries. Take care. Violet,
Take care.
would you like to say
Bye-bye.
goodbye? Violet, are you lurking?
I have the music room I do with my friends. I have been listening a great deal more when I am on Clubhouse, and I've been on Clubhouse a little less to listen at all.
Good for you.
But
Good for you.
yeah, no, I love being here. We burst out of the gate today with a really high energy, and then a steady pounding pace helped us win the race. Great Sunday yet again. I hope everybody has a safe week, a good week, and
Thank you.
A lot of agencies that are out there that at least supposedly are supposed to be the ones, looking out for the humanitarian aid and these kind of things. It's like where would that go kind of thing. So I know that's like a big general bite of it. I'm sure people have more of the specific.
That hadith is sahih.
Yeah, also about the stoning, for example, they believe that there is a stoning verse inside the Quran that was eaten by a goat. So you have a whole surah regarding apparently stoning that was eaten by a goat. So I mean, there's this is something which the Dawah bros they don't talk about, right? But I mean, to be frankly honest, like we can.
I think it's exactly opposite.
That's okay. It sounds like it's too late.
That's right. I left already, so we'll go back and get it.
Yeah.
Give it to the guy. Well, I have a friend who lives in the
I
building.
just love saying the word flex to David.
Yeah.
I just love saying the word flex to David because he's right. He is single-handedly behind that word, man. I don't hear anyone else saying it, And I mean, sometimes I'll say that's a flex. And I love it.
Flags.
Okay. What's that word from Mean Girls that she was trying to create?
I forgot.
One of the plastics was was great. It was something to Girls. Is that a movie? Oh my god!
Fetch.
Is that a movie? Best Tina Fey movies. Oh my god! You gotta watch it, David. It's so good. What was the word that she used? She tried to. One of them tried to create a word and tried to get it going, and it didn't work. Let me try to remember it.
Randy, I gotta say, you said you're thinking about hiring a beautiful young woman to help you clean your office. Randy, don't do it. Just turn on Clubhouse and clean it yourself.
Okay.
Because cleaning an office is not a job.
Oh, fetch. She'd be like, that's so fetch.
She married a sheikh, right?
A sheikh?
Yeah, Lindsay. She married like a rich Saudi Arabian, right? Like a royal prince.
Oh, sheikh. Okay, yeah, no, I did not.
Yeah, she got lucky.
Is she a porta potty now?
Well, she also fully did up all her plastic surgery, so she looks like a pond tadpole.
Pond tadpole.
So, David, what's your first drink of the day gonna be? Gin, vodka, or whiskey?
Not gonna be. Has been. What was? Left.
Fetch. Flex. Mood. What kind of mood are you in?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, mood. What kind of mood are you in today?
I'm in an excellent mood.
Excellent.
Thank you, brother. What's about you?
Oh, is this the Palestinian terrorist storing his explosives still in Jerusalem? Hello, Mood. We have raided your family's house in Old Jerusalem. We have your explosives from your Nablus bombing. You are a terrorist. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You are a fucking terrorist, you son of a bitch. We know all about you living in Norway with your two sons in the military. We know everything about you, you son of a bitch. You killed those innocent people, you son of a bitch. You old dirty Palestinian terrorist bastard. You son of a bitch. Batecha.
Are you saying Meshuggah? Wait, are you trying to say Meshuggah?
Batecha, Habibi. Batecha. Batecha.
Ashikina batich, Adoma batich. I used to sell batich in Tahana Markazit, my friend.
What is that, like a drink or something?
You, are you drinking
It's
something?
nitroglycerin laced with TNT.
Oh.
Get fucked. This is, why you speak that, And already I introduced myself as a peace fighter.
Anti-terrorist.
Why you didn't respect me as a what fighter? Where you came from? Where you came from? You are a fucking stupid.
Okay, whoa. No Kazarian language in this room, Mood. No. We don't do that.
Behave yourself, please. Respect yourself at least.
Thank you for that. Could you mind modding me, guys?
Oh, man, sure.
No, brother. Take it easy.
No, we know all about your mood.
Kazarian stuff, okay?
We know all about your mood. Your terrorist attack in Nablus and the people you killed. You old Palestinian terrorist bastard.
We know what we are doing. I already explained to you that I make it that same like a message to Mahir Kahana.
Oh, hello, Mayor Kala. Hello, boom, boom, boom.
Not me. I am not a terrorist, my friend.
I think he died.
He was not died. He was killed.
I know. He has to go to
When you get killed, you die.
We don't have a concept of hell.
We don't know where he's going.
Personally, I know him, my friend. I know him.
No, we don't have a concept of hell.
Brother,
Yeah.
listen, Elnor.
We'll let God deal with that, all right?
I am not
Is that okay
putting
for you?
words from my mind. I do
know.
see him. I do, with.
Are you in hell?
Is it okay if we let God take care of that stuff? We'll deal. So if you pick up a gun and point it at us, we're going to come take it from you. We're not going to do it gently. If you're peaceful, you can stay where you are. Okay?
Yes, I am a peaceful man, Eleanor. Come on,
There's
you
no
know
problem.
me. You know
Eleanor?
my
That's a
name
good one.
before? You know what is my name? I am Mr. X.
I don't know what that means.
Mr. X. Was that
No,
your old name?
I am Mr. X.
That was his old
You
name.
know me,
I should
we
have.
was friends together. I create
Very
you.
good.
I create
Tits.
you with Hanukkah. I create you with
I don't think
Hanukkah.
you
If you
created
remember?
No, I don't.
No, I did it. Come on, man.
Okay, good. Okay, come on, man. Who you, Joe Biden? Come
Sorry,
on,
my
man.
friend. Come on.
I think you're Joe Biden.
No, I am here to be, honest. To be honest, we try to make, to coexist. Enough is enough. You are not
Are
young
we drinking,
anymore. I
are
am
we
not
drinking
young
alcohol
anymore.
today? Are we drinking
Never. I
alcohol
don't
today,
touch
brother?
it. No, brother. No. I am a Muslim.
You seem a little intoxicated.
No, brother. No.
All right.
I don't do it. But the atmosphere, I get fucked, kicked out, a few, maybe before half hour from another room.
I know Yanni.
Megatron and other persons over there, and I think PP and, not like this.
I partied with Emiratis in Dubai.
Mashallah. Yeah, there are a lot of Muslims.
And they were drinking. They were not supposed to.
Listen. Well, like, you know nothing about anything. Listen to me careful.
No, he was in the UAE. He was in the UAE.
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot of alcoholism in
welcome.
the Muslim community.
Don't worry, you can find alcohol everywhere, my friend.
Well, that's our point.
Yeah, it is not big deal.
Mood. So how many people did you kill in your terrorist attack in Nablus when you detonated your explosive, you old Palestinian terrorist bastard?
Mashikan, behave your tongue first and talk, behave. No, not this is not a good way to talk to others. Are you a human being or something else? Behave yourself.
I'm going to get human being.
Okay, respect yourself, my friend. We are friends.
Okay.
You don't know me. Why you take a dark side from the words? Even if I make a mistake with the word, don't touch it, don't judge. That's it. Enough.
One BB
Enough is enough. Please, brother, don't judge. I already say This is my past, and I never injured a snake. Well, like the fuck, I give you now videos, the snake.
Because you are a snake.
Thank you. Even the snake, I respect, brother. They have the right to exist, same like me. I am not better than the snake. I'm not better. Maybe I am here to serve a snake. This is the reason why we are here, to serve the snakes, maybe. Come on, man. Open your mind, please. Open your mind. You know something? Are you a Jew?
No, I'm gay.
Are you a Jew? Are you a Jew?
No, I'm gay.
No, I'm Roman Catholic.
Yeah, you sleep one night and next day you wake up a gay?
Is that how it works?
I don't know. You tell me, why you are a gay? Tell me. With full respect, maybe it is a sickness or something. So what? Let's talk,
You need to go back to Nablus and apologize for what you did and all the innocent people you killed, you bastard.
My
keeps on changing, John.
I'm sure, 100%, my friend. Listen, you are not a friend even. Are you reptilian or something?
Habibi Betecha, you are a schmuck, you know you're stupid. You just admit your problem and then you apologize and you go make amends and you humble yourself on Yom Kippur.
Can you tell me which planet you came from?
I am from Uranus, next to Saturn and Neptune.
You know what is my real name, my friend?
Betecha. That means watermelon head. You are a Betecha. Mr. Betecha. Mr. Betecha. Mr. X, you are Mr. Betecha.
Betecha שלך.
Betecha.
אדום. Betecha שלך, אדום עשיקים. Betecha שלך, אדוני. Voila. Behave yourself is better for you. You are not my fucking size.
La Betecha.
Fucking still young. You're still young. You know nothing about nothing. I have the experience for all.
I know you bastard. When I hear a bastard, you still have explosive materials. I have called the IDF in Jerusalem to go to your auntie's house to get the explosives. You are still storing in Jerusalem in all the city, you bastard. You are a fucking terrorist bastard, killing people in Nablus, Betecha. I have sent the military to your auntie's house to get the explosives. Betecha. La.
אתה לא בן אדם. אתה לא גבר. אתה לא גבר. אתה משוגע. I don't want to say more. Come on. Wake up. Open your mind. Stupid.
Habibi, I understand you perfectly. You are an informant for the secret services. I understand, Habibi. Betecha.
حبيبي أنا مش حبيبك ولا أنت حبيبي.
What are you coming to say? Do you have something to say, to explain? Just you are cursing.
Yeah, Yoli. Sorry, he just make me stress. Sorry, make me stress, He have a...
Because you are a terrorist with explosives in Jerusalem and you killed people in Nablus.
Behave yourself. We are here to coexist, to try to find a way to say enough is enough. Easy. No more killing, no more bloodshed. Enough is enough.
clarify, what are you talking about? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. And if you can clarify, it will be help to your point.
He is tired of exploding devices and killing people. He wants to retire from the terrorist business. He is so tired of working to kill people. He come here now and he talk about the peace.
John, stop talking. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Batecha. Go ahead, complete your plane. Land your plane, you terrorist bastard.
Son, not helpful.
My point, this is our destiny. To be honest, this is our destiny. Not only my destiny, your destiny and my destiny. To love one place, to belong to one place. We belong, both me and you, to one place. We love that place. We involve in love with that place. We just talked, me and Jacob before, 1 hour ago, about my city. He had been there. Am I true, Jacob?
You mean Neapolis, right? Neapolis.
Yeah, we were talking about
New
Neapolis.
City.
New City. You said it was the name of a snake. I said, no, the Romans renewed it.
It has nothing to do with the snake.
This
It's
is
a Roman name. It's come from Neapolis, and then it turned into Nablus. It has nothing to do
I'm
with the
telling
snake.
you, brother. This is story. I heard it from Rabbi.
I don't know which rabbi told you this, but it's not true.
Sadaka. His name Rabbi Sadaka.
So it's not true. It's not true. Use Google. I understand, but it's not true. It's not true.
This is
the name.
We have many historical stories in name. You know nothing about historical Nablus.
I know it's not.
Old
people. Hold on 1 second.
Nablus is. Brother,
it's not. Hold on, brother. It's not an Arabic name. It's a Roman name, means new city, Neapolis, and then it was turned into Nablus. It has nothing to do with snakes or with teeth or with anything. And whoever told you this, hold on, mood. Listen, sweetie, all good. It's not. I'm not saying you, Israel. It's just like you're just inaccurate, and I understand. Told this by some random rabbi. It's okay. There are many rabbis in the entire world. Not everybody is saying, you know what, just, you want to take like 2 minutes and Google it and see that the origin of the word is from Neapolis, New City, by the Romans. It has nothing to do with this story about the snake.
What I tell. This is maybe a free tale coming from generation to a generation. This is what I hear.
It's a new story.
It could be a tale, but it has no relationship to the actual
we had while we are child. This is my childhood. We heard. And somebody asked me about Nablus. What is the meaning of Nablus? I told him. He told me something else.
No, I didn't ask you what the meaning was. I just said I had been to Nablus. I said, did you know? We were just talked about the city, like Yosef's tomb.
Somebody else asked me in another room, maybe. Somebody else asked me. Sorry about that, Jacob.
Yeah, no,
correct.
I've been to Yosef's tomb.
Part of the problem is that you guys fill your head with stories and with fake information, and this is why you get upset and you believe in things that are not correct. And I think it's time that you kind of re-educate yourself with actual history, so you would know exactly what happened, what followed what, who's responsible for what. Making up like narrative, it's cute, but you can only tell it to yourself. It's not something that you can actually will hold water.
Daniel, you finished?
Yes, sweetie.
Yes, sweetie. I like it. Okay, brother. Anyway, Daniel, when you visit Nablus, you will change your mind if you are a real Jew.
About what? How can I change my mind about history? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I will change my mind, and I will get amnesia.
The Jewish people understand what I am going to say.
I'm Jewish.
Only the son of Abraham, who have metaphysics things. Only we. The others, they don't have it. We have sensitives. Others, they don't have it. You got to tell me, Daniel.
No. And what?
We can see or feel. We have a very fucking sensitive feeling, brother.
I understand, but your feelings are not facts.
No.
You need to understand that feelings are not facts.
Let me to continue.
The feeling, it's like Hamas. You speak about.
No, brother. Listen, sister.
1 second.
Sorry,
You mean,
sorry.
Hamas feelings and your feelings are the same, or you separated from Hamas feelings?
Okay. I respect you very much. You know, listen to me, please. Even though maybe I am a fucking Jew, real Jew, but I lost my way. I became a Muslim.
This is another story that you tell yourself, and I heard you already. That you no. I already heard you say that you are the real Jews and that we are Khazar Jews. And basically, this is the problem. You play coexistence. Hold on.
No.
You play coexistence.
No.
But yes, I heard you.
No.
Yes.
No. Never.
Mahmoud, you did say 2 days ago or yesterday, you called us Khazar Jews.
If you ignore me, what can I say to you, Mr. Daniel?
So you did
my existence.
Hold on.
Use your
Did you say or did you not say that you are the real Jews and we are Khazari Jews? Did you say it or not?
Listen.
Oh, you are lying now.
Listen carefully.
This is disappointing from you.
At that time, listen, Daniel.
Like I thought you were like honest, wrong, but honest. But now I see that.
Who are you? You know the liar only the coward.
I heard you say Khazar Jews yesterday, dude.
I am not even a coward.
Said it today in this room.
Why are you lying? Mood, we all heard you say it. Admit it.
Never.
You just said it. You said it a half hour ago. Politely, you said it a half hour ago.
With all due respect, Mood, stop it.
What I said?
You said you Khazarians.
Yes, you told us a few times that we are Khazari Jews and you are the real Jews. I heard you say
ignore.
I didn't hear that you were the.
If you ignore my existence, brother, listen to me, Daniel.
It doesn't matter if I ignore or not ignore. Did you say that we are Khazari Jews? Yes or no?
Even though if I say that,
okay, so we're getting closer to the truth.
Welcome. Well, are you still welcome in my country?
No, even if I did say that. You have no authority to welcome me or not welcome me. I'm not talking about.
Why not?
Because Mahmoud, again, sweetie. This is again.
I'm not looking for
Mahmoud, sweetie. Listen to me for a second.
Okay,
listen. This is exactly the thing with you believing a narrative. You calling us Khazar Jews is an argument that is not based on reality. It's a narrative, like the story about Annapolis. Your head is filled with narrative, with stories that have no basis in reality. And this is why you come up to many, many wrong conclusions.
You're beginning to sound a little bit like Emrose.
Your head with lies, be honest, and be realistic.
Daniel, can I just say, you're kind of sounding like Emrose. I hate to say it, but that's the type of shit Emrose says nonstop, which is your reality is not the real reality. My reality is the real reality. And I can't debate you.
Yeah, it's the same thought. I mean, it's the same thought, but it's the question is which of the facts that actually fit that thought that are true.
It's like her calling the Arabs and Israeli Palestinians. It's a minority of Arabs in Israel that identify as Palestinian. The majority of them call them Arabs, but for the narrative, they call them Palestinians. And again, you are just lying to yourself because reality, slowly you are kind of shifting away from reality. And you are the pro-Palestine movement is now living in an alternate reality of facts because for you, the narrative is way more important than reality. And this is why you get to make such wrong decisions all the time.
Daniel.
Sweetie. Yes.
Okay, sweetie.
Sweet.
Listen.
Love that.
Wallah, I swear God. I swear God. Yeah. أنا إزراحي. Listen to me careful. No matter. I don't care. Even though if you are a fake Jew or true Jew, I don't care.
What is a fake Jew? Even you saying it is disgusting. Can you tell me what is a fake Jew? Give me an example. Give me an example of someone that is a fake Jew. Why would anyone be a fake Jew?
You believe that
BHI is a fake Jew.
5 million, 7 million.
You set yourself up for that, Daniel.
No, that's true.
Daniel,
yes.
To be honest, I already live in, I grew up in Tel Aviv, brother.
Me too.
My business is
In Yaffo or in Tel Aviv you grew up?
Both. Yaffo, Tel Aviv, Netanya,
Yeah, but he really in Yaffo.
No, I've been all over, all over. Even in Gaza, I've been in Gaza several times. But I go through areas, brother. I go through areas. Before, we don't have the same borders between. It is the same, almost the same. We can drive the car before.
Yeah, no, we didn't always have borders. It started with the violence, yes.
Yeah, this is, I am an eyewitness, brother. I don't put words from somebody told me or...
No, but the fake Jew is something that you said. It's not based on reality. The Khazar Jews is something that you said. It's not based on reality. The Nabila story about the snake is a story that you said. It's not based on reality. It's not from your experience. It's things that you were told. And those things that you were told and you repeat them are not helping your cause. Because if you want to help your cause, you need to be realistic. Otherwise, it will never be resolved. Even if it's not aligned with, even if it's not good for you, you need to be.
Sweetie, have you been in Paris?
No.
Oh, you miss a big chance, brother.
It's a shittle.
I wish one day we live in peace and then invite you. I own a house.
You guys, one thing you need to work on is a trash collection.
Daniel,
I'm serious.
Yaakov, haven't you heard of Clubhouse? I'm a garbage collector here on Clownhouse. I collect trash here and put it in a landfill, for people to go and possibly bring a little garbage out. Mood, the question is, what are you doing for peace other than coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country? Hello?
Hello, Ann. I don't like to talk to you. You are a fucking dumb and stupid. I want to...
You're fucking dumb and stupid. Motherfucker, you are a fucking terrorist, motherfucker. And you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem. And we know who your auntie is. And we're going to the house to arrest them all. And we'll bulldoze your fucking house, you bastard.
Alti the bear. Where you get from? You are a reptilian.
Reptilian, wow.
Yeah,
I called you a reptilian.
This is a reptilian, 100%.
Like the snake with the tooth?
Yes, exactly. Or, the goat. This is a goat.
Wait, what's the goat have to do? What's the goat doing now?
Fucking bastard, the goats. You have to be
fucking bastards.
The goats, they hate us, brother.
I don't hate you. I hate your stupidity. I hate your ignorance. I hate your low IQ. And I hate that you are a terrorist and you have committed terrorism in the past, you bastard. You are the snake. You are the goat. You are the reptile. You project onto me, you bastard.
He is a reptilian. Let me see what is your picture. I didn't saw it. Oh, fuck you. Gay. You are a gay.
Okay, remove, please.
Yeah. Okay, brother Yaakov. Yeah, sorry, Daniel. Sweetie.
Hey, did you just call me gay, you motherfucker? I am not a gay. I'm a happy man, and you are the reptile. You accuse me of being a reptile.
Julia, let Julia get in here, magician.
I want to clarify why you use the word gay like something bad. What's bad in gays?
I never been a gay to tell you the bad and the good, and I don't know.
But you judge gays.
No, I don't judge. I respect everybody. This is,
when you're trying to offend someone.
He say about himself. He say, I am a gay. It's okay. I reply to him. Normal, no?
Everything you say is a negative. You come on the Clubhouse and you make a negative statement to people over and over and over again. Why? Why, Habibi? Why do you come here and do this to yourself and to other people and make them feel bad? Why do you do this? Is it because your self-confidence and self-esteem is so low? Who are you? Hello? I guess he is just in a bad mood. You know, most of these former terrorists are not happy people, and he's just in a bad mood to come here and make fun of the gays and then make fun of the fake Jews. You are a bastard.
Let's come to the point. I still don't understand what you wanted to say. You pronounce a lot of words, but you don't comment the points. What you want to tell? What you want from us? What you want us to do? What you want to do by yourself? I don't understand from your speech, your ideas about future.
Actually, I am optimistic about the future.
Oh, optimism is feeling, but how do you see reality in future?
I feel reality that our things will come back to us. You know, if you didn't agree.
What do you mean our things? Can you clarify? I don't know what is your things.
Let me ask you a question, please. I am a Palestinian first. Are you a Jew?
Yeah, I'm Jew.
Have you been in Israel?
I'm living in Israel. I'm now in Israel.
Really? Oh my God, you enjoy it. I feel jealous now. I feel jealous of you. Wallah, I feel jealous.
What?
Look, Mood, I'm answering your questions, but you didn't answer mine. For how you see the future.
It is time to wake up, both sides. The Palestinian.
What do you mean make file? You don't stop to trying to speak philosophically. Saying what you want. Can you tell what
I want now, as a PLO ex-member, the right for fully independence, Palestinian state in the West Bank, on the borders of 1976. Fully independent. Otherwise, we're still in war.
But do you understand that it's impossible?
It is not impossible.
You will have a choice to have a beautiful life. For example, I'm just curious. Let's say that we're kind of living in an ideal world, and tomorrow you can come in and live in the West Bank, and West Bank will be Palestinian independent country, where you will be the citizen. It will be neighbor of Israel.
Mood, you literally just said that you are demanding access to a time machine, otherwise there will be war. You know how stupid you are? You said, I want access to a time machine or there will be war. That's what you just said. Listen to yourself. Wake up!
Okay, so Mood. And tomorrow you are living in prosperity, and you want a new country, Palestine, in the borders. Where is it now? Pretty same border, not that one which you want. Will you be agree on it?
Listen to me. First, I still have my ID. I have my Israeli ID. identity. יש לי תעדות זהות. יש לי. Also, I have a Palestinian passport.
Honestly, I was willing to not or say it wasn't a genocide up until the starvation camp. That's what sealed the deal for me personally, right?
Yeah, but you have to define the word genocide, because genocide implies totality. And there's no totality here. It does imply totality. What is it then? What is genocide?
Read the definition. It literally says in whole or in parts.
It says what?
In whole or in parts.
In whole or in parts? Oh, so there's a part of genocide, not a whole genocide. Got it. Okay. Ah!
Yeah, no.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth. Hey, watch your mouth.
Nigga Joseph.
Yeah, Lil E.
Wake up today, go
Lil E.
Oh, my mama.
Fuck around with you, Lil E.
We get it to the
I'm my mama.
humanization aspects. There's many characteristics of it, regardless if it meets the legal definition, that reminds people who are Jewish, especially, of the suffering of our great grandparents. And like the starving children, for example, I saw the same photos that were drilled into my head against my will as part of my heritage and my Jewish education. This is what I saw when I saw those pictures of skinny children in Gaza, and you can't unsee it. And if you grow up in our culture, I think it's perfectly legitimate to say, "Oh, this is a warning. This is what they warned us about." It was a man-made famine that humans did, and they did it through dehumanizing the other.
Okay, so the reason why this doesn't work, amongst sort of other downstream reasons, but see, by comparing it to the Holocaust, you still reinforce the idea consistently that the worst thing that could ever happen in human history was the Holocaust, which is a pretty big pillar of the justification for Israel. So actually, every time you bring up the Holocaust, Shoah, it's basically just reinforcing the loop of, yeah, this is why Israel needs to exist. Now, beyond the Holocaust, being easily argued, it's not the worst thing in human history.
Sure, to start off, like, the Shoah, my point was the Shoah is invoked by both sides, the pro-Israel Jews and the lefty Jews. And both of them invoke the memories for their own convenient purposes.
And I'm saying it's stupid to do so, because you basically, if you're a lefty Jew, if you're a pro-Zionist Jew, it's genius. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew, yeah, then it's silly, because you're basically reinforcing the idea that, yeah, this is the worst thing ever in human history. This is why Israel needs to exist.
What are you talking? We're talking about, we're comparing Gaza. We're saying the warning of the Holocaust, the lesson, or the purpose of our great-grandparents' horrific killing is to be a lesson for humanity, that it's a human trait. We are all susceptible to evil. We can all be convinced that someone else is inhuman.
I know, but you see, that lesson was one of the big pillars for, oh, this is why Israel needs to exist, because 6 million Jews got
No, that is the nationalistic, ethnocentric position where it's exceptional and only Jews are hated and persecuted. The other lesson that progressive and liberal Jews take from it is that we are all capable of becoming Nazis under the right circumstances.
I hate to break it to you. Not only is the one narrative far more common amongst Jews, it's also...
Explain to me what's common among Jews.
Yeah, the nationalist narrative. It's also far more common amongst Americans, French people, Brits, Westerners, actually a lot of Africans even these days. I was so shocked to hear my cousin learns about the Holocaust in Nigeria, and basically everyone but Arabs.
Actually, most Jews take a more humanist view of the world. They see Judaism and Jewish values as compatible with liberal humanistic values, which treats all humans as deserving of life and equal and rights and all this shit. And Tikkun Olam is like a foundational principle of sort of modern liberal Judaism, which is like the vast majority of Jews. And so this is why, as we discussed yesterday, there's sort of a crisis of faith for liberal Zionists, because they're realizing their humanistic values and their civil liberties values are fundamentally in conflict with their Zionist nationalistic values. They're not compatible. And this is something that Jewish people as a whole are grappling with. If you came yesterday, you'd hear in real time Jews debating this shit yesterday, because they are in a crisis, in a spiritual crisis. They don't know what it means to be Jewish.
I think we just identified the brain rot.
We learn about the Holocaust. We learn about the Rwanda genocide. We learn about the Armenian genocide. They talk about all the
She's a chatterbox.
This is something every child
This is actually like...
When our people do a genocide, they're like, no, it's something else.
For one, you're not addressing...
I love that she's actually talking to this guy, though, because I find this guy to be, like, incredibly annoying, and hearing him oppose her is so delightful. Because this is when I really like Clubhouse, is when there's people, there's people that I don't like, both of them I don't like, and it's like watching your enemies fight each other is what I'm saying. That is truly... What's that German term?
Before you were making generalizations about Jews and how they do the Holocaust.
I was actually talking about people in the West and the globe as a whole. Yeah, people in the globe as a whole view the Holocaust.
No, there's a lot of young women like this. Young Jewish women. I've witnessed young Jewish women getting arrested at Free Palestine movements on Shabbos, and they said, "Don't do this. You're gonna ruin your Shabbos." And they're laughing, and they're like, "I don't care. And I'm like, "Don't do it.
what's going on in Gaza or anything else to the Holocaust, you are basically reinforcing the feedback loop of, yeah, this is why Israel needs to exist.
I think you fundamentally don't understand the dichotomy that I'm making. Please read the article so you understand the two streams of thoughts. You're basically taking a binary.
Yeah, but Grace, don't take it personal because she's basically a hostess, meaning like she's doing a show and she's being political. So, let her be aspirational. That's what El Normo says.
Must be compared to everything in order to be informative, instructive to us how to live. And how
Without her, though, we wouldn't have the Jewish complaint department. She's filling up our databases with complaints.
And if you don't, you should learn about how people took the Holocaust.
We need young complainers like this to fill up our complaint database. And also the garbage dump. See, she uses profanity all the time. Her and Emrose use profanity nonstop.
So you think everyone would like Emrose? You think?
Yeah, what does it say? I want you to give me a clip note.
I don't need the clip notes. I know what it says.
I used to use profanity as well. Then my dad was like, John, why are you using the F word? Why are you using profanity? Go swear. I was like, all right, Dad, you're right. I don't know why I'm swearing. You're right, Dad.
You're conflating the two sides of a binary. They're not compatible or overlapping at all.
I'm telling you the very blunt fact that a lot of people...
He's a binary overlapper.
There's a lot of people. Jews, non-Jews, Americans.
And what's funny, I listed these people before. Americans, Brits, Canadians, French people, African...
Survey them, provide some surveys for
look at their curriculum and education system. Why is the first genocide that they always
She needs to go to a boxing class.
I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, okay, my cousin in Nigeria heard about the Holocaust.
Grace, just go in there and see. This is the troll. Is because she is emotionally upsetting you. If you can go in there and never get emotionally upset, then she'll have no power. But just be very calm. If you can find, I can tell you room title.
All right, but do you understand my point, Bashar? My point is you're claiming...
Well, then why don't you go in there and demonstrate religion and pray over her and see if you can exorcise the demon out of her.
You're in fact giving fuel to the claims that the Jews desperately need a state in order to prevent a second Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point is this is a binary. There are Jews, in the Jewish community, since the beginning of time, since Hannah Arendt, right, that believe either that the Holocaust is exceptional and should never be compared because anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate. Please mute up. I can't. There's noise. Because anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate, and the Holocaust is unique because it happened to the Jews, and nothing should be compared, and it's this big taboo. Then on the other side of it, like most Jews in the West have these like liberal values and humanistic values, and the way they teach about the Holocaust is we must compare it because it must be a lesson and it must be instructive for future generations, and a warning against dehumanization and the capacity of man to commit evil against another man, right? And these are the two schools of thoughts, and this is how it's always been, a binary. And you're basically saying, oh no, it's not a binary. You're saying if you see the Holocaust as instructive and says something about what's happening in Gaza, then in fact it makes you the other kind, which sees the ethnocentric. It reinforces the ethnocentric interpretation of the Holocaust, which is just that it only happens to Jews and everyone uniquely hates the Jews and anti-Semitism will always persist, and therefore nothing should be compared because it cheapens it.
I'm saying the binary.
Which one is it? I don't think you read the article because it doesn't sound like it.
I'm saying the binary of the second, right, that the Holocaust is exceptional, etc., is one of the key arguments and pillars to justify the existence of Israel. And what's more funny, beyond just the majority of Jews arguably falling into the second, for sure the majority...
Maybe I'm missing a piece. How does calling Gaza a genocide, saying the Jews perpetuated genocide, justify a homeland for the Jews?
Oh my God, because of what you're comparing it to. What you compare it to, I mean, you could compare it to a million and one other things. And in fact, there are genocides that far more mirror what's happening in Gaza than the Holocaust.
But you're saying the specific comparison is what...
Yes, the specific comparison, yeah.
Well, that's their own, blind spot, though.
No, that's reality. That's the blind spot of, basically the majority of Westerners, the majority of Africans, basically everyone but, Arabs.
I don't think even Jews view it this way. I think a growing number of Jews don't view it this way, and I think this is not how we were taught about the Holocaust and genocide in general. We were taught to compare it.
Okay.
In Israel, it might be more taboo. I don't know, maybe Emrose could weigh in about what the taboo comparing to the Holocaust in Israel. But in America, this is how we learn about Holocaust history. We learn about how to compare.
In America, we learned about the Holocaust as if it was the worst thing that ever happened in human history. And I know this because I'm also American. And because I've been being taught about the Holocaust since, first grade?
I don't know how you learn it, but in sort of Jewish culture, the way we learn about it in Holocaust, we learn it specifically as instructive for the way we view the world and atrocities that have happened since and before, right? We use it as a prism to look at the capacity of man for evil.
Yeah, and why is it that one? Why not Holodomor, which was larger? Or the slave trade, or the Trail of Tears, which
we do. They also talk about slavery and Trail of Tears in Jewish history.
Into the Holocaust, how much they can talk about it, not that much.
What? Well, I'm talking about Jewish day schools and Jewish Hebrew schools. When we talk about the Holocaust, it's through the prism of the Jewish experience. They talk about slavery, they talk about the Trail of Tears, they talk about racism throughout history, they talk about Jim Crow. Of course they do. This is like
talking about public society, right? Which is far larger than Jewish.
Well, I was hoping to have a conversation with Jews here today. So if you have a problem with the way Holocaust is taught, that's like a different conversation, you know.
It's not an issue of the way Holocaust is taught, but I mean, you seem to have no problem discussing with others until they they were agreeing with you.
You're criticizing Holocaust education, right, in America?
No, not at all.
You're saying they should focus on other atrocities.
No,
Fair.
I don't know. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
You're making you've done 5 straw men, even though my point has been very simple. Israel justifies itself because of the belief that the Holocaust is the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Most people believe in this. So when you compare what's going on in Gaza to the Holocaust, yeah, you're basically reinforcing, including most anti-Zionists, by the way, you're reinforcing that idea in people's head.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
I don't remember her ever saying now she does that she went to Hebrew school or where she went.
I think as Jews, it's part of our experience as American post-war, post-Israel Jewish state Jews to see the world through this prism, as dark and depressing and unfortunate as it is. I think I was resented that I had to grow up with images of skin bodies piled up or whatever and skinny children, and then something like this happens and it becomes suddenly relevant, you know?
Hello?
Well, there's what people should do and there's what they do. I'm interested what people do. And this is what people do.
I don't understand what your point is.
Everyone in the ideal world should care even when one single person gets killed. The reality is most people don't.
Never had one lesson.
Hey, Buttercup.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about the Shoah? And don't give a Shoah. What is that?
The Shoah is the Holocaust in Hebrew. It's about basically in Jewish culture, there's two schools of thought. One is that the Shoah, well, first of all, in this particular conflict, the people on both sides, the right and the left, the pro-Israel camp and the critical of Israel's camp, both have invoked the Shoah conveniently for their own political purposes, right? And it's very politicized. Like the UN rapporteur, what's her name again? The Italian woman with the glasses. She's now being called to be fired because she invoked the Shoah, comparing Netanyahu to Hitler or something, or endorsing some sort of tweet or something. So sort of a lot of people sort of weaponize the memory of the Holocaust for their own political purpose, and it raises the question that's been in the Jewish community for many, many years, which is that how the Jewish community thinks that you should never compare things to Shoah. It's a unique atrocity in history. It was, 6 million people died, and et cetera. And also it's emblematic of this larger theme of anti-Semitism, which is a unique type of hatred in history. And so it's like taboo to comparing things to Shoah. And then the other school of thought is that we should, in fact, and many people in America, many liberal Jews, they learn about Holocaust history and Jewish history in the context of we must compare everything to the Shoah. It's instructive, it's a warning about the capacity of man to hurt other men, to dehumanize other men, and commit atrocities. And so I just wanted to raise this question about when it's okay to invoke the Shoah, how people it's politicized on both sides, and when it's constructive to bring up the Holocaust and compare it to modern day atrocities.
Thank you, Buttercup. We like listening to you as much as you like listening to yourself. So thank you.
Are you being sarcastic?
I asked her a specific question, Sugar. You just got here.
I really like how you said that, Sugar. It was very succinct, like you thought about your sentence beforehand, so it actually had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it didn't sort of meander for like 10 minutes saying absolutely nothing. Well done.
Anyway, I hope Reuters is reliable enough for you. But yeah, this literally talks about a rebranding image, strategy of the Israeli government in America. I have like 60 other sources, but I think this one should be pretty clear enough.
Did you buy flowers?
Baptizer talks like he's trying to sell poison candy to a baby.
Well, because most people think I am.
It's one thing to say Israel cares about its branding, it's another to say that it controls the media's interest in Israel.
I said that it did that.
Effectively, you said it was Israeli officials made a concerted effort to make everyone obsessed with fucking Israel, which is a huge burden to diaspora.
I don't know, it seems like keep you employed. Whether it's a burden.
You think I got paid, Nathan?
I don't think you get paid for this. For Jews is irrelevant, but yes, Israel does make a concerted effort to brand its image, which involves, yes, making it and its priorities number one in foreign nations, especially like America. I mean, this is really like common sense.
Pepe, I just want to warn you, we're talking about the Shoah. I know a lot of people, if you say anything that stereotypes Jews or promotes any sort of conspiracy theories about Jews, no matter how valid you think it is, you're going down because that's what caused the Shoah.
Oh, come on. I mean, I never give you shit when we're in the same room and I'm a mod. Holy shit.
She doesn't say things that are like astronomically offensive.
This is just like a PSA, not just for Pepe. Sorry for singling you out. Anyone who promotes an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, there's no warnings, okay? We're talking about the Shoah, which is a really delicate
How about
issue.
I bend you over and have my way with you? How about?
You're so disgusting, dude.
Yeah, I'm talking to fucking you, Buttercup. Whoa. Only I can be that. I can only say these things, so you need to stop that.
Buttercup, I need you to give me the mod badge, like.
No, Solana takes life too seriously. No, god damn.
Final warning, Sugar.
I just want to sugar you up, Buttercup.
Alright, you're going down.
Hey, no.
You're lucky I don't kick you out. I kick you out for that, okay? So I'm not going to treat Jews differently.
I'm actually being sincere, but whatever.
Better one.
I'm sorry, I gotta punish you for 5 minutes. We're talking about how some Jews think that the Holocaust cannot be compared to any other atrocities in history, and some Jews think that you must compare the Holocaust to other atrocities in order to warn against the danger of dehumanizing other people. And as a fellow humanist, I really love to have you on stage because you are one of the few people who is insistent that all humans are created equal and should treat each other, find common grounds, and love each other and see each other as
found my channel.
I think that I'm just thinking that, of course, I'm not saying what Jewish people should think concerning that, but I would think that it would be better because it's like, for example, people say, oh, going to that event, it was hell. Now, okay, it wasn't really hell. Hell is much worse than that. But to demonstrate how awful something is, they utilize that. And I think that is like an important and actually effective thing to do. Does that make sense, Buttercup, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand both sides, to be honest. Like, I do think it's kind of grim and cynical when people exploit it for political objectives. Like, you know how these, like, Camera and UN Watch, they're exploiting sort of the memory of the Holocaust and sort of people's sensitivity around it to, like, go after the UN rapporteur woman who, you know, and, like, people will, on both sides, will sort of invoke the Holocaust when it's convenient for them and then, like, clutch their pearls when the other side invokes the Holocaust, right? Like, the pro-Israel people will be like, you know, October 7 is the worst catastrophe to massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. There's no reason to do that except to poke people's trauma buttons and to make them feel the war is justified, right? To drum up support from the war. Like, Israel is sort of built in the shadow of the Holocaust. It's very, very heavy over the, you know, the national narrative. And so by saying it's the worst thing since the Holocaust and invoking it, it's sort of a subtle tool to get people to get on board with this horrific war, right? And similarly, on the other side, when I tell my parents, you know, look at these pictures of starving children, how doesn't it remind you of those horrific pictures you drummed into our brains since childhood of starving kids in concentration camps, starving people in concentration camps? They also clutch their pearls and say, oh no, you can't compare things to the Holocaust, you know, it's like a sacred cow that you can't touch. And so but throughout history, there's been sort of these two camps, and some people are like, to their credit, like, the Holocaust was uniquely horrific in a lot of ways. Like, it was this industrialized killing that we've never seen before, where they literally created, you know, when shooting people in the head was too onerous on the soldiers, they created gas chambers, right? And they created these, like, killing industries, and the goal was literally to erase Jewish DNA, and it was a really, like, unique atrocity, and it should be given its weight, and it's right that we treat it with the gravity that it deserves. But to somehow infer from that it's not it's not like, I mean, to some people it is sacred, I understand, and especially if, like, your family went through it, you wouldn't want people to cheapen it by saying every genocide, every war crime, you know, is comparable to this horrific thing that happened in history that completely reshaped the world. On the other hand, what is the purpose of it? What is the meaning of my great-grandparents' deaths if it doesn't tell us something about the human condition, and it doesn't warn us about the capacity of man to behave this way, right?
Well, if we look at anything else in history, is there anything that we say, like, it is off limits to compare anything to this historically? And if so, that might be like an indication of the position one should take, maybe.
I mean, okay, so you're Iranian. Is there a horrific event in Iranians' history that people prefer, like, they kind of put on a pedestal? It's a bit of a sacred cow. You can't, like say, you can't compare it to other crimes against humanity. Can you think of anything like that to try to personalize it? Because I'm sure there's Native Americans who see the Trail of Tears and the literal successful annihilation of Native American culture as an atrocity without comparison throughout history, right? Similarly, slavery, there's not many crimes worse than the 200 years of slavery, of Black slavery in America, right? Each of these crimes stand on their own, but also tell us something about human condition.
I think comparing, like, the indigenous people being eradicated, I don't think Native Americans would have a problem with that. I think that there's a lot of similarities, but you did use a good one when you said slavery. That seems to be very triggering when anyone tries to compare anything to the cattle, whatever.
Cattle, yeah, slavery.
Yeah.
That
was a good comparison.
I think Stella, like, it's that each of these atrocities is it's just that one atrocity is not comparable to another because each one is unique, and that is true. And also, it says something about the human condition because it's humans that have.
I do notice that if you try to compare any slavery if you try to say it's like slavery, Black people, the African American community, they don't like that shit. So that was a really good comparison, actually.
And they're stupid.
All right, Bashar.
I'm black, you forgot.
Okay, but you're not African American.
Oh shit. Where do you think they came from? Who do you think is people? Those are right. Like, well, why do you think the Igbo landing is called Igbo landing?
All right, I don't want to do this.
Oh, you don't want to? Okay, so you.
I don't want to be racist on my app talking about the Holocaust.
Racist? Who's being racist?
It's like I don't have. I'm not black, so I'm not going to talk about.
You know how long Bashar has been talking about the Igbo tribe or whatever for like literally the entirety of this app? Like ever since I've been on this app, like he's the only one with his like tonation and inflection that like I know. Like it's like embedded in my brain. Like I when I hear him, I'm like it's always going to go to that all the time. It's fucking funny. What Igbo tribe are you from?
I would say this, listening, we have always heard the phrase "never forget." There is, a push to make it so that like people in the West, in particular, remember, all the generations remember what happened, and I mean. I guess when there's like an accusation of like many people being killed in a population, wouldn't that be naturally like the event that comes up in everybody's head first?
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country.
Our history, and we learn about the Holocaust. They do compare it to the Tale of Terrors. They do compare it to the Rwandan genocide. They do compare it to the Armenian genocide. They use it as an instructive story to warn against how we need to prevent genocide, right? Use it as an instructive tool to prevent this from happening again. They make this horrific tragedy meaningful. And that's how the Jewish population historically has made the Holocaust meaningful. Parents, grandparents' deaths meaningful. And so it's an interesting blind spot that now, this horrific death, whether it's classified legally as a genocide or not, to not see echoes of the capacity, the similarities, and the common thread, which is the capacity of man to dehumanize the other and to kill, and destroy your society. Like the adults, now the Holocaust museums are taking the wrong steps. The ADL is taking the wrong steps. All of these institutions that documents to preserve the memory of the Holocaust is a warning about the capacity of man to do evil, are taking the most cowardly, pathetic stance ever. And it's really like a crisis, a spiritual crisis in Jewish, in the Jewish community. Like we just don't stand for anything anymore.
I can see you wrote that down, so good job.
I just made that speech a bunch of times.
What Oxford community are you living in that are actually comparing? I've never.
I don't know. Did you go to like a Hebrew school? Did you go to anything? Did you have a home?
No, I live in a monolith, unfortunately. I mean, well, maybe like in the 90s, it definitely was a monolith of individuals that like. Never again! You can never compare the atrocities!
I think because you're in Florida, they're more like Trumpy right-wingers, so like maybe.
Well, no, they were very lefty, but it's the very boomer-esque kind of like mentality, unfortunately. I think that's kind of what they're whether they're left or right.
Gaza as a genocide. I didn't immediately call it a genocide because I knew people in my family would be really shocked and clutch their pearls and be really upset. But I posted on social media an image of my Greek grandparents who were killed, shot by the Nazis, and then with all the men in their town. And then a month later, all the women are shot, right? And like I posted a picture and said, I honor their memory by opposing oppression, violence, destruction of people of anyone who's innocent, right? I thought I'd get backlash, but actually all my Jewish friends and family hearted it and had positive feedback. back, and I realize that like the vocal minority that make it seem like this is like so offensive. It's actually not the mainstream. I think the mainstream people do understand that our culture and our value system is to take these tragedies of our past and use it as a lesson, as an instructive, right?
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of self-induced trauma, and they are, what is it called, phantom or something like that, where you think that you have induced the traumas of others. It's very weird. I mean, that's what it is like here, Buttercup. I mean, I have had, even their grandchildren, like, literally will be on stage, and I remember when we would have some type of memorial to the Holocaust, and the children or the grandchildren of those that have passed have never even intersected with, you know, their past at all. And it's so they're crying on the top of the wings on stage. What is happening? What's going on? Why are you crying? Why are you? This trauma that they are expelling is like very artificial.
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country.
I do think there was, like, for me also, like, we grew up, like, we're the second, third generation after the Holocaust, right?
The fucking dumbest motherfucker, you're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker, and you have fucking
the Nazis show up at your door, and, like, there's a lot of literature and reviews, like, the Nazis are not coming back, and like, why are you going to get down on these cultures so bad, and like, possibly, and these are the common, Irish bodies and then the type of Holocaust. And then something like this happens, and you compare it to the Rwanda genocide, and you compare it to history, and you try to contextualize it, right? And then something like this happens, all of a sudden they're like getting all, they're like, turning into sensitive accounts, they're like taboos, and they're like, and it's like they're contradicting themselves, you know? Do you have comparison with the Holocaust for that reason?
No, I think there is a cognitive like thing that happens with those that like who have like I noticed that with friends, and I think I talked to you about this about a while ago. To the Jews in other communities, and you know the ones that have came here, like the Ellis Highland Jews, they call them. There's a different sentiment. There's a different kind of personality. Like I have friends that like, oh, their grandparents came here during Ellis Island. I'm like, oh, cool, and the way how they interact or like react to anything with the Holocaust is kind of like, oh yeah, it's really sad atrocity versus like post World War II Jews and those that came here and you know tabloids, like those grandchildren act very different. Like what I was just explaining about earlier, like kids are just crying on stage, and I'm like, what the fuck's happening?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is like pressure, like peer pressure to cry. Like otherwise, you're not like they're like, why don't I feel anything? That when they see me these pictures of these like piles of bodies, why don't I feel anything? And like a lot of people try to interrogate that and try to force themselves to feel. It's a way they sort of drill into, drill this sort of victimhood mentality, which is fine. Like we were, like it was something that was part of our history, and it did shape us, and it did shape us for many generations. But like sort of this Holocaust education is very shallow when it's just about like make yourself cry, but then like when you see the relevance of it, then you know, then just like it's hypocritical, it's contradictory. I don't know.
I think that if someone's trying to make a comparison to slavery, the slavery that was invoked in America, and it's not analogous, that's when people get really upset. But if it were actually analogous, I don't think that they would get upset. And I think that's what triggers people. It's like you're comparing something that is not as atrocious, and that's what triggers them. Like that was way more atrocious. Yes, it's an atrocity, but to compare it to that, like, do you think that if it was an actual, like, let's say, for example, in another country, they performed chattel, that's what it's called, chattel slavery, like, almost to a T, and they were like, they're conducting slavery that was just like how, you know, was conducted in America, I don't think that they would get upset. I think it's just that we try to make that analogy sometimes, and it's like a million miles apart. That makes it trigger. Not a million miles apart, but it's just doesn't do it justice.
That's a great point. That's a really good point, Sela. And in fact, people are more offended when I invoke the Shoah, which is a very specific genocide, than when I invoke genocide in general, right? Because like Jews do acknowledge that other genocides have happened, but when I say something like, when I make a comparison like the children of the Holocaust have committed a Holocaust, they get very offended by that. They say you can't compare, and it's true to some extent. It's true. You can't compare any two atrocities. They're all different, right?
Was it really 6 million?
Hey, sugar.
Is Holocaust a title of an event that occurred, or does it mean like specifically something that could be attributed to other events?
It's usually associated with the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust. So there were like 3 million Poles or something that died, but they don't consider that a Holocaust, or even like I don't even know. They might be considered a genocide, but not a Holocaust. I don't know. The Holocaust is supposed to be a unique event. It's a unique name to memorialize the 6 million that died.
And it wasn't used before the Holocaust.
It means like burnt offering or something, literally. And that's what Shoah means too, I think. What does Shoah mean? Let me double check.
Burnt offering, that doesn't make sense.
No, it's like because they were burned. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to the library to research this right now as we speak.
I'll just tell you what they say on the internet.
This is what we do on
Okay,
Sunday.
Holocaust and Shoah were from the Greek word, derived from the Greek. Okay, Greek origin. It means thing wholly burnt or sacrificed by fire. The biblical context. It's a translation of the Hebrew word olah, which refers to burnt offering sacrificed to God that was completely consumed by fire with nothing left over. I guess because the Jews were burned in ovens, right? It invokes the memory of the burning of bodies in the crematoria and open pits during the final solution. The Hebrew word Shoah means catastrophe, devastation, or utter destruction.
I prefer cheese pizza.
Come on, sure. Come on, don't make light. This is a serious conversation. You're basically like giving license to the anti-Semites to come up here and deny the Holocaust.
But these people are like, the English is their second language, and half of them are like mentally ill. Why even communicate with them? I'm sorry.
What do you mean? These are Americans.
The vast majority of people that you tend to go into arguments with are English is not their first language.
The worst, most virulent anti-Semites on this app are Christian supremacists from America, okay? It's Pepe, it's
they're all mentally ill.
They're perfectly sane, and they've come to a conclusion that the Holocaust is overstated and that Jews are fundamentally evil and caused their own Holocaust. They believe this shit.
Perfectly sane should be used loosely there.
They're all on some form of government assistance, Buttercup, okay? And they're living at home and they don't work. Telling you the truth. Maybe 2020, 2021, and kind of 2022, there was some substance of individuals that provided.
Here's a funny story you'll like, Sugar. I remember right when Trump got elected, I was hanging out. There's like a lot of Jews who are like liberal, except when it comes to Israel, and so they voted for Trump even though they're liberals, right? And like this guy, that my friend's boyfriend.
In Florida.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess in some parts of Florida. So this guy was basically telling me how he has 2 kids, and he got them all, signed them up for Israeli citizenship when they're babies in case the Nazis come back. And then at the time Trump is getting elected, where literally he is in bed courting Nazis as part of his campaign. And I'm just like, what do you think the fucking Nazis look like? Like, it's just some like weird, like for years and years, the liberals were just kind of like, why are they yelling about the Holocaust? The Nazis aren't coming back. Everyone's exaggerating. Everyone's being melodramatic. And then And it was like the right wingers are like, you have to be vigilant. They can show up at any day. Figure out who's going to hide you, right? And it was like this sort of dichotomy in the community, whether to be hyper vigilant about the Nazis coming back and showing up in America. And then Trump got elected and it became the reverse, where literally there's Nazis in his administration. He's courting Nazi white supremacists in our country. He's empowering them. He's legitimizing them. And then suddenly liberal Jews are fucking terrified because they realize the sort of authoritarian fascist direction we're going in. And the right-wing Jews are like, yay, we're so happy. Like the people who used to be paranoid about the Nazis showing up and get their kids Israeli citizenship from birth are the same people who are now celebrating a president that courts and welcomes Nazis into his administration and into his ear. Speaking of the Holocaust.
I've seen it in the entirety of living my whole life in Florida. There's a lot of very confused individuals here, and no one understands what up or down is anymore. Like it's so loose-ended, and like my father is a great example. Like trailing him through his own eyes and like walking through because he's so boisterous and very vocal. Like my dad has always been a Republican, but he hates Trump. He absolutely despises Trump. So therefore, he became a Democrat. Though he speaks and espouses as if he's a Republican still, right? He's very, hard individual, but he hates Trump so much that he's quote unquote a Democrat. So he'll navigate in conversation with other boomers, like out and about at the diners and stuff, like at the local bagel place. And the signaling is so confusing because you have Democrats that come from New York and all of a sudden are the staunch Republicans, but have some very liberal views, whereas my dad is now a liberal who has very conservative views. It's like it's the most diametrically opposed perspectives, and it's like very confusing. So like when you sit there and they're like arguing about things, they don't know what they're arguing about. They're just either like parroting things that comes from within the party that they now quote unquote support, but yet again internally, intrinsically, they feel quite the opposite. So like and I listen to them, like I don't intervene. I think all of this is all dumb. But from like a bird's eye view, when I like listen to like just go to the diner, like come to South Florida, you'll like hear these people like at the local diner. Like I'm telling you, it is a funny experience. You just go to listen to these like Joey Bonafuco fucking New Yorkers, and you're going like, wait, you're Jewish? What the fuck's happening? And then I listen to my dad talk his shit, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? All you guys are absolutely fucking positively retarded.
Yeah.
1,000%.
We're all retarded. We've all gone off the deep end.
It makes no sense. So like that's why I once again to digress. All this stuff is so stupid to me, and that's why I make fun of it, and that's why I troll. It's just it's so dumb.
Yeah, it was a joke to us. Holocaust education was a joke to us because it was so ridiculous. They were showing us these piles of bodies when we live in America, and our life is so privileged, and we have so much access to opportunity, and we've achieved so much status. It's really ridiculous, right? Everyone knows privilege. Everyone lives in the suburbs, and we're sitting there talking about piles of dead bodies and great black and white pictures. And now, suddenly, we're seeing pictures, piles of bodies, and skinny children. And all of a sudden, the Holocaust memorial organizations are telling us to look away and close our eyes. And it's the opposite of what they've been drilling into our heads.
It's for those that live here that once again, my experience is not just yours, obviously, but like to take yours in consideration too. But in here, what I think it is that they have been how can I say that? They have not escaped. It's become a habit to only look at our own atrocities, the own issues that we've had internally, and they can't see anything outside of that. And if they do, they try to compare. It's like, well, either they're shunned or they're kind of like, well, it's not really important to my relevance and to like what I.
Something especially corny about like sort of and like funny almost, like amusing, like caricaturistic about the American Jewish psyche and pathology of being obsessed with the Holocaust, and it's the basis of so much like hilarious like literature and art and movies, right? Of our sort of American Jewish post-Mormon, post-war pathology of like fixating on the Holocaust and seeing ghosts of Hitler everywhere, right? And then that's why it's so ironic, right? That suddenly it becomes a sacred cow when it has to do with when we are the ones who are dehumanizing or falling into the same human trap of dehumanizing the other.
And yet again, you got like Jewish influencers that, that they're making fun of themselves. They're gesturing, like gesture maxing themselves.
You're talking about like the pro-Israel influencer ecosystem.
No, well, there's a kind of a duality I see in the influencer world.
You use general terms, they, them, who? Be specific.
Well, there's quite a bit. There's a lot of local influencers here in Florida that are like super Jewish, but they don't partake into the ethos of like the hard right kind of thing. They kind of like joke on it, and they want to be as relevant as someone who's like who's also like who questions like Sneeko and all that. They kind of virtue signal to people like him, and they want to be part of that ethos. So have you not noticed like it's all the alt-right white supremacists are all diverse. They're all diverse, right? Like Kenny KO, Sneeko. And it's important. Are you kidding me? You absolutely should understand.
These are right wing.
No, these are all black, Arab, Hispanic. It's the most goofiest thing to see.
They're not Arab.
I know that's what I'm
What are
trying
you
to
saying
do.
about them? What are they? How are they invoking?
These are white, like white supremacist activists. Like these are even Nick Fuentes. He's like a half Hispanic, right?
Okay, and how does that tie to the Holocaust narrative?
I'm trying to explain that the people that the Jewish influencers, especially here, the ones that try to vibe, they tend to gravitate to those individuals, and they'll end up setting up themselves with those people, like on a podcast, talking about Jewish issues and whatnot, and clowning on themselves and clowning on other people. Whereas, like, the hard right strays away from those individuals, and they become this very dictatorial, like, individuals that are on. I gotta send you a whole bunch of clips. I'll send you clips and maybe you'll
and then I'll try
understand.
to
I don't think you'll really care anyways, but whatever.
I don't know.
Whatever.
Hey Bob, what's up? Are you a Jew? Did you grow up with the Holocaust?
He's a Persian hybrid.
Okay.
There's all kinds of everything.
It's just a mix. We're talking about Holocaust education. How there's sort of two schools of thought. Like, so one version is that the Holocaust is a unique event in history, cannot be compared to anything, and the other is that it must be compared. It's instructive. And many of us, when we learn about the Holocaust growing up, especially in the West, we also learn about Armenian genocide, Rwanda genocide, and we see it as an instructive event in history that is a warning about the capacity of man to do evil and dehumanize the other. And so we're discussing how both sides of this Israel-Palestine debate tend to weaponize the memory of the Jewish Holocaust for their own political purposes. And so we're trying to explore when it's okay to invoke and when it's cheapens it and when it's actually instructive.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts?
I think are you asking me to opine on whether or not it's unique or it should be instructive?
It's okay to compare anything to the Holocaust.
Is it okay to compare anything to the Holocaust? Well, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, good. So I'll give you an example.
Like, I think...
Okay.
Hey, but
If people say Netanyahu is Hitler, is that okay?
No, I wouldn't make those comparisons. But, like, I would understand why someone makes them.
Is it okay to say the October 7th massacre was a Holocaust? Or just invoke the Holocaust,
no.
say, it's the first atrocity since the Holocaust, the largest one since the Holocaust. Is it okay to make a comparative statement like that?
When Hamas went in and killed, like, some thousand Jews.
Yeah. Like, is it okay to say it's the largest massacre since the Holocaust? It's not okay to say that? Because it's just...
Do you mean okay as in, like, socially acceptable, or okay as in do you think it's true or reasonable?
Is it useful?
Useful.
And useful to who? Because some people say, like, the invoking of the Holocaust was a way to sort of push Israelis' trauma buttons and generate support for the war, right? It's not that it's arguably could be one of the worst.
No, I think it's...
I think it's the second one.
I think it's very ham-fisted to compare it to the Holocaust.
Yeah, I think the way they frame it is it's the worst massacre since the Holocaust. The worst massacre since the Holocaust of Jews.
To the Jews, yeah. I think I would compare it if we move it out to specifically be about Jews. So we talk about what kind of other event is it comparable to? Maybe 9/11 is something that
Yeah, that actually is a much better
comes to mind.
apt comparison.
Are you saying it's hyperbole? Are you saying it's hyperbole or an unfair or a false equivalence to compare the Holocaust to October 2nd? Is that the question? Oh.
No. Okay, so we're viewing. There's two ways Jews since the Holocaust, and thinkers and philosophers have fallen into two camps. Either the Holocaust is an exceptional tragedy in history you can never compare, and it represents something unique, because anti-Semitism is the worst kind of hate, and it's unique compared to all other types of hatred, and we need to put it in that pedestal, and it has to be the sacred cow that we never compare, right? Other Jews say we must compare. It's instructive because it warns us about the capacity of man for evil and to dehumanize each other, right? And so these are the two schools of thought. And with Israel-Palestine, both sides have sort of weaponized the memory of the Holocaust for their own political agenda. And so what we're exploring now is when it's acceptable and useful and instructive to invoke the Holocaust, and when it's offensive.
I still go to too soon.
Too soon for what? For the Holocaust? To compare?
No, that's kind of like well, you can't compare the impact in which the incident that has happened. It's like, but it's too soon. That's what happens. It's like, well, okay, well, on the coin itself, it's like, well, if you can't compare the intensity, well, then is it too soon or too late?
So Daniel has an interesting comment. He's from Israel, and I really wish that Amrose was still here so she could give us like an overview of what it's like. I think in Israel it's far more taboo to compare things to the Holocaust than it is in America, where we take a more universalist, humanist perspective on Jewish ideals, right? And so they see anti-Semitism is very much on the forefront of Israeli culture. Everyone hates us. That's why we exist, and it's central to their narrative about why they exist. And so they have a much harder time saying any atrocities are similar to the Holocaust, or saying anything similar, or even comparing themselves, being introspective about themselves as the capacity of doing the very thing that used to oppress us. And so in America, though, we have a very different view. And the way we learn about the Holocaust is actually as an instructive event, where we do compare it to the Rwandan genocide, and we do compare it to the Armenian genocide. And in Hebrew schools and in day schools, when we learn about the Holocaust and Jewish history, we learn it through a prison. We see it as a warning. We make our great-grandparents' deaths meaningful by saying it is a warning on the human capacity for evil. And we are all susceptible to this, and that human capacity to dehumanize the other. And this is why I think a fundamental difference between Israeli culture and American culture, and I think Daniel in the chat is actually highlighting a major gap between American and Israeli Jews. I really wish Emrose was here, because she represents the far left in Israel, and she might have a different perspective. It might be in some schools they do see the Holocaust as instructive and something worth comparing.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Daniel, you want to come up? No, not this Daniel, the other Daniel Nero. You want to say something? I was talking about Israeli Daniel Niani. He's like in the chat.
I think we should get a sample from other Israelis that left Israel and now live in Thailand. I wonder if they.
So guys, this really makes.
Does anyone know any Thailander Israelis that could come?
They don't give a fuck.
I know, they're so over it.
They give two shits.
So yesterday, Buttercup, Ramon made that comment on Never Again, right?
Yeah.
And it was a comparison based on say empathy, exactly like how you probably see it as a Jew within the American paradigm. And now that you're saying this, it's making sense, because I made a comparison that Ambrose didn't get, and immediately jumped at it out of justified sensitivity, right?
Yeah.
And she said, no, we don't do that. We just don't do. All she's saying is we just don't compare it to anything.
Yeah.
The question was, I don't know, someone asked this absurd hypothetical, what do you think is happening in the mind of Palestinians, right? When he's going through atrocities.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think is happening in the mind of Palestinians?
Yeah, so I made a poetic comparison, saying that he's probably thinking never again.
Like if I was a Palestinian, be like, let's stop this and let's rebuild.
That could be.
And it's Hamas that is.
All right, David, you.
David, I'm not going there. I'm making up. I made a poetic comparison, right? And I said, a child is perhaps thinking, never again do I want my children perhaps to see such atrocity. A mother is thinking, never again do I want.
But they only had two options.
So, listen, I was giving a hypothetical. I was giving a poetic answer to that, kind of implying that surely, like, human empathy is uniform across the board in the human family. And that is the message I was trying to sort of convey, right? As a humanitarian.
Yeah, I think it was a little ambiguous. In her defense, it was a little ambiguous.
The question itself was a bit absurd, I think.
With all due respect, we've seen the humanitarian side of Hamas.
All right, David, you're missing the convo. You're not understanding the context. Keep up. Let me explain to you. I'm going to say it. I said it like 14 times. I'm going to say it again. Today, we're talking about two schools of thoughts in the Jewish community. Since you're from suburban Connecticut or New Jersey or whatever, tri-state area, you know, and you grew up around a lot of Jews, you know that the Holocaust is a big part of our narrative and our cultural history and our cultural heritage in the last 100 years. And one thing we talk about is there's two schools of thoughts. One is that you can never compare anything to the Holocaust. It's sacred. It's a sacred cow. And we should see it as a unique tragedy in history. And there are many unique characteristics of it. And it's true. On the other hand, many people in America, especially more liberal Jews in America, see the Holocaust as instructive, and we want our great-grandparents' deaths to mean something. And the way we make it mean something is we say we must compare things to the Holocaust and see it as a warning of the capacity of human man towards evil. This is the question we're talking about. We're not talking about Hamas. We're talking about whether or not we may or may not compare things, and when it's acceptable to compare anything to the Holocaust. That's the convo, David. Stay on topic. Thank you.
I thought that supporting Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel was how we memorialized the deaths of our ancestors.
That is sort of that is the narrative in Israel, which is why they tend to have a different relationship with the Holocaust than American Jews.
Yeah, I would agree with what being said. It's like the ongoing stabilism of the Jewish state is the most.
When's the last time you slept, David?
Okay.
Can we not, like, boost Buttercup's, like, ego anymore?
What do you mean? You're boosting my ego.
Buttercup, you're short and you need a step stool to get to the top shelf. I was going to make sure. Buttercup. Call it a
I'm sorry, I was being mean. You are making a good point, David. Go.
No, I don't want to make it anymore.
No, he wasn't.
From your expertise as like a suburban
He's the only suburban he is suburban trash. So
suburban Peruvian.
That's redundant. Right, docs.
Suburban trash.
Oh yeah, I find it bizarre that no comparison can be made to something that is like placed at a pedestal wherein one is just not allowed to make any like comparison to a particular tragedy, a tragedy that like no one's calling it like by no means is it like less, or by no means is someone being reductionist about it, and yet you're not given the freaking opportunity to make a comparison. Like, don't you think this is absurd?
Well, the truth is, American Jewish culture is full of comparisons. Like, we've written so much amazing literature and art and music and movies, from like Philip Roth to Mel Brooks to Isaac Bashevis Singer, that kind of skewers the Holocaust and is irreverent towards it and finds humor in it and finds meaning and lessons in it. And this is part of our American Jewish culture, which is why I think there's a bit of a gap now between us and Israel, where their whole foundation of their narrative of why they exist has to do with sanctifying the Holocaust and making it an exceptional event, and it justifies their existence, so they're scared to touch it. You know.
Let's not forget Woody Allen.
Woody Allen, yeah. Like, this is just part of. This has become like our. I don't know. Like, we're able to.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you that the opinions that I do admire are those that are all my Jewish male friends that are all married to Latinas. So I'm going to get back to you on that and see what they think. No, to answer your question, not all of them are married to big booty Latinas.
So So everyone can check out the chat if you want to see an example of like Israeli attitudes towards the Shoah and whether or not there are lessons for us and how we process it and make it meaningful. In Israel, they have other ways. They sanctify it, they elevate it, they put it, they make it sacred, right? And in America, we see it as something to that we interpret in art and analyze and see lessons in. Azazel, you want to come up and talk about the Israeli experience and how you guys talk about the Holocaust?
So how do we compare it to Black History Month, to what happened to the blacks?
Oh, we did talk about that. Excellent point, Blessed. So,
I didn't make a point, I asked a question.
So,
Thank you, Blessed. That's actually very...
That's something we covered, actually. So, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up, Michael.
I just...
He said, why don't we compare it to Black History Month? Like, why?
I think somebody's mic's really low.
Yeah, if your mic's not...
What is the point of that? How are we comparing it to Black History? Like, we should have, like, a remembrance where we teach the Holocaust, or?
Okay, so the question is, I'm going to say this again for the 100th time. There's two schools in Jewish thought and Jewish philosophy and Jewish community of how to talk about the Holocaust. On the one hand, people say you should never talk about it. It's a unique event in history. It's sacred. And it is unique in a lot of ways. And therefore, you should never compare other atrocities in the world to the Holocaust. And other people say, and especially don't weaponize it for political purposes like people do all the time. The other side says, you should compare the things to the Holocaust. In fact, many American Jews learned about the Holocaust and discussed the memory of the Holocaust by talking about the Rwandan genocide and all the other and the Armenian genocide. And we see it as a lesson, and our great-grandparents' deaths as meaningful when we actually use it as instructive, as a warning about the capacity of man towards evil and our capacity of man to dehumanize the other. And so then, when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, some of us see echoes of it, but then all of a sudden our institutions who have been telling us to keep the memory of the Holocaust alive are suddenly silent and telling us to close our eyes and look the other way. And so this is sort of a theme, and I wanted to open up the question, because both sides in the Israel-Palestine conflict tend to weaponize the memory of the Jewish Holocaust for their own political gain. And so I wanted to without imposing my own beliefs on it, open the discussion about when it's acceptable and fair to invoke the memory of the Holocaust and when it's inappropriate. And many times it is inappropriate.
So you're telling me right now that the people in Gaza and the people that are pretending to identify as being Palestinian aren't weaponizing what happened in Gaza for their benefit?
I don't know what they're doing, but I'm saying, like,
all over social media.
Okay, I don't really care what they're doing. It's not my business. My problem is, when I grew up,
Why am I getting X's when you guys know it's true?
Because you're
okay. So let me respond.
You're not staying on track.
I am staying on it. We're talking about
weaponizing. You made a point. So I think this is what I wanted to focus the conversation among Jews, because there's a binary in the Jewish community about how to talk about the Holocaust, okay? This has nothing to do with how Gazans talk about the Holocaust, or non-Jews.
We don't have a book on how to talk about the Holocaust. I don't know why you're opening up a room about the Holocaust, which is fucking really insensitive.
Blessed. If you read a book, you'll know there are many books on Jewish thought that are cited in the article above about how to talk about the Holocaust. This is not a new concept. We've been talking about it since for 80 years, okay? So let me respond to what you said. As a child of great-grandkid of Holocaust survivors, I was drilled into my head with these very bleak images of piles of body and emaciated children. And when the Gaza war broke out, at some point you start to see echoes. The things that they taught you and warned you about and tell you are instructive about humanity and our capacity for evil all of a sudden become relevant. Regardless of whether or not it meets the criteria of a genocide, you can't not see those things that your Holocaust education drilled into your head growing up. But when I say it, all of a sudden, those very people who said, oh, never forget the Holocaust and see it as a warning for humanity about the capacity for evil are suddenly telling me that, just kidding, don't look, like, this is not relevant. This is not comparable, and it's actually taboo to compare. And so we're trying to explore this paradox, right? That on the one hand, they told us it is instructive to compare, and now they're saying, just kidding.
Bibi, is it okay to compare other atrocities, though?
Love you, Buttercup. I love you.
Yeah, I love you too. And Mohammed.
You can't do that. Now he's going to think you're his wife.
Yeah, in a very platonic way.
No, seriously, you gotta be very careful.
Megatron, I'm warning you. There's, I should, since that's kind of a new room, I should put a PSA. Any even slight conspiracy theory about Jews controlling the media or questioning the legitimacy of the Jewish Holocaust or any anti-Jewish conspiracy, you immediately get pushed down without finishing the thought, because that is what caused the Holocaust, and we're going to treat it with sensitivity it deserves.
I want to hear what BBS is.
What was wrong with the first three versions of Buttercup?
She was a little too feisty. She made too many enemies.
She was too anti-Semitic.
Fuck you. My crime, Bob, was being naive enough to think that humans have the capacity to live together and not kill each other for eternity.
We can't.
I mean, I don't know what to think about the topic.
It's okay. You can just listen.
Well,
if your language is not English,
I want to answer the framing. Sorry, what?
You can only answer if English was not your first language.
He's trolling.
Well, you're in luck. English is not my first language.
Okay. Do you have a mental disability by any chance?
Stop talking, sugar.
Well, I'm on this app.
Okay, you have the stage.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I think it's weird to say that it should never be talked about. So I guess I'm part of the second school, where it's like you should talk about it. I mean, it has value and being talked about. It's open up for comparison. Maybe there aren't any. Maybe there are. Not talking about it seems weird. Like adopting this like defensive isolationist position of like, nobody would talk about it. It's unique, and then you terminate the conversation. There seems like really strange.
It's absurd. It's like not allowing humans to even cause that degradation and tragedy, or even if you want to put it on like the pedestal of all tragedies within a certain community or in the world, to not be allowed to make a comparison, it's rather absurd.
Do they actually mean don't talk about it at all, or don't compare it to anything else at all?
Yeah.
I think it's what you described, that how the way you described African Americans being offended when people compare things to slavery. I think it's something similar to that. It's a similar sensitivity where it is a unique atrocity in history, and people think that you should respect it and not cheapen it by saying, a lesser tragedy is the same as the Jewish Holocaust, which was really, really shocking to the world and changed, irreparably changed us as humans, right?
It's more like saying like Christ who died for us on the cross, and XYZ who died out of like self-sacrificing themselves for the greater good, sort of a thing. And then it would be natural to say, no, you don't compare Christ to these to mere mortals, right? Something like that.
Terrible example, but I get it.
See, so you see how it's very obscene. It's how high it is. Say that again?
Yeah. I mean, it's always been this way. If you read the article above, you might have to use a paywall remover. Like, it sort of lays out the dichotomy, the binary in our community about how to talk about the Holocaust. And I think most people fall somewhere in between, but I think it depends also, like, politics has a big influence on it. So you find that people invoke the Holocaust. It's okay. They find it okay to invoke the Holocaust, but it's for their own purposes when they're saying, October 7 was the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, which may be a true statement, but the invocation of the Holocaust is designed to push people's buttons and make them feel a certain way, right? And then those same people say, if you compare, and make any comparison to what's happening in Gaza and the Holocaust, you're an anti-Semite and you need to be excommunicated, and you're a Nazi, right? And so I think people on both sides, to be fair, have sort of weaponized the memory of our ancestors' brutal murder for their own purpose, their own political purpose.
I think that if you are correct, Buttercup, and this particular one-time event is called the Holocaust, and then people are trying to use it as a Holocaust, it starts to get a little bit weird. Now, if you were saying like the Holocaust, like this is comparative, like this is like the Holocaust, right?
The thing is, there isn't a Holocaust. It's a word that was created just for the Jewish Holocaust. You know,
Right,
like if you
but
say
then
genocide, it's one thing.
Yeah.
People are more offended when I say Holocaust than when I say genocide.
Well, then I think that there could be a good legitimate reason for people to feel a certain kind of way if you're saying this is like a Holocaust rather than saying this is like the Holocaust. Does that make sense?
Right, and I think their argument is there is no a Holocaust. There is only a the Holocaust.
I can see
It was a
that.
word that was.
I can see that.
And so, and the truth is, it's gratuitous. I don't need to say the children of the Holocaust committed a Holocaust. I could be more sensitive and say the children of the Holocaust are committing a genocide, or the children of genocide are creating a genocide, right? And that would be a gentler way to say it. When I say the children of the Holocaust are committing a Holocaust, I'm trying to be intentionally provocative. I know it's going to hurt people a little bit more because it refers to a unique event in history that affected all of our grandparents. You know, I'm usually talking to Jews when I talk like that. I wouldn't talk to Gentiles that way because I know that they're not as, it doesn't have the same emotional attachments, right? It is like when I use that type of language, Sola, it's like I am trying to be provocative and maybe a little bit shocking because the word Holocaust or Shoah is sort of a sanctified word. It is like a unique, it refers to only one event.
Would you be shocking in order to like expose the hypocrisy? Are you saying?
That's what I'm doing, yeah, because I personally am deeply pained by what's happened, and I think that what's happened in Gaza has sort of undermined everything that we thought we stood for as Jews, and sort of pulled the rug out from under us about our values and what it meant to be a Jew and what it meant to make our great grandparents' deaths meaningful. And so I'm trying to be provocative and shocking when I talk to my family and friends this way, because I am deeply pained by what's happening. It's shattered my.
You don't think
sense of
Jews
self
are trying to prevent
and
what
my
happened
identity.
to them before, like the Holocaust, that to not happen again? That you don't see that? You really don't see that that's what's going on?
Yeah, of course. I'm saying we also, but when we
So if you see that, if you say, of course you see that that's what's going on, then what's the issue?
Because
So Jews are trying to prevent the second Holocaust.
trying to prevent that from happening to you again doesn't give you a free pass to do it to someone else.
We're not doing it to someone else. We're trying to prevent that from happening, so we're defending
As
ourselves.
usual, the nuances are like way over your head. So keep up. We're talking about turning.
I am up. The problem is you're behind, and the world sees your guys' bullshit. If you guys think that you're winning the narrative in the propaganda war, but you think
There's
because
no propaganda war.
Hold on, I'll tell you why. So you see an Instagram post and you think because it has 400,000 likes that you're winning and the world agrees with you. But if you actually go into the comments, you'll see that everybody's against you. The pro-Pali movement. People are against the fucking movement. They're just you spend a lot of money on fucking putting up posts, but if you ask people and families and regular civilians, they're sick and tired of the lies. They see right through it.
Thank you for sharing, BB.
Mr. Bibi.
I don't think we should engage with him.
Why not? Nobody asked you to think for everybody.
Please, Bibi.
Yes.
We cannot compare. We know exactly what happened in Quartzo. We know exactly. We cannot compare it with any other massacre. What happened?
No, I'm not. With all due respect, sir, I'm not. I'm saying that the Jews or Israel's trying to prevent that from happening again.
Let him finish his statement.
Don't interrupt when two adults are talking.
You interrupted.
No, I didn't. I'm engaging with him.
No, let him finish and then respond.
We understood from the deep of our heart, from the taste of suffering we got it from the occupation, what happened to us as a Palestinian. We know exactly what is the meaning to stand in queue in a fucking chamber. To get in the chamber, to jump in the fucking chamber.
Guys are so fucking
Listen. Just listen to me. We know. We exactly know. This is why.
Feya, look up Feya in Spanish, what it means. That's exactly what you are, Feya.
The Holocaust of the Jewish people. We pay a very high price for that massacre. You got what I mean? We still pay the price. You got what I mean?
You paid the price for the massacre you caused? Is that what you're saying?
No, the Holocaust. They're paying
Hold on. Let him speak, Buttercup.
You don't understand.
I want to speak with him.
For the Holocaust.
Why is he paying the price for the Holocaust?
Because this is what happened in Palestine. The result. We get rid of the Nazi regime not because they are Christians or
who got rid of the Nazi regime?
Who
got rid of the Nazi regime?
They are a Nazi.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime? You did
It's
it.
a nightmare for the human being.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime?
My friend.
My friend, who got rid of the Nazi regime?
I feel sorry. Still feel sorry about you. I feel sorry about you.
Listen,
I know.
Who got rid of the Nazi
I am
regime?
your destiny. You know why? I feel sorry about you because I am your destiny. You got what I mean?
No, I
Even
don't
if
really
you wanna
understand.
keep-
There's a communication breakdown. So who got rid of the Nazi regime? You just said you did. Your people did.
The war. Stand
world.
together.
The world or the wars?
Stand together to get out with this nightmare Nazi regime. Not because they are Christian, not because they are Orthodox or Jewish or whatever. Not because they are Buddhist, because they are a fucking nightmare for all the humanity. This is the point. And we pay a price. When you came, the first immigrant.
Do you think that, hold on. So you think Jews have started coming to Israel after the Holocaust?
Of course, we live together.
Okay, how can I communicate this guy's all these fucking lying retard?
Before the Holocaust,
there was no Jews in Israel before the Holocaust. Are you telling me?
During the Osmani period. Listen, please.
What European Jews? Jesus said the Jews.
The Holocaust. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You're saying that there was no Jews in Israel before the Holocaust?
That's what he's talking about. You're intentionally being obtuse.
No, who else heard what he just said?
No, you're listening. You're half listening. Just listen.
Shut the fuck up, Bronstein. What did he say?
Shut the fuck up.
He's pointing out that Palestinians have been paying the price for the Holocaust for 80 years, okay? And they
No,
suffered.
man.
And they,
Stop being
and
a
they're not,
fucking victim. Do something productive. You
they're
guys
not
get more money than
unsympathetic to the Holocaust, but they have been paying the price for the Holocaust.
Yeah, I know. They're paying the price so dearly. That's why they're digging tunnels in order to terrorize people. Stop, man.
Why should we all guys be the only victims now?
We're not victims. That's the problem. We're victors. We're not victims. That's the problem. You guys want us to be victims. We're not.
By tomorrow, you know what you did in Gaza.
I'm sorry.
Please, sorry. What you did in Gaza, you know what you did. Exactly. We saw it, you know, on videotape, live, what you did. It is different than 1948. Not much people
Wait your turn. It's a serious.
Yeah, so you're telling me, okay, hold on. Listen, the problem is
tomorrow, if you make a vote tomorrow in Gaza,
Mood, let me ask you a question.
Come on, man.
Let me ask you a question, Mood, without being interrupted. So you're saying, hold on, Mood, can I ask you a question, Mood? With all due respect, sir. So you're saying the world, and I don't want to be interrupted. So the world seriously, who's right here? So you're saying the world's seen it through video and Instagram and Facebook and all that, right? Correct? Hello? Mood.
He was the video.
Hold on. Mood. So did the world also see the Nutella stores, the restaurants that were still open during the whole time that the world was seeing these fake videos come out? Did the world see that these restaurants that were still open inside Gaza, that there's still buildings still standing inside Gaza? Or did they only see the part that the world wanted, that the propagandists wanted you to see? Like the rubble, destruction, and fake fucking tears. Like, come on, man. How does a fucking whole room of people still not understand what's going on here? 70,000 people dead, that's way too many. Absolutely, I agree with that. Okay. But 70,000 out of 2 million people in 2 years? You don't think that's precision striking?
All right.
What's the matter with that? Well, why can't I speak when I have something to say? Why do you want to shut me down? But I'm asking Mood. He's saying that the world's seen it. Did the world see the restaurants? Mood, did they see the restaurants that were open? Why don't you answer?
Okay, you're taking it out of okay.
Well, I'm not taking anything out of context. You said the world seen what happened in
You're
Gaza.
getting derailed and it's boring.
Baby, you're
Sorry.
yelling. Can you take a Xanax and chill, bro?
He's gonna go in the audience until he calms down.
Can we get back on the topic?
Yeah, so to recap the topic, I don't know if you hear the intro, Igor? Basically, we're talking about Jews, how there's like a binary about how to talk about the Holocaust. Some people say it is instructive and we should compare things to it, and they learn about the Holocaust by talking about the Rwandan and the Armenian genocides, and they say it's instructive about the capacity of man for evil, and we must learn and make our great-grandparents' deaths meaningful. And then the other half say it's an exceptional event in history, it's horrific, it was industrialized killing, and we must treat it, sanctify it, make it like a something that can never be compared. Right.
Yeah, I agree
And
that we shouldn't compare.
Really?
And because I think there is like events in history who have different. When I say that doesn't need to be compared, that doesn't mean that the other crimes are small or anything, right? But I think that the Holocaust is like specific event in the history that actually, and I think most of academic agreement that is like serial killing and stuff like that, and it's very unique. So when we starting comparing that with other crimes that happened, like let's say in World War II, the genocide of the Serbs in Croatia, that killed around 500,000 people in camps, it's also different than the Holocaust that happened to the Jews, right?
But can't we say every genocide is unique and not compare the two? Say they're like apples to apples is one thing, but to just say to make it meaningful and say we learn from this about the capacity of humans to become evil or to dehumanize the other, then makes actually the tragedy more meaningful for a lot of us who are descended from Holocaust survivors, right?
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't forget that and we should learn about that and that never should happen again, right? And then if we have education about Holocaust, we will prevent genocide, other massacres, war crimes. I agree with that. But if you're comparing something that is not parallel with the Holocaust and making the same, how do you say it in English?
Equivalency?
I don't think that's fair, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, for example, I think when we're comparing some massacre and genocide, that need to be precise, right? We can't say that every war crime is a genocide. In the same vein, I think that we can't say that every genocide is like a Holocaust. So I don't believe that Holocaust, and by the way, that word was used like even before the World War II, with a little bit different meaning after 45 or something, starting to be very uniquely to the Jewish suffering.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so point I'm making is that, like, for example, for me, the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide are totally two different things because the motivation was different, the execution was different, the hatred was different. So I think this is like uniquely Nazi ideology that was affected to Jews, right? You can make argument that, like I said, many Serbs died, many Slavs died, Gypsies, homosexuals, but the level on the hate Nazis to the Jews, they were like, I don't want to offend anybody, but they were saying they are not human, right? And then you have the second tier that were Slavs and so on and so, right? So again, they have like very detailed plan how to do that, industrialized that we didn't see, for example, in Armenian genocide or Holodomor or in Ukraine, when they have different motives of what happened. So I don't think that we should like kind of water it down.
But aren't there common threads? Okay, so I guess to Jews though, like when we were sort of brainwashed from birth to talk about and memorialize the Holocaust, right? And we were seeing these images, and I think to me, like as a Jewish person who takes my cultural heritage and this legacy pretty seriously, like when I see things happening in Gaza at the hands of, in the name of Jews by the Jewish state, regardless of whether it meets the criteria of a genocide under international law, regardless of if it was provoked or not, which of course the Holocaust was not provoked, regardless of these like distinguishing characteristics, to me, like I think it's valid for me to see echoes of what my great-grandparents went through in the images that are coming out, and to me, like it makes it's an affront. It's insulting to their deaths. to not use it as instructive, to use their memory and of their tragedy as instructive.
Are you like trying to gaslight people by saying that you take your Judaism serious? Like, with Buttercup, are you serious?
All right, you know what? Go down. Go ahead.
Okay, so for example, my family, my grandmother was slaughtered by Croatian in the camp, right? In the eyes of my grandmother, right? So if somebody starting to kind of making the same argument that what happened to the Serbs in World War II and what happened, like, let's say, in NATO bombing in 1999, and we have those cases, I'm kind of getting offended because then you're kind of down what happened to my family, right? In both cases, we suffered, but the level of suffering is different. So that's why I don't think that we should. Listen, I'm for absolute free speech, so everybody can say whatever they want. But when we talk about these things, historical things, maybe legal, political, I think that we should use in back to the program. I'll give you last example. Shut up, I promise. So when I agree with Salo when she's saying like chattel slavery should be maybe compared to chattel slavery in Russia that was existed until the Peter the Great. But other than that, I think it's bad. The last thing I will say, I think that at the end of the day, we should learn about this atrocity, like to learning, right, and to understand that humans are possible to do that. But we necessarily shouldn't compare those things. For example, when they're saying Trump is Nazi, and I'm not like MAGA or right winger or something American saying they're Nazi, it's kind of, for me, the family who have the problem with the Nazis in World War II is kind of dishonest and kind of, I'm not getting offended, but I think it's like water downing stuff. And in that regard, I don't think we should like compare the Holocaust with any other genocide. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's a really valid point. You made a bunch of really valid points, and I thought that was an interesting comparison about your family's experience in Croatia. I want to, on the flip side, people call MAGA, people throw the word Nazi around pretty lightly, right? Sometimes in a tongue-in-cheek way, sometimes in a serious way, but like people on the flip side, that was another point I was trying to make, is a lot of people weaponize the Holocaust and its memory for their own political purposes. So like Jewish people and pro-Israel people on this app are very easily classify me and Emrose, for example, as capos, which are in our history worse than Nazis, or the collaborators, the Jewish collaborators of the Nazis, because they perceive the war in Gaza as genocide, right? And that they see that as like a traitorous position.
Sure, you have idiots all around. But the point I'm making is that there is a similarity, and when this war started, I actually said that in case in 90s in wars, like in the Serbian mindset, there was that trauma of the World War II and excuse for atrocity that we did, right? There was a fear that they will do the same, right? So it's nothing like unique on what you're saying, that a lot of countries, because of previous traumas, using that language and trying to justify something that is wrong, and I'm rambling now, but I understand.
I agree that it cheapens it. Like I also hear people say the word, like a lot of lefty Israelis use the word Judeo-Nazis, citing this guy, a really smart guy, an earlier Zionist who died, Leibovich, right? He coined the term Judeo-Nazis to criticize his own government's sort of like slide into Jewish supremacy and fascism, which he said resembled what they, the previous generation had experienced, right? And that is like an internal criticism in Israeli society that like the left in Israel has sort of adopted. But when I hear it, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, why would you call people Nazis? It just flattens the conversation. It's not apt, it's dishonest. It cheapens the evil that the Nazis did.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that, and that's why.
Like, I don't like when they call me a capo, but I also don't think we should call them Judeo-Nazis. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I mean, like in the American or Western discourse, we are in the stage that we're throwing some words very lightly, like Nazis, racist. A lot of right-wingers will call the Kamala Harris communist or Bernie Sanders, because maybe don't understand what communism is or was, right, and stuff like that. So in that discourse, and I'm kind of against that. Again, I'm saying I'm for absolute free speech, so everybody can say. But if you're talking about intellectual level, academic level, I think we should kind of be careful what labels we're using. So.
That was really helpful. I think I want to Stella's point about comparing things to slavery, American, black slavery in America, or to your point about comparing things, different genocides to each other. I think I'm curious to hear from other people about their cultural experiences and lived experiences about ancestral trauma that your family gets offended by when there's comparisons are made and you find that it cheapens it, or if it's not an apt comparison, it makes you it triggers an emotional reaction.
Buttercup, I wanted to ask you,
yeah,
what goes through your mind, or what goes through you, either emotionally or otherwise, when the Holocaust, given the scale of the Holocaust, and how gratuitous and excessive the suffering, what goes through your mind when that is compared to something of a lesser magnitude? And I know I'm not saying that life is just a matter of numbers, more death is, we're doing the arithmetic of
yeah, I know what you're saying. So I guess it depends on the context.
Legitimately, what is it that you sense? Do you feel that it's being diminished in ways?
So it depends on the context. So in America, I think American Jews have sort of found humor and subversive sort of dark gallows humor in the Holocaust since the early days. From we've made a lot of art and literature, even Seinfeld, right? There's a soup Nazi. We evoke the Holocaust in a humorous way, and it's one way of coping with trauma, right? And it's become sort of a cultural touch point in American culture, and that was sort of something that the Jews sort of created this model of how to joke about your ancestral trauma and these atrocities, even though, and not making it sort of a sacred cow that can't be touched, right? And I tend to have a little bit of a irreverent approach to the Holocaust because I also grew up with these dark pictures and drilled into my head, and it was kind of annoying. And so to me, one way to deal with that is to be a little irreverent with that topic and maybe callous, right? But I think when it starts to apply to the genocide in Gaza, people start to get it's a little too real, because I'm basically I'm not just joking about you, oh wow, you're being a grammar Nazi. I'm saying something that I'm raising something that's a very inconvenient truth, which is that Jews are sometimes the perpetrators, right? And that maybe we've become the very thing that used to oppress us, and that is a tougher pill to swallow. And I when I make that comparison, I know I'm hurting people, but I feel like it's necessary. I feel like when you love someone, you tell them hard truths, and I know it's painful, and it took me a long time to say the word genocide about this war, even though I believed it was one, because I knew the second I said it, I was causing people pain, and I knew it was hurting them in a way, in a visceral, existential way, and I didn't want to do that, but that now I feel we have to save things that we cherish, our values, what we stand for, who we are. We're having sort of an identity crisis and a spiritual crisis that requires us to have hard conversations, and use hard language.
Yeah. So you would say that things like the magnitude of suffering, the magnitude of death.
No, I would never say it's apples to apples. Okay, I always acknowledge that the Holocaust was not provoked, and the Gaza, what I consider to be genocide, was provoked, right? And I also, as a journalist, I always put this qualifying language, what I consider to be genocide, right? The courts haven't decided, but I consider it to be genocide. That way it gives me cover, right? And so I'll say stuff like that, but obviously I acknowledge that, Hamas exists and embeds itself within civilians. These are realities, but it doesn't change the fact that Israel has culpability for its actions and the way it executed its war, right? And I always point out that there are things that are similar, like the industrialized killing, the invention of new new technologies to kill on a mass scale that removes culpability from the killers, right? Like when you use AI to generate targets and have drones committing the killings, then there's no one to feel guilty. No one feels personally responsible, right? And like there are comparisons to the ghettoization of the Jews, right? Where they rationed, there's like man-made famine where a million Jews, including many of my relatives, died in ghettos because the Nazis rationed the admission of food and aid and most people die from exposure to elements and starvation and things like that and disease, and that's similar to conditions on the ground that are being created in Gaza. I'm not saying it's an apples to apples identical to the Holocaust, but I'm saying there's common strains that if you're a Jewish person whose great-grandparents died and like you were raised with Holocaust, the typical Jewish American narrative about the Holocaust and Jewish history, you should see these warning signs. These red flags should pop up to you, and pointing them out is not anti-Semitic. It's not a betrayal of our values. In fact, it's an expression of our values.
Buttercup, don't you just see on the very face of it that using language like just how divisive this comparison.
Yeah, keep going.
You just not see that on its very face how divisive this comparison is, and it's like.
Of course I see it. My family, it's like deeply hurt.
No, but it's like almost like intentionally doing something to get someone's attention, to bring their awareness to something maybe, which has a rhetorical effect. But it seems like this is the wrong way to go about it. To compare Gaza to, the Holocaust.
Okay, so I think I pointed out, I'm always willing when I talk to my people, not non-Jews. I understand how non-Jews, a lot of people on the outside who have no skin in this tend to be a bit ignorant about the situation. So to them, I wouldn't run around floating Nazi Holocaust analogies because it's overly simplistic to someone who's not aware of the nuances. But to my people who have been following Israel closely for their whole life and have found Israel's policies increasingly hard to defend and increasingly incompatible with their liberal values, right, over the years, and it's culminated in the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, as it's described in mainstream and widely described. I think it's a fair conversation to have as people whose identity is so shaped by this major traumatic event that nearly wiped them out in Europe, including my great-grandparents, okay? It shapes our narrative about who we are, Daniel. This is a formative part of our identities, and it shapes our values. It's the way we teach our kids to conduct themselves. It's the way we teach our kids to look at the world. And to suddenly turn a blind eye and close our eyes when we see red flags or similarities, regardless of whether or not it meets the legal criteria of a genocide, is to betray our values. It's to betray the core of what it is to be an American Jew, Daniel. So I'm just teaching you, maybe you don't know a lot of American Jews, but this is core to our identities and core to our value system.
Sorry, Marcus, I'll land here and I'll ask the last question.
Okay.
The idea is, all right, well, you want to inspire within Jews this idea that, hey, look what we're becoming. We're becoming just like those that
What's the process?
That we're becoming Nazis. That's what you're saying to a Jew. And you're expecting that to be something that is going to be edifying or fruitful in any sense. And it's not. Why would that ever produce the type of change or the type of awakening that you want? By comparing Jews to the people that mass executed them, like why? Why would you think that would be a helpful way?
First of all, Daniel, I'm actually against calling any particular people Nazis, right? When people call me a capo, I think that's wrong. It's criminal. When I am against using words like Judeo-Nazi, which is popular in the Israeli left, right? I don't use these words. I think it's flattening, and I think an individual, we're all parts of systems, and we need to take that consideration, and we're not God, right? But I think it's instructive to use our cultural heritage and our history the way we've been taught to use it, and this is foundational. And I'm sorry that you find that offensive, but this is something Jews have been doing throughout our history. And I think if you learn a little bit more and you read the article above, you'll learn about how this has been foundational about the way we talk about ourselves and the way we interpret and make our great-grandparents' tragedy meaningful, Daniel. And so for you to take that away is taking away the meaning that I make out of my great-grandparents' horrific killing.
You know, Buttercup, you're very...
Fair enough. I'll read it. But thank you for answering it. Buttercup, let me know. Not going to be about you personally.
I think you should pass on. Buttercup, you're very, very thoughtful, but I think you should put the Reconquista in a larger context. And I'll be very succinct here, Buttercup, but as soon as the Muslims succeed in taking over Israel, they'll go on to reconquer Spain and Christian areas. It doesn't end with Israel, Buttercup.
This is not the convo. You're going down. This is a narrow convo. It's about. I wanted to talk specifically in a dialogue that's been happening in the Jewish community since the Holocaust. I wanted to continue the conversation and expand it, zoom out a little bit from people who have experienced other types of genocide and atrocities in their ancestral in their family history, and how they are sensitive to it, and the way they navigate these delicate. Sensibilities around talking and comparing to to their families' traumas. Okay, that's the conversation. I don't really care to vilify any particular group right now.
Have you spoken about? Did Leibovich come up or not?
Yeah, I did. I mentioned it, but I think you should talk more. I wanted actually to ask you earlier because I was talking about how in America, how we learn about Holocaust education, and we see it specifically as something that we should, as instructive, that we should compare to subsequent. We learn it in the context of the Rwandan genocide and the Armenian genocide, and this is part of our culture. This is for many of us, is part of our Holocaust education. And I think in Israel, I just wanted to know if it's a little bit more taboo to compare things to the Holocaust, or if it's more accepted. I wanted to know.
Nothing is compared to the Holocaust here, and there's no such thing Holocaust education. It's just a Holocaust, and it's always there.
No, there's deliberate programs to send high school kids to Poland. There are curriculum.
Did you go to school in Israel? Do you have children to school in Israel? No. Then can you let me talk?
But these
literally said one sentence.
She's right. Give her a chance. Go ahead, Nemrod.
Mute, dude.
I'm a chief.
Okay, mute. You have background noise. Thank you. What he was referring to is in senior years in high school, usually 11th grade, mine was 11th grade, certain students, not all of them, usually it's those who can afford it, and sometimes there's a pro bono, go on what they call, I'm sorry, but it's a Holocaust industry. They take you for a week, your whole class. You go and see concentration camps, ghettos. We went to all over Poland and a little bit of the Czech Republic. And it's insane. Looking back at it, you understand the level of indoctrination that happens there. It's weird.
But
Thank you for agreeing with me that there is. Thank you for agreeing with me that there is deliberate Holocaust education, which is exactly what my.
The state doesn't pay for it.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I was making a modest point. You said that there is no Holocaust education. I disagree. There are Holocaust education programs all around the country, including the one that you mentioned. So don't lie.
So let her. So if you waited long enough, you'd hear her make the point. Now stop.
First of all, the state doesn't fund it.
Fucking liar! I didn't say the state funded it. You said Emrose, if you have no capacity to actually listen, seriously, you are really difficult to have a conversation with. If you're right on the highway, this is not how you convince people. This is not how you convince people. You are unbearable.
Okay,
it's not about your politics. It's not your politics. It's your approach. Unbearable.
You're being petty. Okay,
I literally said 10 sentences.
Okay, but Memrose, I have a question about your Holocaust. Shut up, dude. All right, you're going down. Sorry. So, Memrose, I think what the dichotomy I wanted to point out is that in America, in a lot of liberal Jewish education programs, we talk about it as instructive, as this is something that can happen to anyone, and it's a warning about the human capacity to do evil. And the way you learn it is, I think, and the documentaries I've read about your Holocaust education trips to Poland, is it's more that everyone hates us. It's uniquely a thing that happens to Jews, right?
It's not just the Holocaust trips. It's that you have the international, I think, memorial. We have the international one and the local one. The Holocaust Memorial Day is a few days before it's all combined together. So you'll have the Holocaust Memorial Day, then you will have the Memorial Day for those who fell protecting the country or in terror attacks, and then you will have the Independence Day. They link it all together intentionally, right? So from kindergarten, from the second year in the public education system, you are exposed to the Holocaust, and a lot before that. And there's a perpetuation. I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest, and this is my point of view. Most people probably will lose their shit when I say this. Zionist propaganda exploits the Holocaust all the time, and it's a disgrace. It really is. And Nargis, I can say something about Iran that actually relates to that, but look, the Holocaust happened, but the perpetuation of the victimhood, whether it's the Holocaust or October 7th, or the level of intensity that they perpetuate what happened to us, what did to us, is intentional. It's designed to maintain this victimhood and persecution and existential fear and vengeance. It's not a mistake. And yes, the Holocaust is being exploited, and there's nothing more dishonorable, despicable, and demonic than using the Holocaust as an excuse to commit another. And there's actually no word for Holocaust education. It's just part of your everyday life. Don't get me started about why it exists, right? Like, why you have Holocaust. I grew up with a survivor of Mendeleev. She used to have psychotic episodes, and my husband's grandma had autism. It's just all around you. It's just part of your everyday life. You don't need education. It's just stretched out on a mountain of iPhones. Where does this stash?
Yeah, and I think that is so I think that was a point I made earlier. That people exploit the memory of the Holocaust for political purposes all the time. And there is a way to talk about the Holocaust that is instructive and informative and useful, and there are ways that are less useful.
One of the reasons I do what I do is because maybe if somebody did it, then some of our families would still be alive if somebody did it for them. It's probably complete punching that wouldn't have any impact, but yeah.
Well put.
Hello?
I mean, if anything, like Barack was saying, it becomes a benchmark where all comparisons made to it, as unique as it is, give you a moral, or like what Ambrose was saying, would avert such events like that happening. Surely there's a reductionist way. There's a reductionist approach, and then there's a hyperbolic approach, right? Where both would not do justice to a particular event in history that is so grave and tragic. But to say that there are no common denominators, I think it's just rather bizarre, because the common denominator would be human suffering, would be the loss of lives on a large scale, systemic oppression, racism, etc., etc. So these become benchmarks by which we could sort of compare to some extent, if not everything, tragedy to something that is a bigger tragic event. Again, I'm finding it rather bizarre to isolate a certain event and say nothing can be compared to it.
But there is other comparison. Like we did point out for Black people, chattel slavery is a similar thing that people cheaply casually compare to that is very offensive.
Wow.
But I did want to say, to Daniel's point, like when I talk to my fellow Jews or to my family members and I invoke the Holocaust, I'm doing it deliberately, intentionally to be provocative. I do always qualify it because I know what they're thinking. I know exactly what's going through their mind. Oh, but we didn't start the war. Oh, but they embed themselves in civilian populations. Oh, but XYZ Hamas. So I always say it's not apples to apples.
But that means you're equating it to what's happening in Gaza.
Yes. When I talk to my family about what's happening in Gaza, I do try to qualify it. I use
That's a personal equation. It's not.
Are you interrupting me, David, or do you need to go down in timeout? So when I talk to my family about it, I'm just simply invoking my own family history that's also their family history in like a personal, intimate way that is like among friends, and we don't have to worry about what the anti-Semites are going to say or whatever, you know. And I think it's important because we have this shared history, and it's important, and I'm intentionally using provocative language, but I do always use qualifying language too and say, while it's not apples to apples and XYZ is different, there are these commonalities, and this is what they raised us. This is our culture. This is what they raised us to look out for. And to suddenly close our eyes and develop this like blind spot is a betrayal of our culture, of that education that you gave.
You know, David,
Can I respond to Rose really quick? I just want to, it's going to be really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
It's not going to be. So, Rose, I when you said propaganda or something, right? So through the years, well, let's just use a 2,000 year, or actually, 2,000 year mark in Rome. Jews have been thrown out of this country, that country. This constant sort of disdain or blaming things on this particular group. Then things get up again, and then they bring up these things from the past, and they get exiled again, and pushed away. And then let's just skip to the Black Plague against the Ashkenazis. They start killing Jews merely.
Okay, can you make your point? We all know this history. You're not educating us.
Because they're but no. But the thing with Melrose is that he's not actually remembering all these steps.
Of course she is. This is foundational to our narrative about ourselves. What are you talking about?
That got to the point where they were being systematically killed.
What is the joke about Jewish holidays?
Because it's you guys don't want to have comment. You guys just want to hear us.
You're not. Make your points. Like you have 10 seconds to be 10 seconds. You're giving us a look at all the anti-Semitic events and all the oppression that we've experienced in history. We all fucking know that we're Jews. Anything else?
They tried to kill us. They failed.
That's just who we are. What are you fucking saying?
He's disregarding it and pointing out and saying, "Oh, well, it's probably."
אתם יודעים מה אנחנו ניצולים?
You guys don't want to hear objections? I'll just listen.
Just hold on. את יודעת מה אכלו ניצולי שואה במחנות ריכוז?
I don't know.
There's a saying in Hebrew called new. New means get to the point quick.
So you see, I told Buttercup a joke in Hebrew that I will not repeat in English because this is like a joke that every sixth grader in Israel knows.
What does it mean?
I'm not going to say. It's a really vile holocaust if people don't, because it's none of your business. But the thing is that the way that I think it's very different than the way we look at it. Like very, very, very different.
It's true, but you bring onto this stage people that are stupid. I'm trying to say something. You bring onto the stage people that are stupid and long-winded, and it's a terrible combination because these stupid people take hours and hours, and it gets boring as hell.
I know, that's why we're rushing him.
For the record, I've 2 PhDs, for the record.
But I did want to say something, and please don't jump in, okay? There's a relevancy to the Holocaust, and not just because it's a Jewish Holocaust, because it changed the world. After that, things changed, or at least we pretended to change, or we pretended the genocide, Geneva Convention, the genocide definition.
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country.
The Geneva Convention was written because of World War II. So that's the importance of it. And that is why it's always been given as a point of reference. That's the
Motherfucker, you're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker, and you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem.
The fact that, I'm sorry, but as we're committing a genocide in the name of the Jewish state, there will be backlash. There will be backlash. And this is why Zionists are coming to these countries.
Okay, Zionism is not dangerous to Jews.
I don't care. It's like, what do you say?
I just think this is a wonderful room, Buttercup, and in all your spaces, there's a debate between, I would say, Mr. Mayor Kahane, Grant, and the people who support Mayor Kahane to have their voice, and then you have a place for debate, but then there's also peacemakers, and we need to hear. I'm not interrupting you. I'm I'm about to finish my plane. There's no need to interrupt me. I come to your space, Buttercup, because I want the smartest and most succinct supporters of Mayor Kahane here, and I want the smartest and most succinct peaceniks, and I want to hear an honest, open debate, and I implore you to kick the retards off the stage because they make the room boring, and I'm done speaking, brother.
Thank you for the feedback. I think Emma,
They decided if I hate him or I love him.
So when we talk about Mayor here, we kind of talk about it in a tongue-in-cheek way to represent like sort of the Zionists, and then we talk about the lefties. Some people call them the Nukhba left. We just use it in a tongue-in-cheek way. He doesn't actually mean Kahane supporters, right, Ryan? You just mean like the pro-Israel propagandists.
Well, when I refer to Kahane supporters, and I live in a community with many supporters of Mayor Kahane, they are. Yeah, I do. Yeah, please let me finish, Buttercup. You know I'm your biggest fan on Clubhouse. I live in a community with many supporters of Mayor Kahane who have their children read They Must Go as their first book. I'm about to land my plane. Please let me finish. I'm about to land my plane. I also live among woke, leftist, self-hating Jews that want all Jews to leave Israel and give it to Palestinians. So I live among both communities, and I love hearing the two communities debate. And that's the reason I come in your room. And I implore you, Buttercup, kick the retards out of the room and invite smart people on stage. And I'm fucking done speaking.
Thank you, Ryan. I'll take it.
Can I just point something out? It's really weird that
you
have self-hating Jew, and you all are and like acting like this is your country. You don't live here. You don't. This involves you in many different ways, but you don't live here. So respectfully, come down.
Yeah, I think this is just sort of we're having sort of an identity crisis and a crisis of like. Just in general as Jews, we don't really know what it means because we don't have the luxury of being Jews just by virtue of being Israeli. We have to engage with it in some way philosophically and be really neurotic and be hyper-vigilant about anti-Semitism or some shit. We don't really know how to be Jews. And so a lot of the foundations, what they said it meant to be a Jew in America and the diaspora and the things we engage with to make ourselves feel like we're an ethnic group and a sense of peoplehood, all of those things they're sort of like, there's a lot of hypocrisy because then when there's an actual what I consider to be a genocide and things actually do those warning signs they warned us about are happening in Gaza in our names, they're telling us to close our eyes, and the Holocaust museums and the ADL, the institutions are saying no, this is something else, and we must never compare, So I think it's just sort of
Buttercup, you said you don't have the luxury of being Jewish just by the sake of being Israeli. I don't have the luxury of being Jewish without being complicit in occupation, genocide, and oppression. You have that advantage.
We do, and I should appreciate it more. That I don't live in a war zone, and I think you speak from a perspective that's super valuable, and I'm really glad to have.
It's not about me. It's this is really a luxury that you have, and that you have an obligation to exploit to protect the Jewish people, right? Because this is indeed. There is no line. A year ago, I was seriously considering leaving here. Now, I'm terrified of leaving. And because people are not going to come up to me and say, I heard you're an Israeli. Where do you stand politically?
there's a lot of hate for Jews and for Israelis, and more. And nobody is blaming that hate as much as Zionism. And literally the state of Israel, every narrative that it throws out there. It doesn't help that they've recently started pushing Islamophobia. And you guys in the diaspora are like literally, you can save the reputation of the Jewish people. I'm trying as much as I can, but I'm more focused on stopping the genocide. But you can have the luxury of protecting the Jewish people. I need to stop the genocide. 80% stop the genocide, 20% save the reputation of Jewish people. For you guys, it might be the other way around.
Well put. They're different wars for sure. So I don't know if we can deliver on a Kahani supporter, and what did he say? What do you call us? A lefty, self-hating Jew. I don't know if we can find one of those.
Lefty, self-hating Jew.
But we can try. We'll try. We'll try to represent all the sides.
Did you just snort?
Just to be clear, I'm not a lefty. I'm proud anti-Zionist.
Yeah. And I'm not a self-hating Jew.
Did you just snort?
Yeah, because he called me. I love the typecasting over here. Hey, shapeshifter, how are you? We're having conversation about when it's okay to compare things to the Holocaust or weaponize the Holocaust and when it's not okay.
Okay, so we've heard the slurp, we've heard the snort, we've heard the burp. All we need to hear is the farts.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Those are really cute, by the way.
Did you read Daniel, did you read the article?
I'm about to start. I actually had to do just something.
Let me know when
you know that an article that came out by Amos Goldberg and Daniel Blattman, I think it's like end of 2024, and the opening line was, it might not be Auschwitz, but it's crime of the same family, the crime of genocide. Sorry, Gaza might not look like Auschwitz, but it's a crime of the same family, the family of genocide. And they go on to explain it. But
can you post in the chat? Or I can look for it.
I can find it. It was in Aretz, Amos Goldberg.
The particular rule to be universally applied or not, because there are a lot of things that, in my opinion, are descriptive, but the church calls them prescriptive, and vice versa. So I think it all depends on what you want to do with that verse that you call it.
Tell you, as much as I love our veterans, I get PTSD every time I go. And I went there with them this morning for breakfast. And that kind of drug me down.
Yeah, I stayed up too late last night. Shit.
Sorry. I found it. It's called, I'm going to put it in the chat. And that's the real, like, no two genocides look the same. That's not the point, you know? You can acknowledge that no two genocides look the same and acknowledge that there's different factors and still see the Holocaust as instructive and useful to prevent and a warning. And then
Igor did a great job by positing that. Like, he showed the uniqueness of it. At the same time, like, he showed how reductionist one can be in that approach. I think he posited really well.
And that's why I wanted to hear more from him, because like his people experienced a genocide too. Igor, can you come back up? Because I think we're talking about
Hello?
your opinion was really valid. I wanted to zoom out and compare it to others.
Hello?
People experience it and their sensitivities about the comparison.
Hello?
Like, how do you see the death of your relatives as useful for or how do you make it meaningful? I don't know. I'm curious to what extent people are willing.
My position, that's why I was against all the crimes that we did in the 90s, right? So
also I don't think that the justification of my people suffering justify killing others. So I don't have a problem with the war per se, army against army, but like the civilians, women, kids, I'm against that. But like I said, I actually have a problem when we starting comparing some like very horrible crimes like the Holocaust with some other genocide because we water it down, right? And I believe there is like, we can't compare a genocide in Srebrenica with the Holocaust. Even, it's a genocide, it's horrible, but I think it's unfair, so if you're trying to be intellectually honest, I'm kind of against that, like I said, and I lay out my reasons why I don't think it's positive, and also I don't think it's like if you was calling something Holocaust, how to say this in English, I believe that you kind of pushing a lot of people outside of point you want to make it, right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, after.
No, it's fine. I'm a little bit troubling because I'm trying to translate in English, so I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
But like if you, yeah, go on.
For a long time, I had a lot of reservation of referring to, a lot of people started to use the word Holocaust in reference to Gaza, and I didn't like it, and I was against it, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And there was a single explanation that I always gave, that the Holocaust industrialized death. And as much as Gaza was a genocide, there was no industrialization. That is until they started doing the General's Plan and the Gaza Humanitarian Fund and those death traps. That was engineered. Somebody sat down, somebody wrote a plan, somebody executed the plan. That to me was the benchmark. Once you industrialize the murder, once you industrialize and the GHF, for example, exploited people's basic needs for food in order to exterminate them and gun them down like fish in a barrel. That was a full-on industrialization of murder.
Yeah.
And that's when I started using the word.
I understand your point, but like, for example, you will not call the Holocaust of the Serbs in Croatia.
I don't know enough about it.
So let him speak.
Yeah, let me tell you. So basically, you had a plan from the Nazi Croatians who wanted to one-third of Serbs to be killed, one-third to be ethnic cleansed, and one-third to change their religion in Catholicism. So the name of the plan was from the Budak. So it doesn't matter. I don't want to go to details.
Will the moderators allow me to engage? Because I know Serbia.
Let me finish. Let me finish this.
Yes, wait your turn.
Yeah, so point I'm making, like after World War II, we collectively agreed that Holocaust is Jewish suffering, right? And I think should be left. I don't mind that we can like call different things like genocide, ethnic cleansing, whatever the legal term we want to use it, right? But I think it's like reductive, like who said it? Nargis said, right? That we using like a broad brush on every crime, and what you describe happen in other genocide, right? But we still don't have that hate that Nazi had toward the Jews, right?
Okay.
That's why I'm making the distinction. Okay, sorry.
So I want to make a point. So I think Emrose and I are coming from, and Israelis and Jews. Sorry, we don't see it through the Serbian genocide. We see it through our own genocide, of course, right? And so I think it's natural that we would compare it to the Holocaust just because that was our historical trauma, and this is now perpetuated by our people. I think that's why that's why we made that link. And also to Emrose's point, I always saw industrialization in sort of the AI munition system. They created new technologies, just like the Nazis created the concentration camps and then the gas chambers in order to sort of take the fingerprints off the killing, because the Nazis were coming back with PTSD from shooting kids in the head while they're screaming. So they said, what can we do so they don't have to see the death, right? They could just push a button And this is similar, this is even more hands-off when they're just using an AI-generated targets and like drones, so there's literally no fingerprints and no one feels culpability for the mass deaths that are happening. To me, I see that sort of invention of new AI technologies and machines to do the killing is another form of industrialization, an industrialized killing that detaches the killer from the
It seems that, making like we see atrocities and comparing them to the Holocaust doesn't seem to be problematic. The problem, I think, that becomes really insensitive is when we say like a Holocaust, this is a Holocaust, rather than comparing it to the Holocaust. That's where I think that there's a level of insensitivity that is happening unawaredly. Am I saying that word correctly? And I'm now aware of it. Like this was very educational for me to note the difference, right? There is a true difference by saying, insert whatever atrocity is a Holocaust. You're really kind of negating the actual Holocaust by dropping the Holocaust, like saying this is like the Holocaust in these ways, but instead you're saying a Holocaust, which is like really in a kind of way making what should be the title of an event minimizing it. Like it breaks it down.
It's making it not singular. It's a singular event, and now you're making it like just it dilutes it.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah,
Wait, I want to hear from Igor. Yeah, go ahead.
So, would you say that all slavery is the same, right? That is the distinction that I'm making, right? So that is a question for you. Would you say that every slavery, they have
I made that point earlier, Igor.
No, I understand. But if we're making the point that we can call everything Holocaust, that I disagree, then could we call all slavery, Arab slavery, slavery in Ottoman Empire, Roman Empire, slavery, chattel slavery, is they all the same or not? Or we can make distinctions? That is my angle. I'm coming from my perspective.
Of course we should make distinctions. No two slaveries are the same, but that doesn't mean we can't talk generally, broadly about slavery and what and try to prevent, because we must talk broadly about it as a theme and understand the common threads, right? In order to oppose it.
Like there's a difference between saying I was at work or I was in this event and they treated me like a slave, right? That could be so offensive. But if we're saying like in the slave trade when they did ... they're doing ... there's a less we can distinctly
okay, so we're talking about, let's say human trafficking. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein. Right. Would you compare that to slavery because he's trafficking?
So if you say the people that were human trafficked were the slaves in America, right? That could probably be offensive. But if you say something like, for example, this isn't the way it was, but it's a quick example. People were bought and sold, they were in the slave trade. They were bought and sold also. To make it distinct comparison is one thing, but to do you understand what I'm saying? If you're
you want to be as specific as possible about the criteria, so you're not lumping in or generalizing about the experiences.
Yeah, for example, I use a comparison often, right, to show that brutalized people do brutal things, and I talk about how the abolitionists were asked, do you condone the slave rebellion? The slaves turned on their slave masters and killed a whole bunch of people. Do you condone that? They're like, no. We don't condone that, but we told you this would happen. We told you.
We told you this would happen.
In other examples, hold on a second, to show that, listen, when you brutalize people, we're not saying that we condone something, but we're saying that this is an inevitability of what happens to brutalized people at some point, that they also can return brutality for, brutality for brutality.
Right. I think that's a good point in a way. I understand the point you're trying to make, and I think that something that me and Emrose were making too when we were trying to say to Igor, like what we see, like when we point out a specific aspect of the war, which we say reminds us of the way the Holocaust unfolded, because we as Jews are very versed in the Holocaust, and it's so much a part of our narrative and the way, the prism through which we see the world. And so when she took one of the aspects of the war and saw industrialized killing, I saw another aspect of the war and recognized industrialized killing. And the reason we recognize it is because the Holocaust has so shaped our psyche and the way we see the world.
I have a couple comments. Is in this conflict, what's the idea of debating about how do we call it if he does not recognize it's a genocide?
I think we're talking about whether or not we can compare this genocide to the Holocaust, because
it is worse. It is worse than the Holocaust, and I know this can upset a lot of people, but I don't think the Holocaust was broadcasted in 4K on TikTok that you guys have been seeing live every morning. I don't do anything about it. A lot of the war just flipping channels on Friday night until it was too late.
Excellent.
Gaza was broadcasted 4K. TV and phones everywhere. You didn't do shit about it, so it is worse. Why? Because you say about these people that you're shitty genocidal supporters. You're looking at it, and you did not do shit about it. So
that's right.
Who did not say shit about it cannot fucking tell people what to say about it. For me, it is worse than the Holocaust. It's not about the numbers, because
you made your point.
The Belgians killed way more Africans than Jews. So it's not about the number.
Okay, so Benny, just to thread everything together, that is precisely the point we're making, that it's not an apples to apples comparison. In some aspects it's worse. In some aspects, people might say, it's never, no two genocides are alike, and the situations are different, and there are different aspects. Some parts are more horrific, some parts people say, oh, but it was provoked or whatever, stuff like that. No two genocides are alike. That doesn't mean you can't compare specific characteristics to the Holocaust. Like it's just the question of whether the Holocaust is something sacred that can never be invoked, right? And that's something that some Jews feel that it's sacred, it can never be invoked. Yes.
I gotta push back on it's worse. I had a more nuanced thing to say, but I just really reject the notion that it's worse.
It's one characteristic that's worse, right?
Yeah, I just think that attempting to tiptoe to the areas that are worse is so unproductive.
I don't care what you feel about it. I want to
finish this point.
Yeah. Relax.
I am very relaxed.
Okay. So, no, just relax. So, if Hitler was the prime minister of Israel and he wanted to kill the Palestinians, what he would have done was round up all the Arab Israelis and gas them.
He's doing it already.
He's
doing it.
It's kind of very...
No, he's doing it.
We gotta do one at a time.
What's the next?
One at a time, please.
It's very, very, very confused thinking. Starting to talk about what's happening is worse. Is very confused and unproductive for...
What's going on?
No, don't tell the fucking Palestinians what to think. Focus on yourself.
Just relax, man.
No, I'm not gonna fucking... No, dude. Let's relax. You can talk about you guys as Jewish, what you think.
Hold on. Shape, can I say...
I'd like to finish my point.
No, just a second.
We're gonna let him finish his point. Shape is gonna land. He's gonna land.
I'd like to finish my point. Everybody relax. What is clearly happening is Netanyahu is trying to silently erase the Palestinians. And so we need to recognize his techniques for what they are, okay? We need to condemn those techniques because he's, to some degree, getting away with it. If we sit here making parallels to Hitler that use completely different techniques, we've lost the plot, and we'll lose people around us. We need to be smarter about it.
Okay, are you done? I will answer. I will answer. No, I will answer that shit. So what this guy is trying to tell you, that we need to wait for Netanyahu to discuss changes. Why? Because Hitler, if you did not stop him, he would not do it.
So Netanyahu, who's letting the crime over inside of Israel, kill Arab Israelis, or whatever you want to call them, daily, every day, between 2 to 3 people being killed. Yeah, that's not enough. So he's preparing it, but by what's his name, Shib, wait up for the gas chambers, then you can start. No, it is worse for the Palestinians. It's way worse than Holocaust. And you can say, hey, I don't like it, but don't fucking kill the Palestinians with them. Because for a mother that lost her kid inside of Gaza, it's way worse than the 6 million Jews who were killed. Just like for one Israeli mother that her kid, just a second, I don't need that. Just like for one Israeli mother that she lost her kid, it's way worse than all of the 6 million Holocaust. So keep your fucking advice for yourself. Don't advise Palestinians.
Hey, respect
Okay?
yourself.
And I hope you relax.
Respect yourself.
Shut the fuck up.
Shit, I want to say something. Shit, give me a second. Ignore. I think. Shib, I want to explain something. One of the things that to me is the most terrifying of this entire situation, I think it's something that we all need to acknowledge. The narrative of never again was something the Jews couldn't write, because the Holocaust, whether you like it or not, it was very hard to know what was happening. And the Nazis even had like a model concentration camp that people fences and theaters and coffee shops. So it all looked cool. They would bring European journalists there to see pictures of the US had satellite images and photographs of the pastor. What we should all be clear about, actually, is that this is a Holocaust enforcement on the world decided, which means it can happen to anyone. Anyone. Unfortunately, the Palestinians are a victim, but if the world in 2025 is capable of watching a Holocaust live and doing nothing,
Holocaust live!
one aspect of this that is far, far worse and more terrifying.
All right. So it's not like I don't know about this like oppression Olympics. I think both of you are right, and I think Benny Adam is right and Shape is right in that there are aspects of this that were like the Gazan genocide was broadcast in 4K, and we did all see it, and no one was able to stop it, right? And at the same time, there is the ethnic cleansing that is a little bit more insidious. It is. And it is being conducted in ways that are like using norms or using mechanisms that don't raise alarms and don't make the headlines. So both things can be true at once.
Yeah, but I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea that when someone want to tell people not to say anything about it, but yet he does not understand what's special about the Holocaust.
Does he say not to say anything?
No, Buttercup, just like Buttercup, you and Imrose, you both know what's special about the Holocaust. Like if I ask you, you say turn it into an industry. Now this guy doesn't know what mean turning a killing into industry, so he cannot say that. But once you understand the part of it, if you turn that, maybe if you shut the fuck up, you start understanding. So when you try to understand that what Israel have been doing, turning the killing inside of Gaza into industry, meaning optimizing using AI, optimizing using all these technologies, using drone, that kind of put it in the same bucket. Now add another element into it. Do you need how many people were killed in 1 year inside of Gaza? Okay? Look at these numbers, then go and look at what I'm like. If I want to compare, because it's my people, so I get to fucking compare. Now we'll go look at, did the people know about it? Did the people here wake up every fucking morning, look into their TikTok or into their YouTube or into their X account, and they saw Basim being burned alive? Burned alive. Yes, we all did that on 4K. What did the community do? Nothing. The community that's supposed to came up with these rules that to prevent the genocide. So it is worse. Why? Because it happened after you knew about it, that it could happen, and you swear that it will not happen. قص أختك.
ليك أنت بتحترم حالك يعني.
بنيك أمك يا لبنان.
أنت
stop cursing, guys. We all know the Arabic.
عن جد عيب الشو عليك, man. I'm not. And I'm not going to curse him because I was raised with better standards. And I respect the upbringing that I've gone through. And you know, if his parents were listening to him, they would be ashamed of him.
Yes, brother.
So anyway, what he said was didn't really make a lot of sense. He's just holding on to his point, using his fixed mindset. And, you know, to say that nobody did anything about the crimes that were committed by Israel is not true. You can make an argument and say, well, you know, the Arab countries should have done X and they should have done Y and they should have done Z. Those are fair arguments.
The word justified it.
What
are you talking about?
I'm talking, and if you listen, you'll understand. To say that nobody did anything.
Nobody did anything.
You know, it's just not true.
No, who did?
Just
give me a fucking example. Who tried to stop it and did stop it? No. So shut the fuck up. If no one stopped it and you all watched,
okay. So what would you have liked to see?
No, what I like to see, like seriously, any action that would stop it.
Like what?
What do you mean? Like what? Who's asking? Who's asking? Who's asking?
Name an action.
No, action from who? From the U.S. or from the Arab countries?
Would you
or from
have liked to see the U.S.
military embargo. Military embargo from the U.S. Arab countries cutting sanction and they forcing Israel into letting food and aid into. Right, not kind of sitting with them in some. There are 100 ways. You know what? If Egypt would kind of close the Suez Canal for a few days, there's so many shit, man. If you don't know, shut the fuck up. Like, why do you have to open your?
Alright, this is not productive anymore, guys. Guys, this is not productive
I'm
anymore.
trying to dump shit. I'm trying to dump shit for this guy.
Alright, guys, I think we're talking past each other. Alright, Bugs, speak up. Bugs, it's your turn.
You know, Buttercup, this is a wonderful room, but there's just groupthink. There's just denouncing. How come you don't have any Kahanists on your stage? It would make the room more
Are
interesting.
you the same guy from before?
Yeah.
Who's yelling about the Kahanis?
Yeah.
Alright, you're the one who's here because you're annoying. If you have nothing to add to the conversation, kindly remove yourself.
Yeah, and if you think you could do it better, then go open your own room and do it.
I'm sorry, I have to say something. But respectfully, Shay, we have been trying to do since February 2024. I've known every single detail there is to know about Gaza, and I know exactly who did what, when, how, which country. Shape. The whole world was watching. The whole world. At best, they were ignoring it or throwing a condemnation here or there. At worst, they were justifying and arming the genocide. Like, we need to understand that the world is watching a Holocaust live. 2 years. The world watched babies freeze to death and did fucking nothing. We should all be terrified. This was always the concept was, okay, the Jewish Holocaust happened, but the world understood how bad that is, and no one is ever going to let that happen again. We should all be terrified. Terrified. If it happened to the Palestinians,
Question
anyone can be.
for you, Imraz and Buttercup. Can you tell me about all the ways that Jews were killed in the Holocaust?
Yes.
Okay, like what were the most common ways?
Gas chambers and firing pits.
Okay. They have it in Gaza. Literally, Gaza, the genocide in Gaza was the first genocide that humans were killed in every way. They were killed when they tried to get aid. They were drowned. They were burned twice. They were bombed in hospital.
All them about the quadcopters.
After they injured, they literally tried everything in the book about how to kill Palestinians. Every way was they tried. People died when they were trying to get food.
Do you realize
people
that?
Drowned. But no. This Lebanese knows better. Go ahead.
They're using footage from Gaza in commercials for the military industry. Do you understand how fucking sinister that? Imagine, like, one of their, like, for points in time that you remember. I remember when we started hearing about the drones, like the quadcopters that could throw bombs and shoot at people. So it's okay, people are going too far. Like, let's not go overboard. This is not like a B-grade disaster Hollywood movie. And then the video started coming out. And for fuck's sake, Gaza, There's nowhere to go. A quadcopter can appear out of anywhere in your bedroom window. You could hear a child. There was a time where they used to play a crying child through the quadcopter to attract people outside. They used quadcopters to herd women and children like animals. For 2.5 years, these people are living in a fucking dystopian movie. So, yeah, there were no gas chambers, but the whole world is watching a dystopian movie happen, the Hunger Games in real life, and doing nothing shape.
I've never heard Shape really minimize the severity of the genocide in Gaza. I've never even heard him not say it.
I'm not minimizing it, yeah. I mean, do I sound like I'm minimizing it?
I think that you guys are getting hung up on whether or not it's fair to do a comparison.
No, he said, don't say it's war, it's not productive. He doesn't know shit if he doesn't
And it's a fair point, though. Is it constructive? If you're trying to make a point, if you're trying to get an outcome, is this going to get you your outcome? Listen, as someone who's Jewish family, when I say the word Holocaust, they get very provoked.
Hold on, just a second.
I get it.
Provoke you.
I get it, and that's why I use the word, but it is hurtful, and it does show up.
Shaking. Every Jew, where you're anti-Zionist or Zionist, want to shake your core, right? Because all this is happening in your name. If this is happening in my name, let's say ISIS is now committing genocide, and that it is on me to come out and speak. And they should use literally every vocabulary in the book to shake all these Muslims to wake up and say, no, stop it. So no, I want to say it is worse. And if anyone want to tell him, he need to listen to the facts that why it is worse. Because it was streamed on 4K. Because they tried literally every way of killing Palestinians.
That is a really good point. I think there is room for all the people who condemn the genocide and want it to end. Listen, anyone who condemns a genocide and wants to end, there is room for different approaches to move hearts and minds, okay? And there's always going to be a spectrum of approaches, and all those approaches can be defended and criticized, okay?
Here's Benny's logical flaw that he doesn't understand, okay? What he thinks is the whole world is Palestinian, right? And he's stuck inside his own mind, which is difficult when obviously you're going through such atrocities. If you were to go to say to the whole world, and your message is what's happened worse than the Holocaust, you're going to get tuned out. You're just going to lose people.
Oh yeah.
You and I, we want the same thing.
No, we don't.
I want a free, strong Palestinian state.
Okay.
From the bottom of my heart. And Benny, hold on. Let me finish. And I'm coming from, I've had Palestinian militias murder my family.
Yeah, I know.
You understand me? You understand me?
Yeah. I know it.
And I've done nothing but defend the Palestinians.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So when you go out, just be quiet, settle down. When you go out with this kind of narrative, you're gonna lose 95% of the people.
Which people?
Okay. It's gonna get you. Non-Palestinians. It's going to get you nowhere. Okay. And if you think it's going to get you somewhere, I hope you get it done because it's not working.
Thank you, God. I'll answer.
I want you dedicated to it.
Hold on.
Can I answer him? He directed.
Listen to your mod.
One second. Shapeshifter, I disagree with you. I just listened to Bonnie Olive give his, commentary, and it was very, very emotionally provoking. Like when he said this is worse than the Holocaust, I'm already taking it in my frame of mind that this is what they're experiencing in real time for his friends, his family, people he knows. And so when he says this is worse than a Holocaust, especially because it's the experience, my ears open because I'm like, how could this be worse than a Holocaust? Or the Holocaust, I should say. And then when he says, like, our people are being killed every single possible way that you could be killed other than just gassing. Now, like, I'm like Buttercup. I don't believe in oppression, the Olympics. This was worse. But the thing I'm saying is exactly how he put it was enough to pull on anyone's heartstrings. And if it didn't pull on yours, you have a heart problem. So there you go.
Can I want to answer one thing. Thank you.
But I think if you learn a little bit about the Holocaust, you understand why people here, when you say, yes, it's that aspect is horrific, and it indicts all of us.
I learned about the Holocaust. I learned about the Holocaust. You know why? Because I live inside of Israel, and they have to go through the Israeli education system. So I learned about the Holocaust, and I wanted to say something. So he's saying, kind of the argument is, listen, this does not really help you because people will stop listening. If my words are the one that gonna cause people to stop listening, meanwhile, they saw a kid burning alive when he was connected to an IV machine, and that did not wake them up. Remember the kid without the head that you woke up one morning and you saw? If that did not wake you up, you can go fuck yourself because my words will never wake you up. I want to shake your core. I don't really care about these kind of people who did not care when kids were killed every day. There's some kids inside of Gaza, they died from heart attack, not from a bomb. They died because the bomb fell very close and they thought they were dead. So that happened a lot. So literally everywhere we were killed and people did not care. So my words do not fucking matter. Unless I want to shake your core. I want you to be stupid. The genocide might be kind of at the end. Let's say we're reaching the end of it. Maybe soon there will be some kind of force, hopefully, whatever. But there should be a scratch on everyone, right? A wound in each one who lived through this genocide and they didn't do shit about it. You all literally need to know that between 2023, 2024, 2025, they were killed. Genocide every day is streamed and you did not do shit about it. You guys cannot do shit about it, meaning bring us anything at this stage is too late. I don't care about you siding with us.
Question, Bennett.
Question.
So you make a very good point that the fact that we all saw it live and there was no question about what was happening and we didn't stop it, it is an indictment on all of us, the West, all of us as a society, every single person is called.
I agree.
I'm not doing enough. However, when you say what happened in Gaza is worse than the Holocaust, you wouldn't say wholesale because since you learned about the Holocaust, you know about the rooms and rooms of children's shoes and the mass graves and all this shit, right? So you wouldn't say wholesale, you wouldn't compare the two tragedies, as tragic as it is, but you're saying this particular aspect of it is worse than the Holocaust, which we didn't even know and people were in denial about, right?
I told for one Israeli mother that her kid was killed for her. That death is worse than the Holocaust. I said that I do understand that, but
it's a subjective judgment.
But I want to compare the time of the Holocaust where the people did not have access to the information, and I'm gonna have I'm gonna give credit. People didn't know, right? People really didn't know that it was happening. Meanwhile, we know this is happening, and it's slow and streamed. And what does this say about the world? What does it say about people living here and watching every day? What does it say about them? That they lost their humanity and we watched it? Seriously, what does it say about the people? Israelis are the filth of the earth. Israelis are the most criminal society on this earth.
Projection.
North Korea, right? Because
Projection
they want to sound
alert.
liberal, but they want to do the worst. But what does it say
Projection
about the rest of the
alert.
world?
Projection
And yet,
alert.
they act like, oh, we are with you. We support you. Right? We support the LGBTQ, we support the please, I don't know, whatever. What does this say about the world? It's the worst. They are double faced because they know and they didn't do shit about it.
Are you guys not getting what he's doing?
I think quite obviously, like this can't be broken down in like a comparative analysis or like a logical syllogism. He's saying, fucking look at us. That's all he's saying. Our pain was great, and no one stood up. People forgot. It's greater than what you think and what you assign as a benchmark. That's all he's saying.
Navjez! Oh man, she is one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. Something's wrong with that one. That brain does not work anymore. Sorry, Navjez. That's not what he was saying. You just summed up his propaganda. Focus on me. All communication is hypnosis. The attention economy.
I think this exemplifies the question, right? It's like where things start to get touchy when you make a comparison And it's why it's always such a sticky thing. But sometimes it's useful to make comparisons, but you're always going to run into these sticky sort of.
Yeah, and I know how you're feeling about this, Buttercup, and
but it's intended to.
I mean, there's no question
for us to be moved.
No, but there's no question that the Holocaust scale was like exponentially worse than what happens in Gaza so far, right? There's no question. And like to say it's equivalent is like it even bothers me as someone who's very critical of Israel.
Open up a can of worms and now you can't put it back in.
But
yeah,
he's providing
the shock value. Okay, I don't think I'm not going to use the term shock value because it's more meaningful than this. Okay, the issue is you have to think about the world as a bell curve. Okay, and there's people on the polarities. The message to grab the people in the middle is not the shock message. It's not going to work.
There is no middle.
It'll resonate with people that have an affinity.
There's
a middle, you stupid bitch. There's always a middle.
Okay. You can't just keep
talking statistics. Hello.
Okay, the Arabs have ignored the Palestinians.
Do you think the
rest of the world is ignoring them? It's not because there's no shortage of people screaming Holocaust.
But let me ask you something before you continue to crush my narrative and reframe my narrative. I must regain control of the frame.
It gets us nowhere.
Hello?
Okay, if you want to keep repeating the same thing, expect a different result.
Okay, so that's actually a good point, Bonnie. That's a good point. Because
I want to ask about the middle.
Literally almost every atrocity that's happening, people are saying it's a Holocaust. It's a Holocaust, and if you examine that a little bit more closely, it's not. So what do you think about that? That's a great. Go ahead.
No, but I don't go and tell. I don't know. Let's say I'm not going to speak to the Jordanians or Egyptians and tell them it's a Holocaust.
Hello?
It's a different kind of terminology. But when I'm speaking with Jewish around the
world, be sure to hit the like button now and subscribe now before it's too late. You just gotta hit subscribe now. Hello?
Now, that middle that speaks about how they cannot capture.
Hello?
But that middle cares about the Holocaust.
Hello?
Does not really care about
Alex Maruri. Subscribe now.
There's no middle in this conversation.
Now subscribe. Now subscribe.
It's one. So the middle does not really exist because you can't be in the middle.
You cannot be in the middle. It does not exist. It is a concept better than any other concept.
So if you were there, you're technically an Israeli pro-genocide. And that you cannot capture. I don't want to capture you. I want to force you into stopping. I want to put sanctions on you. I want to sanction you the fuck out until you cannot do the genocide anymore. That's what I want to do to you.
Me too.
Me too.
Me three.
Me three.
Yes.
To be clear, if Israel is sanctioned, everybody who lives there is going to suffer. That includes us. But please, sanction everything as much as you can.
Buy a coat also, buy a coat. We buy a coat here in Norway. All the settlers, we buy a coat them, we kick them out from all the shops.
Yeah, I want to address Mark. Mark, you can't sort of, again, dissect this into, comparisons. And the hyperbole here is that you're seeing is surely coming across as perhaps hatred, Mark, Grant. And, I respect you a lot. But all in all, it's an expression of pain. You're not seeing us. You never saw us. You did nothing for us. You let an entire race of people just very gradually and quickly sometimes exterminate in front of our eyes while we watched it on our phones. That's what is.
From the deep of my heart, I love you. I love you, Nargis. From the deep of my heart.
Buttercup, help me out. There's a quote, famous Holocaust. I can't believe I forgot it. The name evades me. Famous Holocaust survivor, white hair. Help me out.
White hair? I assume they all have white hair.
Oh God.
Any other defining characteristics besides white hair?
Okay, well, he has a clue.
Albert Einstein?
No.
Can you give us more particulars?
I'm going.
Help me out.
I just stuck on me. So
Circumcised.
hold on. He said. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. He said that the other side of the coin of love is apathy, not hate, and apathy is the most dangerous thing there is, and this is why you provoke, you use, and yes, it's specifically, and I use it specifically with Jews and Israelis, because there needs to be a response, because otherwise it's normalized. People are very good at compartmentalizing and creating cognitive dissonance. We've seen it throughout the occupation. We cannot allow them to solidify the cognitive dissonance. They will not get to say we didn't know. No, they will know. They will know, and either they do something or they don't.
I have a pushback to that thought. So go ahead, Mister. Go ahead, Fadal Habibi.
Go ahead, please.
Some of the language and the ideas, we know that all human beings are prone to getting polarized. Okay, so we know that we need to do a few things. The world needs to take more action and less words in terms of helping and stopping Israel from murdering Palestinians. We know this. We know to do this, we need more in numbers, more people that act. Okay? There's not any shortage of talking. There's a lot of talking, but there's no acting. Okay? The problem with the language that becomes extreme, which we've heard lots of, is it's polarizing.
Like Benny Hot Mike.
It's polarizing. How do you explain? How do you rationalize that with the apathy point? Okay, because you're making an interesting point around apathy and the danger of indifference. I understand. It's a good point, but you're ignoring in your point the danger of polarizing language. How do you address that?
Polarizing between who and who?
Well, to say all Israelis are X. Okay.
Yeah.
And try and get strength in numbers by saying what's happening is worse than the Holocaust. The average person listening to this, you're not going to get people on side with this language. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's the way it.
Yeah.
Can I say it?
Did not really. That average person, just saying, so I want to answer. That average person is waiting for my words and the images that are coming out, the videos that are coming out, did not move them. So do you think his words, like requesting that the victim be a little bit polite when he speaks?
You're requesting the victim be polite. Well, do you want to be rude?
I'm reminded of a text message I
Hello?
recently dug up where I'm messaging my sister before I found
Hello?
panicking,
Hello?
trying to remind my family that if we don't acknowledge what's happening in Gaza as the horror that it really is, that's not a form of loving Israel. Like when you love people, you tell them the hard truth. In fact, putting our heads in the sand and denying what's happening is the opposite of love. It's enabling.
Do you
right?
believe in abortion?
And what's going to happen is when the full truth comes out and the dust settles, it's
Do you
going to
believe
be
in forced vaccination?
that much more traumatic.
Obviously.
And so I'm always sending these like
Ooh, girl.
being like, we have to confront the truth. It's not love to put our heads in the sand and lie to ourselves. And I was just like kind of fucked up actually. And eventually my family, I see my sister wrote me back, have I ever said anything in favor of the war? Have I ever said anything endorsing Netanyahu? Have I ever said anything to that effect? Why are you sending me this? And like it was basically my cue to fuck off and like stop being so sanctimonious.
Yeah, basically.
And I think to Shapeshifter's point, that's kind of what happens. And I was speaking from my heart. I was saying, look at how we were raised, how we were educated, what our values are, and we're turning a blind eye. And like they saw that as an affront. And basically said, stop sending me horrors articles. And I did. And I think to Shape's point, like, sure, I thought I was gonna, stir their soul somehow, and all I got was sort of a stone wall, and so I had to find another outlet, and now I'm fucking on Clubhouse. So I don't know. That's just, I wanted to share that anecdote because I started searching through my texts and remember that interaction and how like I not reached them, but I started to annoy them and affected my relationship with them.
Appreciate the share. The laugh emoji was a wrong emoji.
One thing Bonnie, I think shapeshifter.
It is a little funny, comical that I thought I was accomplishing something.
I think shapeshifter's complaint wasn't necessarily that it's rude. Hold on, I have a.
Do you know what you accomplished, Buttercup? Sometime in a year, 5 years, 10 years, everybody will know exactly what happened. People have to ask themselves, what happened? What did I do? And when they try to say, I didn't know, they didn't tell me, it's the media, you will tell them that I did tell you. And you will have, and then they will have to do their own soul searching because you did tell them. And they didn't listen. And that's what you did. And that will push them to save themselves and make sure they understand what happens. And not to repeat it again, and why it was so horrible. That's why it's important. And the safest way for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. You did something.
What did you do? You came on Conhouse and talked for fucking 6 hours.
But if everybody held back evil by a step, we might actually hold it back. But most people are lazy and egotistical and narcissistic. But you are not. And that's the most important thing.
Thank you. And it's so validating talking to Israelis. There was another earlier interaction I had during the height of the genocide where I reached out to this guy, Ori Goldberg, an Israeli political scientist who often comments very beautifully and poetically about the experience of living in a society that's sort of disintegrating into this like moral abyss and everyone around him is genocidal and sort of what that experience is like. He sort of documents the decay of his society. And so I wrote him a letter because I felt like so crazy that I'm like living in this reality that nobody recognized on Twitter. And he wrote me back the most beautiful thing ever. I don't know if you guys want me to read it.
I the same experience with Uli. He always checks on me. He is in a very advanced cancer situation. Hopefully he'll get out of it. But and he's a wonderful, wonderful person. You should read it.
So I reached out and I said, I just want to pop in and say your Twitter feed makes me cry every day. I'm glad your surgery went okay. I'm sick of what's going on in the States. And he said, thank you. And I said, at least in Israel, thank you for conveying a very beautiful truth. At least for Israeli Jews, it's not blasphemy to criticize Netanyahu. And he goes, well, the criticism is often a cover for supporting his main policy, genocide. So I don't know which is worse. And then I wrote, I don't get it. We Ashkenazim are raised on image emaciated children and ghettos and prisoners behind barbed wire seared into our minds. And my family against our Lithuanian neighbors who turned a blind eye has somehow lasted for 4 generations. And yet, so when we look at the same images from Gaza, they don't see what I see. I feel like I'm causing pain to the people I love just for stating the obvious. My family consumes the news through Hasbara influencers, and who am I to rip away their comfort blanket when the truth is so much to bear? I tell myself I'm doing them a favor by speaking my mind because it will be worse when the smoke clears and the genocide charges start rolling out and they find out that the children of the Holocaust have caused another Holocaust, and they realize that they've been tying themselves into knots trying to justify it. But the reality is I'm probably reaching no one, just isolating myself and reinforcing their misguided beliefs, and there will never be a reckoning within the organized Jewish world about their role in funding and being apologists for the annihilation of the people. And he writes, he's literally made me cry, like I was so overwhelmed. I don't even know this guy. He says, I really wish I had something smart to say. I don't. I know the pain of which you speak. It is my pain as well. I've cut off a great majority of my social ties. I don't work in the profession I pursued my whole life. The feeling you describe, it is, as you say, not even a feeling. It is sensory data. You can't argue with what you see. And you see. If you tried to shut your eyes, even if you tried to avert your gaze, it would consume all your energy. This is about your survival as a coherent, meaningful human being. It isn't about availing to die defending your chosen hallowed ground. You don't have a choice. You are yourself. The rapture will come. The whimper, rather.
The rapture will come!
And the images will circulate and the lies will surface. And your family and all the others will squint for a while and agree reluctantly to take the bandages off their eyes. And they will begin to see. They won't apologize. But you will still be yourself when they squirm. And you will still be a force for good. That is my small comfort in this hour of wolves.
It is so hard.
Shit is so funny.
That doesn't go with group think.
Oh
Like,
man, this like pity party is amazing.
Blows, like hits and criticism and hurt and accusations that a person that doesn't go with group think has to engage in. It's so tough. It really is tough. Like even when it comes to like the conflict of Iran, well, actually I don't even need to the word conflict.
Hello?
So I'll avoid it. But for
Hello?
for Iran,
Hit that like button and subscribe right now. Subscribe. Subscribe right now. Hello? Their freedom. I want freedom too. I want some more freedom. How do I get more freedom? Hello?
When the Iranian people see the Palestinians taking help from the Islamic Republic of Iran, they're like, fuck you, you scum, you pieces of shit, we hate you. And they say all this, they just throw up all this vile commentary. Now, on the flip side, the Iranian people, all they want is their freedom, just like the Palestinian. And guess whose help that they're reaching out for? Israeli. So what do the pro-Palis do? You fucking scum, you did that. And here we are, the people that are stuck in the middle who have reason outside of groupthink to understand, like, both these people are their freedom and they're utilizing any method of mechanism to see it. And instead of attacking the oppressed people of each group, right? Instead of attacking the oppressed people that are Palestinian, instead of attacking the Iranian people that want to be free. Bonnie, could you mute it? It kind of throws me off when I hear a little bit of background. I'm sorry, I'm ADHD. We don't stand with the people because we're narrow-minded and we go with groupthink and we go with whatever narrative that we're being fed. So you have these people and they hate each other on either side. This is amazing to me. My life is freaking amazing. For 2 years, I was trying to convince Iranians and other people that 30,000 children had been killed. Now I'm on the other end trying to convince pro-Palis that over 30,000
Why do you need to convince them? Sorry, can I ask you something? Why do you need to convince the pro-Palestinians community?
The pro-Palestinians, because here's the thing.
Can they do something?
No, yeah. Oh,
they're
yeah.
useless. No, they're useless.
I know you think that because you haven't seen fruit.
No. I seen them in action. I think the pro-Palestinian community is not really okay. So I do understand what you're saying, but I want to do some correction.
And I wasn't done, and now I forgot the rest of it. It's okay. It was gonna be really good, but I don't even remember.
I believe it was going to be good.
Thank you.
It was gonna be epic, and you ruined it.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with
Just
these
preparing a
movies. You know, they keep interrupting, like Emerald and Benny. Is it something in Israel that doesn't let someone else
Bonnie is
funny.
Go ahead.
So the Palestinians did not really get help from Iran. The one who got help from Iran was Hamas. So even if you look at the Palestinian in Palestine, you're not gonna find one Iranian hospital. Like they did not build it. All that money was coming to Iran, to Hamas, and mostly Qatar. So there's kind of an image that being sold to the Iranians who are being oppressed instead of Iran. We are in deep shit because we're standing with the Palestinians. No, sorry, you're not in deep shit because you're standing with the Palestinians. No, you're just oppressing. You're in deep shit because you're corrupt and you have all this kind of shit. So it's not Iranians are not really getting help from Iran. The help is getting.
Bonnie, you're missing what I'm saying. These are the propaganda narrative that each side is given, and then they believe to hate other people. Like, I can't tell you how many times we had Zionist Persians come into a room and just say the most
No, I
vile
heard that
thing.
before.
Okay,
I heard
and you now you need to go into the room of pro-Pallies and see what the hell they say towards Iranians.
I know what they're saying.
Yeah.
But they don't matter. My
No,
approach.
what doesn't matter are the people that are suffering on both sides. That's what doesn't matter.
No, the one who matter are the people who are suffering.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
so
that's
the
what I'm saying. But
putting energy.
When people have these different propagandas, they make the oppressed not matter and they stand against the oppressed. So right now, like in Amir's room, when he doesn't listen to the Iranian people and them saying, there's a guy here. And he like thinks that everything is just a lie, that the Iranian people are, it's just Mossad propaganda, all this stuff. And,
is he Iranian?
No, he's not. He's a pro-Pali.
Okay, is he
Amir, what about Amir?
Prince?
No, Amir.
Okay,
The room that always run 24/7 for Palestine.
Okay. So here's the thing: if you're not Palestinian, if you're not Iranian, you don't really matter. Let me explain why. At the end of the day, those pro-Palestinian community, once they are infected, by the way, I really don't care, by the way, about October 7 woken up the pro-Palestinian community. If that community was asleep and they need to see blood to wake up, then they can fuck themselves. At the end of the day, they have zero influence. Zero influence because A, they could not stop the genocide. B, they just doing some money out of it. There's a lot of grifters in the pro-Palestinian community that they built careers out of this genocide. And the same thing on the other side. At the end of the day, who's going to decide when there's elections out of Palestine and when there's a free elections going to be in Iran? It's going to be the Iranians or the Palestinians. Now, if you look at the core inside of these people, put the propaganda aside, you go to ask the average Iranian, not the spaces or the Zionist Iranian who live in LA. That's the average Iranian. Who's anti-regime? He's anti-IRGC, but he just want to go with his day and he just want to put food on the table. So, like, people are dying in South Palestine. He'll tell you yes, like, are you supporting that? He's not going to be. The same thing with you catch someone in the West Bank and you tell him about Iran. He's going to curse the IRGC because the IRGC are oppressing the people inside Gaza using their Hamas, right? So at the end of the day, the pro-X, pro-Y, pro-whatever, they don't really matter. They don't. So why would I literally burn 400 calories in trying to explain to someone who's Zionist Iranian that, no, we are humans? You don't want to. Go fuck yourself. That's it. End of discussion. You came with a conclusion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, great. I cannot change that. That means that you don't have any morals.
Yeah, but this is on both sides. Like, it's just...
No, I know it is on both sides. No one attacked the pro-Palestinian community as much as me. Okay? So I know it is on both sides.
Why are you attacking a pro-Palestinian community? I'm trying to understand that.
Because the new trend in the pro-Palestinian community, they're pro-Hamas, they're not pro-Palestine.
How do you know they're pro-Hamas?
Because when I see their posts, I see they are pro-Hamas. They're very few.
So you see everyone's who is pro-Palestinians.
No, not everyone. The one I saw.
Okay, but then you're generalizing, right?
No, yeah, I am generalizing right now on the grifters. I'm generalizing on the grifters and the loud voices.
Wednesday, let him finish his point.
I'm generalizing on the loud voices, that community. Okay? That community that think that Palestine is equal to Hamas. Okay? So if you're in that camp and you're very loud, this is all we hear. The pro-Palestinian community for Palestinians does not really matter. It's not, with all due respect.
Can I say something? You know, hold on, before you do, I just want to point out the irony is this is more so amongst like the Western pro-Palestinian communities that are, a lot of whom are not Palestinian or not even Arab, right? Do you actually know Palestinian, especially on the ground?
I've had the same experience. I hate them all.
Yeah, it sounds like a video game.
This is also true for the diaspora of like the Iranians, right? All this is happening in the diaspora. This is what we're saying. These taking sides, a friend of my friend, enemy of my enemy, is like so black and white.
It is like soccer game. No, just, I support Real Madrid, you support Barcelona, and let's see who's going to play tonight.
And the people, exactly, Bani, the people themselves are being forgotten. What are the people? For God's sake.
So So a big problem. You guys are aware of tribalism.
Just told you to say, make your point really quick, or you're going to get.
All right, I'll just leave. Go fuck yourself.
Bye. Bye. Toodles.
That was
Vacillation.
Honestly, man, you're coming into a Middle Eastern space and asking if we know what tribalism is. They should have fucking invented it.
Even a Middle Easterner. That's pretty funny.
Oh, that was so good. That was so quick.
I already know the point that he was going to make, and it's a bunch of shit because he wants to make this point that people care more about their tribes, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. We have one tribe that are the fucking Care Bears, and then you have another tribe that's a whole bunch of psychopaths. Which tribe?
If you put it like that, I'd rather be a psychopath than a Care Bear.
I'm Sunshine Bear.
No, I'd rather be a Care Bear.
Yeah, I'm, Rainbow Care Bear.
That is such a Care Bear.
You just made that new gayer, man.
No, I have the Care Bear dad bod thing going, so.
But you get my drift, right? Like, it's.
No, I understand.
We'll take Buttercup, Nagus, and I will take donations for all the pain and suffering that we've incurred on this app. We'll send you our Cash App and Venmo, and you can reimburse us for all the pain.
Wait. I think both of you, Nargis and Salamid, and Buttercup and Emeralds, because to be honest with you, the Jewish community are very disgusting to Buttercup and Emeralds, saying horrible things. Disgusting, misogynist things. Oh my God!
Yeah, they run. Even if he doesn't like us, you haven't heard the comments.
Wait. Hold on. Persian Jewish people too. We have our own particular brand of Zionism going on.
Are they
every side. Like at this point, everyone is
authorizing. Completely, Taku included, Mazi included.
We are not. We're taking it from every.
Oh yeah.
They are a bunch of vicious, insecure fucks.
Hey, what's up, Taco?
They don't shave. How's everyone?
Good, man. We had some Arab on Arab hate happening. You missed it.
Yeah, like they'll say things like, how's your dad, Sayla? Oh, bitch, I will fuck you up.
I'll come and find you in California.
See, this is why I have to talk to them the way I talk to them. Because they're animals. They're animals. Sorry, they are.
It's not just
so I
resent just saying it's them because at the end, right now, I have pro-Pallies. They can't see past the hand in front of their face. And they attack Persians and Iranians. And they it's all lies. There's no difference in me. They are acting exactly how the Zionists were acting to us when we were trying to inform them about atrocities. Now we're trying to inform you about other atrocities, and you're doing exactly what they did to us when we were informing them about atrocities. So all these people, all of them, they only care about their own goals, agenda, and narrative. And unable to see past any of that, which I get it now. I totally get it, but I don't hold it against anyone anymore. I don't hold it against the Palestinians for, trying to work with the Islamic Republic, and I don't hold it against the Iranians for trying to work with the Israelis, because this whole world seems to be evil to me, and what are you gonna do?
Form of individualism.
Once you understand that this whole world is evil, you're ready to become an Austin.
That is correct, baby.
So sad.
That is correct.
Stop evangelizing, guys. It's gross.
I wanna address Shapeshifter's point, and I think it was misunderstood. And this is what Mark is saying, who I highly respect, right, in the chats. And I think it's true. He's saying using provocative language shows a disgusting collective hate and sort of false moral equivocation, right? So I understand what Mark and Shape are saying. They're saying this doesn't help the narrative of the oppressed to sort of push through. Because all an onlooker is hearing is hate. This is worse than the Holocaust. This is worse than this and that. Banny quite effectively put forth, right? So
I also want you guys to sort of be objective and see the other side of the picture too.
I appreciate that, Nargis, and you said it much better than I did. The thing I will admit, as I'm kind of thinking through Benny's point, I think there is a place for this jarring language, and it can be effective. It's probably more situational than it is the norm. But the points he brought up in terms of when and how to use it, I think if you're situational with it, it can be effective. I'm not telling anybody how to feel. It's not my right to tell anybody
It
how to
depends
feel.
who's saying it, you know? I feel like Jews can get away with it more than non-Jews. It's so funny, like, when Benny Olive said, described this live stream genocide and how it's worse than the Holocaust, I wasn't offended, but then when Sella repeated it, I was just like, Sella, what the fuck, you know? I think it's like, depends who's saying it. I think as Jews, we have a little bit more credibility to be like, invoke the Holocaust gratuitously, to make a point to the people we love because we urgently wanted to stop. And then when non-Jews will say the same thing, sometimes I balk a little bit. Like, I do react and be like, okay, first of all, have you seen the concentration camps? Have you seen the pile of shoes? Have you seen the mass deaths? Have you seen the pile of bodies? Like, it makes me feel like worried that they don't know the scale of our suffering to think that you can compare it.
But also on the other hand, it makes you think to yourself, like, why do you suppose nothing could be worse? Like, so when he says it, I'm objective, and I'm like, oh, how is this worse? And then when I listen, I understand what he's invoking. You understand what I mean?
I'm gonna give you an example. How I have conversation with Muslims, Arabs more specifically. We're getting to a world where artificial things are becoming more holier than the really important thing. Meaning, so the memory of the Holocaust is becoming more holier than the blood itself, right? So, for example, when I sit in front of one of those Muslim Brotherhood or when religious Salafis, Imros knows that, the first thing I burn for them, I burn the Al-Aqsa. Like, I tell them I want Al-Aqsa to be destroyed or give it to the Israelis, and I'm gonna pay for the carpet for the new temple, because for me, blood of a Gazan is more holier than Al-Aqsa and Mecca and everything. So they get that shock immediately. I want to break any kind of taboos in my conversation because the holiest thing is blood. And if you think, oh, a stone, sorry, Buttercup, like the shoes of the Holocaust, or that thing is shit. There's nothing holier than the blood of a kid. So I bring Al-Aqsa into it. I bring Mecca. I got in so much trouble. Like, if you go listen to my recording about
why you concentrate on kids?
Yes, that
all those old people, same like me. Hey, man, you are a racist.
By the way, if you go back to religion, and God said it, that Kaaba can be destroyed stone by stone, it's still better than the blood of a Muslim.
Don't make me cry, please. I am a man. I can't. Please.
Me?
Love you, brother. Bani. Okay, go ahead.
Do you love Bani?
هذا شوي موضوع الله يشفيك. Anyway, so I'm talking to a Muslim, I would just get the holiest thing for him, because sometimes we create holy things, but they're artificial. And if you go to the core of my belief as a Muslim, the Al-Aqsa, like Kaaba, should not be the holier than blood. And the land itself, like the land of Palestine, is not holier than the Palestinians. Because a lot of us, Palestinian diaspora, think that Palestine is just the land. No, it's not. You're missing the land. Why? Because you exist. But for some Palestinians living in the land, Palestine is the people. Like heaven without people, you cannot go into it, as we say in Arabic. So I just want to break that taboo for them, because sometimes they misunderstand their belief.
Fair enough. He's doing it on both sides. So, Mark, I did.
That's a good point. It's not the way people talk to their own communities and their own families, which is different, tends to strike a different note, and we have a little bit more liberty to speak our minds and use provocative language than when we're talking to someone, when you're someone who's not familiar and doesn't have that intimacy, right?
just want to tell Mark, because he wasn't, because he wasn't here, I just want to address it again. Mark said provocative language is just euphemism for disgusting collectivist hatred and moral equivocation. Agreed, and it doesn't allow for progress to occur. Also addressed, Mark, for your sake, I'm repeating this again, shapeshifter's view that this does not entail any kind of progress for the collective who is going through the suffering. So I was asking them to see both sides of the equation. And for those who tread the middle path, for those who do not belong, Stella, this goes out to you, Robert Frost, two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
And going on the path that's untraveled, like basically there's no path there, so you're gonna get cut up by the thorns and the stupid grass and the freaking snakes in the grass, because no one's ever gone on that path before. So you're gonna get your ass ate up by ants and mosquitoes.
Thank you for the tafsir. Thank you.
It did sound a little bit more appealing, though.
I just don't understand why the world has to be like this, and I grieve often. I just wish I could get over it. And I kind of am. Like, I kind of am. Like, this is what the world is. Like, the world of politics is a dirty game, and people shake hands with devils, and there's nothing I can do to change it. That's how I'm starting to feel. I don't know if that's like a grim. I'm starting to think like people have to navigate. Like,
yeah, this world is run by the devil. Like, we know this. It is the evil who is willing to, commit atrocities, who is willing to bend the rules, who is willing to cheat. That's who wins. Like, that's just the reality of it.
I'm starting to actually understand original sin, to be honest. Like, human condition on one side, starting to see it's fucking innate within us to be this shit.
Nargis,
At the same time, how great we are to overcome this. Go ahead.
Nargis, you need evil to understand good. You know this. That's like your jam. You know this.
I don't do this, but...
No, actually, that's true. Like, me, even though I was an atheist for like almost a decade and a half, I never had a problem with the problem of evil. Because how are you to understand good without evil? How do you know what's light without dark? How do you know what's cold without hot?
But when the source of all of this is all good, Benny.
Okay, here's what we learned from the Jews at least learned from the Holocaust, that we are all evil, capable of evil, and we're all capable of good, okay? No one's inherently evil, contrary to Benny Goy's beliefs. No one's inherently evil, and none of us, and we're all capable. What the Holocaust teaches us, what the lesson of the Holocaust is that we all have the capacity for evil, and we have all the capacity to dehumanize the other, and it's a warning against the capacity of man to hate another man, and that's what makes us all human.
I with Benny a little bit, Buttercup. Like, we slant evil. We really do, because it's kind of like you're a biological machine that's trying to survive. So that's an intrinsic weighting towards yourself. Which is a slant towards evil. I'm not saying it's a huge slant. I'm just saying you're kind of tipping evil.
Yeah, just like you say that there's a little Nazi inside all of us. I would say like there's a little Pharisee inside all of us. Who said the same thing?
No one said that, man.
Buttercup said that earlier.
I was referring to your. Never mind. Your bigotry towards
But yeah, like I remember. It's true.
By the way, for Benny Goy. Exactly, for Benny Goy, who's now a new Gnostic, I think he often forgets that when the source of it all is all good, Benny. Evil. Really the absence of good.
Wait, she's not Christian anymore?
You're not Christian anymore?
Thank God.
Only on Tuesdays.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, you're not Christian anymore?
I talked to you about Gnosticism,
but Gnosticism. No, I heard it. But Gnosticism is a theory that reinforces his hatred of Jews. Most important.
Oh,
Are you serious?
Well, I wouldn't say
It
that.
does. It has to do with what was the thing called? The devil thing. What do you call that? Evil.
The demiurge.
The
Yeah,
demiurge,
so like
the Jewish evil.
so as you would agree with me, the God of the Old Testament is a wicked God.
Yeah, it's a demiurge. So that's just
You said that.
stuff.
You said that several times.
Guys, let me just tell you Benny's biography. Benny grew up a Muslim.
Oh, not this guy.
Oh, not this guy, dude. You don't even believe. You call yourself a Christian. You don't even believe Jesus.
I prayed for you.
We don't have to go down this road.
Okay,
I'm just
I
trying.
love you, but
Buttercup.
you're a hater and you're a bigot. And
I'm sorry, Buttercup. You said the same thing about the God of the Old Testament before I did.
I said
When you
he's
first got on
fickle. He's not a credible God. He's a foolish God. He's a petty, vengeful, spiteful God. But that's not makes him incredible. You actually think he's real. You think he's a real evil thing, and he's the root of all evil, and that's why he's evil. You somehow.
No, but you still attribute evil traits to.
Benny grew up pretty secular, like Muslim, Syrian, and then became an atheist, and then went on some spiritual journey. And of all the religions in the world, and all the strains of Christianity in the world, he settled on the one that is the most hateful, the most vile, the most dictatorial.
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, Benny Mabarishu, aka Benny
Goy right now.
Yeah, Benny Mabarishu. Look, just can you
I want to
clarify?
clarify that Christianity is a religion of love, and it's a beautiful religion, and Benny just found the one strain that is hateful and anti-Semitic and conspiratorial.
You don't think it's a beautiful religion because you deny our doctrines.
No, thank you. We love the Jewish people.
I disagree, Buttercup.
Is this where you want the road to go down?
We love the Jewish people.
I said it's a beautiful religion, Benny.
We love the Muslims.
Yeah, we love the church fathers.
We love the Muslims. We're all the people of the book.
People of the book, dude, you're using Muslim terms to
Yes.
people of the book. Those who are with Christ and those who are the ones who are not with Christ.
Bro, don't make me turn the other cheek on your ass.
No one's turning the other cheek.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to end this now. Guys,
Don't make me turn the other cheek on your ass.
Time out. There's one ground rule. This is a really sensitive topic. We're talking about the Holocaust, so we're not going back down any rabbit holes. So if we can't not talk about religion, then I'm going to move all the Christian fundamentalists down.
Wait, why not the other fundamentalists?
Because they're not shoving their religion in people's faces.
Well, actually, you are.
I was trying to avoid talking about religion.
I know, sorry, I brought it up.
You tell us what our religion says daily, then you get mad when we correct you. It's kind of insane.
Sorry, it's too loud. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to introduce you to a new kind of fundamentalism that Nargis and I created, and hopefully we can induct you in. So Nargis and I have a plan that we're going to confiscate all the leaders of the world and force them to take psilocybin.
In a closed environment.
Take them.
Psilocybin mushroom shake.
Psilocybin. We're going to have to take psilocybin.
Taco is magic gun, I think, at some point.
I feel like someone's done that already. I feel like there are people that have tried to create
Leaders
cults
of the
around
world?
psilocybin.
No, but leaders of the world.
The leaders, like.
Oh, yeah.
Someone has tried to do that. His name is Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my
God. You're on thin ice.
We went so long without saying that.
What's wrong with mentioning? That's not even anti-Semitic.
No, but it's just.
Or at least you might think it is. I don't know.
No, it's not anti-Semitic, but we don't need the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein sticking in every comment.
And you just compared our plan to the Epstein Island, and I don't appreciate that at all. Like, you totally missed the assignment.
Well, taking the world leaders and drugging them, it kind of sounds familiar.
It's not drugs. It's natural.
It's not medicine.
Did
Yeah, so
someone move down?
I don't know, cyanide, but that.
Plant medicine. Good Lord, is the right term.
Did someone move down
And then
these
we'll
Christian
unleash them back into the world again.
The hateful dude. What's it?
Yeah, I
The guy that
very loud.
the guy that basically sounds like
Should I bring him back
I
up?
have this weird annotation in my voice.
You want him back on the stage?
She didn't even say anything. That's what I think. Like,
You're just being
He actually didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
I got him up.
I didn't say anything, but I don't know why you think I did.
It's deeper. Come on, you can go deeper than that.
It's my first practice. Give me a break.
I wonder why I
Go relearn your catechism.
Go relearn your catechism.
The least Christian guy in this room.
The least Christian guy denies Jesus.
Why is that here in the room?
Keep them up so I can perfect the accent.
Go ahead.
You should perfect your faith. Then you come next to the rest of us.
You should perfect your faith.
Alright, does anyone want to
You
talk
kind of
about
sound like an AI that's half asleep.
And you kind of sound like the devil LARPing around.
Nary saw my observed that the other day as well. That he sounds kind of AI-ish. Or not AI, but like he's talking into one of those voice warpers.
Yeah, like, you know, on YouTube when they dub over videos, you know, like on YouTube, they're like, and oh, fuck, another AI generated YouTube video. Like, it would be the perfect background where you're like watching a movie about Gilgamesh and shit, or like the Age of the Giants. I mean, he has the perfect voice.
Yeah, why don't you think about doing voiceovers?
Yeah, like a National Geographic. Here we see a rabbit. The rabbit is hopping around.
Right
then the rabbit met another wolf, and the wolf was bad.
Baptizer, have you really considered doing voiceover work?
I do. To learn. Yes, I help children learn catechism.
No,
I have like a dream
for being a voiceover for.
Yeah, I help children learn catechism.
That's
I go and talk to
Ben
kids.
Goy, do you know who independent Muslim is?
Independent Muslim? No, I don't.
Yeah,
Oh, is that on Twitter?
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
I have like that. I want to see him talk to this guy. I want to see what happens. It feels like.
Well, what does he believe?
He wasn't very smart.
Well, what does independent Muslim believe?
That women are psychological terrorists.
I think in some small
disrespect what I grew up we learn to go on.
I don't think Judaism, no matter how many times you try to explain it, does not make sense.
What have you brought me? Sorry.
Everyone, Shape has the mic. Shape has the mic. He's going to correct the record.
You're Catholic.
I'm tired of messing with this guy. I'm gonna let you guys do it.
Jesus is God.
Listen to Buttercup.
You doesn't say your own religion when you speak this way, okay?
Sean, before we get into the theology and Christology, in Shapeshifter has read one paper from Kitover. That's ridiculous. This is the most violent anti-Semitic thing I've ever read.
I have and I will. But by the way, guys, this is not a Christian room. Not that there's anything wrong with Christians.
It doesn't. There's something wrong with our saying. Yeah, no, it doesn't need to be a Christian room.
Next topic.
Mostly on our religion, and like you guys try to.
Listen, Shape is Christian in the spirit.
Yeah, he's just not a Christian.
We're offering 85% off to take. You know, I'm going to join the atheist rooms and beg them to convert you back.
Obsessed with religion.
I'm Canadian, I'm American, so I don't understand y'all. Am I part of y'all?
No, we're saying you are any Christian who believes in the text and interpreted it these two things are very different. It's the reason why Jewish people feel like they have to protect them.
The path to heaven is narrow.
She just called both of you guys Kitover.
So we don't mind.
But we don't interpret it for ourselves, but we follow church folks.
Exactly, and it's a simple question.
That's not correct.
Does
It's
God not affirm?
church fathers believe that belief today.
Sayla, does God not affirm?
Name six.
Women who are allowed to wear pants in the church.
Listen, we can engage with this another time. You guys like to hijack every room with this stuff.
You're the one who brought it up, not us.
I know, and I regret it. We're gonna move forward now. Move on. So
Okay, let's
bring up any other topic.
Let's talk about the Holocaust. Was it really 6 million?
All right, you're going down.
Oh, come on, it was a joke.
I'm sorry. You can only talk about for 5 minutes.
I actually heard him scream on the way down. He was like, "Oh no!"
If Sheikh wants to be a loving Christian, he can.
He's not a Christian.
That is something theory.
The entire.
I got to fear it yesterday, the day before yesterday.
He denies the entire second.
Don't fear.
It might
I thought Christianity, they love everyone.
Never otherwise.
No.
Don't otherwise.
We call people to come into faith.
He's a fucking Christian.
We have to find.
I thought if you just accept the Lord as your Christ or whatever,
He doesn't.
Savior, it's
Perfect.
fine.
He doesn't, and most of us. No, he doesn't.
Just say the words and then you're.
My main issue is that I love my neighbor and I love God.
But you deny the Lord.
What a sinner you are.
For God to love the world that He gave His only begotten Son. Whoever believes in Him shall not perish, have everlasting.
Now,
I have something. I don't know if this morning or yesterday or really tried to explain to you.
However, I will not kneel first because I am a master, which means king. Desire. I make the rules here. And if something doesn't change,
nice to each other.
Things are going to get
Racism.
very serious.
Honestly, I think the Jews in Israel think the Arabs are beneath them.
In honor of the Almighty,
Dehumanize them.
simultaneously with
The things
you.
that they want to do by doing a genocide and ethnic cleansing,
simultaneously
starving them to death.
Dude.
Yeah, but it's not religious.
To open bows as low as possible in deference to the Almighty.
Everybody, and do this for some of you.
It's super complicated because don't worry. I think it's super complicated.
The point is that it's not religious, but I seem to see more people.
People get really confused on this app, Emrose, when you say like people are constantly questioning whether Judaism is an ethnicity or a religion or an ethnicity and like so I think it just confuses people and muddies it a little bit, especially when people don't know what the fuck a Jew is. You know what I mean? Like they don't know what the fuck a Jew is, they don't know what the fuck a Palestinian is, and I think it's a little bit these like complicated identities that you have in Israel are a little bit above most of people's heads.
It's Jewish supremacy. I think it's when you are able to dehumanize another group, like how the Germans did to the Jews in Germany and around the surrounding Germany. You're able to do whatever inhuman things that a human is capable of doing to something they don't think it's human. So that's why. But if it was a religious conflict, those things would have been done from a religious motivation. Right. And that's not the case. So this is not a religious conflict.
They go over and over again. It's not a religious conflict. Are you so sure?
Make sure it doesn't happen.
By the way, everyone take note, the most dangerous man on Clubhouse is in the audience.
Who'll be that?
No, I'm on stage, actually.
Prince?
Yes.
Bring up Prince. Prince,
I don't think Prince likes that. Hi, Judy. I don't think Prince likes Twitter.
It doesn't matter. What he's saying is how a lot of Palestinians feel. You got just
What Prince says nothing related to Palestinians.
not less.
No, hold on. So there is a plethora.
Is that really you? Hold on. Judy, is that really you? You got 5 seconds because it might not be. Okay, just check it.
So there is a plethora of opinions amongst the Palestinians and amongst the Israelis, right? So we can't really deny that. Definitely for some Palestinians, this is a religious conflict. Definitely some Israelis, this is a religious conflict.
Let me ask you something. Just saying, Hitler used religious texts, right?
No.
No, he didn't.
He did not?
No.
He was actually very anti-Christian.
You should. No, hold on. You should ask. Judy.
I mean, why would I ask you? I would just
Hitler did. Hitler did.
No,
He
he
did.
So to a
Just a
certain
second. Hold on. Then go ahead. Just say. Let me finish. When someone's using a reason and says, "Oh, I'm doing this because of religion, and I'm doing that," it does not mean because of religion. Israel can keep saying, "This is a religious war." For Palestinians, it's never going to be a religious war. It's not about religion. There are aspects of religion, but we're not doing this conflict liberation movement on behalf of Muslims. Muslims can go fuck themselves. It's not about them. They want to fight, they can come fight themselves. We're looking for our own freedom. When Israel kills someone,
you're speaking as if all Palestinians act with the same.
No, just a second. No. Just a second. We're looking at the when you look at the Palestinian liberation movement, right? That is what represented the Palestinians.
Yes.
It is about the land. It is about freedom. It's not about Allah. Okay?
Many.
All the
Palestinians are acting with the same.
You're always gonna find 1 or 2 or 3 or
It's
small.
much more than that.
But just a second, hold on. The Palestinian liberation movement is not founded on religion. Like you being Muslim.
I didn't say it was founded on religion.
No, it's right.
I didn't say that it was.
No, I mean
what I said was that there's a significant number of people that are motivated by religion. Like, okay, let's take your Nazi example. Yeah, so the Nazis used Christianity to a certain extent to motivate certain Christian denominations to get on board with their plans, right? Why were they using Christianity or biblical texts or whatever to motivate those people that are motivated by Christianity? Right? So to get them, although the Nazis for them, it wasn't about Christianity, to get those people who believe in Christianity and who are motivated by it to be on board with their plans. Similarly, you can say the same thing about Palestinians and Israelis. They both use religion as a motivating factor for those people that are religious.
Benny, I'm not denying that some factions in the Palestinian liberation movement recently in the last 20 years, more than 20 years, in the last few years where Hamas kind of took this and ran with it, they want to turn it about themselves. And they want to do it and use religion just for their own agenda. But if you look at the foundation of the Palestinian movement, the liberation, the PLO, right? You're going to find many of the founders were Christians. This is where the Palestinian identity started kind of to shape into national Palestinian identity. We always were Palestinian, but I mean national Palestinian identity. So the foundation of it was not like when Israel kills you, it does not really kill you because you're a Muslim. It kills you because you're a Palestinian, whether you're Christian or you're a Muslim. Okay? Now, Hamas want to use religion and just want to bring it into it. Oh, tahrir, what jihad, okay, I'm not denying they're doing that. But if you return to the court, no, it's not about that. It's not about that.
I agree with you.
Sorry?
No, I agree with you that at the core it's a nationalist movement, but you can't deny that there were Muslims involved from the very beginning.
So,
like Azzedine al-Qassam was from Syria, right? Why did he go and for Palestine, right?
Let me ask you a question. You asked me to join the club for 99 cents per month. What does that mean?
Wait, what?
You asked me to join for 99 cents per month.
No, she says, "Oh, I was impressed what you did to Prince yesterday." I said, "Join the club for 99 cents a month." I can do that. I can humiliate Prince for 99 cents. If you,
it's money. That's all it is.
أنا بنيك Prince ببلاش 99 cents.
I don't care to humiliate Prince.
I bنيك Prince ببلاش.
He wants to say.
With drugs?
Why did you sell your community drugs?
I didn't sell drugs.
You're a liar. You sold drugs.
How did I sell drugs?
Spent years in prison.
I spent years in prison. Hold on. This is so funny. I said, see, first of all, the guy's watch press. He's losing the fucking argument.
You not sell drugs.
No, I did not sell drugs. You listen to this. No, I didn't say that. See, you did not fucking listen to what I
Guys,
said.
can
Just a second. No, Judy, mute. Judy, just a second.
Judy, can you answer the call? I'm trying to call you.
Judy, just a second. Just a second. Prince is losing the fucking argument and is trying to turn it into personal.
No,
I never.
just wondering.
No. You asked about poison. I did not sell drugs. I went to jail, okay? But I did not go for drugs.
For selling flowers?
No, for hurting people.
Oh, so you hurt your people?
Yes.
And you're here pretending that you're an advocate of your people?
Yes, I am an advocate. I was in a bad,
Were you a thief? Were you a thief?
No, not a thief.
Why did you hurt people?
I hurt people because they were fucking assholes and they deserve it. Now I can fucking hurt you.
They were fucking assholes and they deserve this?
Yeah,
I don't think this is...
I don't give a fuck what you think.
Stop. There will be no violence. Go take a time out, guys. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Just let it go. Let's do a time out. Stop it. Time
يا
out.
ابني الشرموطة لانك اختك اللي بتجيب سيرتي فاهم يا ابني الكحبة؟
You're a criminal, don't talk
What the heck?
We're both going down.
You can't threaten people with acts of violence, weirdos.
He just doxed him. Or at least he thinks he did. Are we okay with that?
Who's he?
I think we got too much testosterone in the room.
Prince is under the impression, Prince is under the impression that he had actual information on Benny. Private information, right? That's doxing. You guys don't view that as like the ultimate sin?
No. Well, I do think doxing is bad, but I don't think what he did is doxing. He didn't do the name just because he said like you went to jail for something.
Next, this will get you out.
I'm tempted to pick another fight with Bashar to redirect the attention.
What do you want to do? What rubbish do you
At least our fights are playful.
Playful? You think this is playful?
I do. I admit it's very quite playful.
Like, to me, you're an infant. Like, not to me, you're a church.
I'm trying to redirect the awkwardness. I made it more awkward, sorry. Okay.
Chip.
Can the women please restore order in this room?
Honestly, bro, I don't care what you believe in.
And the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up.
Please stand up.
Always.
Oh man.
I think you guys should let my people speak. Let them hash it out, you know?
Jack is coming for the drama, baby. Jack's coming for the drama, baby.
Certain things are guaranteed in this life: death, taxes, and silencing Palestinians.
I don't know what like the hold on, Stella. I don't know what the boundaries are here, but if somebody faces that kind of a statement that throws in his face, he gets at the very least to have a mic back.
Wait, Emrose, are we talking about
this wasn't attempted.
Wait, let me ask the question first then.
No, it's not about me, it's about people.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Just let me ask the fucking question.
I don't care about you. You're not interesting to me.
He did threaten Judy with death yesterday, okay? Prince did.
Okay,
he said you're dead,
Prince just came up and said all of him is a criminal that has spent time in jail for selling drugs. this.
Listen, I
And
don't
then
know
they
all
were both
this.
dropped because Benny cursed him back. And
I get you.
I don't know what the rules are here, but here, even if it's Prince thinks he did some doxing, even though he didn't, that's still a red
That
line.
guy also
And at the
doxed
very
Prince,
least, Benny should have a
though.
mic to explain this. Doesn't mean
That
it's
guy
true.
also
This is
doxed
really,
Prince.
really awful.
He didn't
mean it's true.
He said he didn't go to jail. He explained himself, and yesterday, to be fair, Benny did accuse him, did put on blast his whole history with the PA and how he's invited. They're both coming after each other. And yesterday, Prince did threaten my friend Judy with harm. So I think one more warning, Prince. I know you're going to threaten me and run around talking shit, but I'll remove you again if you keep talking shit.
Was there any
I just think they both
context to that?
kind of doxed.
Yeah.
That guy used, Denny used Prince's real name.
You've also been sending me threatening messages, so I kind of just don't want him in this room anymore. Where is he? Prince, why are you even coming in here if you have something against me? I'm just gonna block this fucker.
I think they both have a right to speak. That's all I'm saying.
You blocked him.
We should both be able to get their.
Jack, go ahead. Actually, this is not fair. Jack was speaking. Everyone.
Yeah, like I'm just saying. I think they both should get their truths out. They both, if you want to consider it doxing. I don't know. Benny seems like he's a Palestinian guy. He said Prince's real name. The other guy, Prince, said that guy with the president. Who knows what's fucking true? They kind of both down. I don't like the cursing at each other. Let's just talk it out, guys. Not a big deal.
Like Benny Allen's not innocent in this.
It's a big deal. Benny curses a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the cursing.
like along that Prince, they think it's wrong what Prince did. I'm just personalizing it, but Benny Allen does cuss a lot. That's not.
Like, the whole act is just horrendous.
I'd like to unite my
I
people.
dox you, you dox me. Bullshit.
I see a future where Prince and Benny Olive are best friends. And I'm trying to.
I agree.
I tried to sort them out, man.
Just a second. Hold on. Just a second.
How's it going, Benny? Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you, bro. I can speak to you all with respect as long as you treat me with respect. If you try to be a bully, I'm the biggest fucking bully. If you try to, as a Jewish Zionist, you try to talk to me and think I'm dumb and read from Aspara, I'm gonna fuck you up. So talking with respect, you get respect back. This motherfucker, Salafi, trying to come up to him like, what the... I can't dox him, literally, right now.
Benny,
Don't do that, though.
can we get a peace treaty between you and
Benny, don't do that. Benny.
Come on, don't cuss, don't cuss.
أنا حبيبي اسمع شوي. ما حد يدخل بيننا لأنه غلط معنا. أنا رد الجون. عشان نيجي بس مش معي. بص
رمضان كريم يا حبيبي، رمضان كريم.
يوم الثلاثاء مش هسه.
The Palestinians will cover the show our room.
I'm just here to, trying to create peace between my two people over here, Prince and Benny. And I see a future where they have a 2-mic salute. I think we can achieve this.
This is the segment that Nagus and I would like to sing on the song.
Which one?
It's time for a duet, everybody.
Can we pick the song?
No.
Which one?
I believe the children are our future.
Teach them well and let them lead the way.
Never mind. Test each other out. This is the worst. Just kill us, bro.
I came here for drama, looks like.
When I came in here, it was peaceful, and then the drama came.
Where have you been, Jack?
I'm a peacemaker, guys.
I know.
Where have you been?
Then, in a horrible place called reality. Living off the line. It's a terrible place.
Welcome to live, baby.
Jack, did you hit the road?
Hit the road, Jack.
Change my name. I'm going to do identity.
Hit the road, Jack.
We have a Hamas and PA resolution reunion coming up soon, and I'm inviting Benny, Olive, and to join. I'll send you guys separate invitations.
No,
This doxing shit is really scary, man.
Hamas and Israel is the same.
Mehmet?
Yes, sir. Who's calling it?
Yeah, this is Indonesian name, Mehmet.
I think it's Turkish, isn't it?
Yeah.
يعني اسم الله عليك يا مدمن كريم يا زلمه.
والله صح كلام.
Indonesians and Turks are both from Asia, so.
It's It's not my real name. I'm not really Mehmet.
Wait, you're not actually Mehmet the Conqueror?
He's not remember the
I'm really not. To a lot of people's disappointment.
You sound like a Catholic to me, you know?
Sorry, what's
You're gonna fit Benny. Anyway.
That was a joke. I'm sorry, Aaron.
So what are we talking about?
So Bengoy, before that discussion kind of turned, back in '82 when the PLO left Beirut after what happened there, at that stage the Muslim Brotherhood movement thought that they do have a chance to replace the PLO. And this kind of then it took them a few years. They funded Hamas, what was Mujamma al-Islami, then they funded Hamas. The whole idea of Hamas just to replace the PLO. But if you think about it right now and you see what kind of Palestinian cause reached to kind of the bottom of the bottom, even Hamas saying we want to go back to the PLO, right? Understand that there's some factions who want to turn it into religious, but not because of jihad, because of donations, because they want to go to Malaysia and it's like, hey, donate for Al-Aqsa, give us your $1 million. So we always, as Palestinians, we resist that narrative because you're going to find a lot of tension between Hamas narrative and the Israelis. They both want to turn it into, they want to say that Hamas is victorious. Israelis say, oh, Hamas won. Hamas says we. It's like you find a lot of interest.
But yes, there's definitely a significant number of Palestinians who want to keep it secular, in nature, like the resistance. But you can't deny that from the very beginning, like I said, Al-Zadin al-Qassam, this guy was a Syrian guy, very religious. He was the inspiration, obviously, he was a martyr for Palestine. But he didn't, in his mind, he wasn't martyring himself for Palestine, he was martyring himself for Muslims. Right? And this was back
not totally accurate. No, not totally accurate. But not totally accurate that he was doing it for Muslims. He was first of all an Arab. So he was saying, oh, Jamal Abdel Nasser came to help the Palestinians because he's Muslim. How do you know? He was also an Arab. Now, I wanted to look at what the Palestinians official representative are saying.
I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you that the majority in the beginning, right, up until the 80s, was primarily secular in nature, right? I don't disagree with you on that. But there have always been a group of people who were more motivated by Islam as opposed to Palestinianism. Yeah, not Palestinian, right? And
Hello?
there is a significant proportion of Palestinians that are motivated by Muslims. Listen, man, I get that. Like, listen,
they're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. It's a redundant equivalence.
It's redundant
If
equivalent.
he's saying he's dying for his land, in a way he's abiding by religious principles or standing against, say, oppression or resisting against oppression. So they would sort of go hand in hand.
Yeah, but Al-Zadin al-Qassam was Syrian, wasn't even Palestinian.
Oh, I see.
No, Jamal Abdel Nasser was Egyptian too.
Jamal Abdel Nasser, yes, that's what he was fighting. Yes.
Why
he was fighting? Because his ideology was explicitly pan-Arabism and secular in nature. That's his professed ideology, right?
So what I'm asking here to say, it is an Arab conflict. It's not a Palestinian conflict, like, right? So he want to push his own identity. Just a second. One of the things that Palestinians have to go through, and actually one of the main reasons for the conflict between Palestinians and neighboring Arab countries, is define this conflict. Who speaks on behalf of Palestinians? And right, like Jamal Abdel Nasser want to control the narrative, then the Ben Hussein want to control the narrative, then with Hafez al-Assad, but the Palestinians, whether you like it or not, or whatever you kind of stand on that side, you say the Palestinians want it, and they saw in this kind of conflict, they want to represent themselves. Okay. They reached to that with the PLO. There were so many mistakes, there were so many things, but they reached to that with the PLO. And then there were some, which I agree with you, there's some groups from within that are originated with the Muslim Brotherhood, right? And later, for example, Jihad al-Islami or sponsored by Iran. they want to turn this. They want to destroy the PLO as an organization. They have been working actively on destroying it. Now,
I agree. Listen, we agree on the facts, Benny. Like the only thing that I'm trying to make clear is that there are a significant proportion of people on both sides, on the Israeli side and on the Palestinian side, and if like the larger Arab side, that are motivated by Islam.
yeah. Now, when we being pragmatic and we look at the world that we live in and what rules this world, international law, and let's assume international law is not a joke and the UN is not a joke, and this is what we're gonna play. These are the rules that the big guys put, and we have to play with it because this theater we live in. The Israelis have this because they're on the winning side. They keep cherry picking. Oh, now we're gonna play the ancestor land of us, and then later what you're gonna find is, oh, but we go by international law. We can do this. Us as Palestinians, by international law, there's nothing say, oh, this land belonged to the Jews. This is a joke. It's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale from 2,000 years ago. If you bring it to a course like I used to live here 2,000 years ago, now I have it. By international law, this does not really stand. And for us as Palestinians, collective, want to get our rights, recognition on the international stage, we're not going to use the Muslim cause because it does not stand. That's some book you believe in, and that book you believe in, and that does not stand. Right, so we need to be really careful using this kind of terminology. Now, what Prince was saying in the comment is, oh, we see when someone dies, this is a shaheed. So what? Like, even if you're Christian, you say, I done shaheed al-watan. Shaheed is not kind of tied to religion.
I mean, it can be, but it's not necessarily.
No, exactly. Not necessarily tied. So each one start kind of seeing from the lens of himself.
I agree with you. And listen, the last 100 years, give or take, of the Arab world, right, can be characterized as a power struggle between the pan-Arabists and the pan-Muslimists, more or less.
I'm not so sure if you can make that sort of.
It's an overgeneralization.
Yeah.
Yes, but you can view it from an overly simplistic lens in that sense, right?
In one way, yeah, I'd agree with you.
Yes, and for the beginning of that 100 years, for the first 50 to 70 years of it, more or less the pan-Arabists have won, or the nationalist component have won. Nationalist ideology was a prominent ideology.
Yeah.
Now it's flipping.
I don't think so.
How? Sisi.
Unfortunately, it is.
No, Benny. This is what.
No, Sisi hanged him. Sisi, when the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt started saying, oh, we're doing Ghazwa to Sanadi, you know what's Ghazwa, right?
Yeah.
They would use kind of this terminology to incite all the Muslim, or everyone, almost Muslim.
Yeah.
I agree. Sisi was not from the people, man. Sisi was installed by the Americans.
It doesn't matter. He's still an installation.
I'm saying, but you have to look at the ideology of the people.
I don't care.
That's what we are saying. That's what matters.
It's more popular today than ever before in the last 100 years.
I know.
No, actually, what happened in October 7th, kind of strength, if you don't, like, I don't know how you don't see it, strength and nationalism. The Egyptians saying, oh, thank God we got rid of the Muslim Brotherhood by Sisi. Like, even you were anti-Sisi, now you understand kind of like, why did we do it, right? Even in Jordan, right? The king says, a few months ago, they said, like, we're prohibiting Muslim Brotherhood. No one could open his fucking mouth and say no. The national identity became
nobody's allowed to open their mouth in Jordan.
No. They would talk before, but now when he told them shut the fuck up, everyone shut the fuck up because now they understand they are in a region where Israel is your neighbor. And when Israel is your neighbor, you don't fuck around with. It's not like a game. It's not a dollhouse. You try to do shit. No. Now we understand the value that Mubarak used to bring, for example, to the table. Like,
but the people you're citing, like Sisi and the King of Jordan, these people are Western puppets. They're viewed as such by everybody.
I'm not saying they're Western puppets. Sorry, I might understand that about Jordan. I might understand that about him. Okay, but with Egypt, no, he's not the puppet.
Wait, what?
He's not. No, he's not.
Of course,
I know you. No, he's not, man. Listen, if he's a puppet,
100% he is.
Just a second, all the 2 million Gazans, they would be already inside of Egypt. Now, why did he close?
Just because he's highly influenced by Western powers. Okay, fine. He's highly influenced by Western powers, was installed by them and their allies in the region, right? That doesn't mean he can do anything, right? Because if he had let in 2 million people, right, there would have been a mass revolt against him. So you have to understand that there are certain things that you can't ignore.
The national
even as a
identity, the secular national identity, it getting of its strength inside of Egypt from the army. The army of itself, it's a state within the state.
And it's controlled.
Just a second. Controlled by the Americans. No, sorry, it's not really controlled by the Americans. The Egyptian army, it's not. It's corrupted. There's so many things about it, but it's not controlled by the Americans.
One of the Americans and its allies, yes, it is. The UAE specifically is probably one of the most influential countries.
I don't think you know.
But Saudi Arabia as well.
No, I think you're looking at it very primitively and very shallow what you hear. But if you look within the Egyptian society and you get someone who really understands the army and kind of the background and why are they structured the way they are, your understanding of their relationship with the Americans and the UAE is really primitive. It's way more complicated.
The army in Egypt is propped up by the Americans. Okay. And they're propped up as a result of recognizing Israel.
No.
Yes. That's exactly what happened. That's why Egypt is the second biggest recipient of American funding in the region.
Yeah, but it's not to be controlled. It's to preserve the peace.
No, you give them money for what?
No, just a second. You give them money for one sake only, to keep the peace or calm between Israel and Egypt.
Yes, this is a form of control. Because if you did not control them in that sense, then they would pose a threat to Israel.
Why the Egyptian army is staffing their tanks right now inside of Sinai?
I agree with you, Bani.
Why the Egyptian army is on full alert inside of Sinai right now?
Because, there are several reasons why they...
What are they preparing for? For who?
You think they're going to invade Israel?
No, they're not going to invade Israel, but they know that Israel... Just a second. What happened in Syria in 24 hours after the regime fell, and what Israel did of eliminating the whole Syrian army, that sends a message to Egypt too. Don't think Egypt was sitting and watching. It's like, oh, interesting, they did that to Syria. That will never happen to us. No, man.
You mean never happen again, right?
No. Listen, when every country around Israel, neighboring countries, saw what happened to Syrian army, within less than 24 hours, every army took notes. Even the Egyptian army, which is the only threat, not to invade Israel. They don't want to invade Israel. But they know that Israel is capable and they have a plan to do that in Sinai.
Yeah, sure.
So, and the Israelis are talking.
But that doesn't mean that Egypt is not being controlled by America and the UAE.
I'm just going to give you advice. Do not use these kind of very simplistic way of describing it with this being controlled.
You're being very general. Anyway.
Okay, highly influenced. Egypt is highly influenced in its military.
You're being too general.
By America and the UAE and Saudi Arabia.
Is China influencing India, or like all countries have influence on each other? That's
He's kind of super general.
Yes, that's why I say highly influenced. To the extent where a high degree of influence could denote control.
But in what sense? Give some particulars, right? You're giving some kind of generalized.
In the sense that, when the Egyptians elected somebody that the Americans didn't like, they waged a propaganda campaign against him, made sure that the country did not function, right? The inner apparatus, the deep state, right? And then the Americans came and supported Sisi.
Listen.
The Egyptians elected him.
Just a second. After what he did, do you know what happened a week before they threw him? You know what how did he change the constitution? He literally changed the constitution that his opinion cannot be changed. And that's a message to the world. And he gave him an ultimatum to come back from
the army, which was effectively controlled by the nation, which controlled all the major nations, which was controlled the economy of the nation.
Is the Turkish army controlling? Was controlling? Yes, it was before Erdogan. Okay, so but this is how it happened.
Yes, in order to retain civilian leadership, you have to overthrow the military if the military is powerful. Otherwise, you're effectively a dictator.
What I'm trying to tell you is the influence comes from within. You don't need the Americans to get the army to do a coup.
But who supported that?
No, man, they are okay with it. Okay? They were okay with it.
You don't think the Americans supported them to take take out more sea.
Listen, sorry, they were okay with it, but was it the Americans who told them to do that? That's bullshit, man. No, the Egyptian army does not like the images that they were coming.
If they listen.
It's not about America telling them what to do. It's actually that America have intelligence agency in Egypt and controlling the narrative like they planning to. So they are the ones who have put in this new regime. It's all about destabilizing all local regions close to Israel. That's the main plan. And so if you read news, now Iran is on the next hit list. It's all about that. Doesn't mean America tells Egypt, hey guys, you need to do this, and they will listen. No, they have intelligence agency running the country under the table. That's it.
They cannot change the regime if the army does not want to change the regime. Like they cannot. The Egyptian army was anti-Muslim Brotherhood. They saw that the Muslim Brotherhood were trying to change the fabric and the constitution in a way that cannot be unchanged. The Muslim Brotherhood is a very stupid and mature movement. They're not. That's kind of very known about them. They could not predict that there will be a coup, so they should not run the country. I'm very happy.
I mean, it's a good image. They have a good goal. They stand for something that is good. But we can both agree that they were not so organized.
What do they stand for? They went and they turned it into a religious war internally. They almost turned it into a civil war. The Muslim Brotherhood were shooting at some people. Like the images that were coming out of Al Jazeera.
The Muslim Brotherhood is better than this new regime, isn't it?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Because the Muslim Brotherhood is immature. If you could not predict that there's going to be a coup, you should not be running a country.
I know. Like, I'm not speaking from strategic warfare. I'm speaking like from a religious perspective.
I don't think you should bring religion into the state. Like you should not, because the minute I debate with you about the policy that you took, you can say God said, and then you end and you kill the discussion. And this is what the Muslim Brotherhood were doing. We're talking about finance and we're talking about economy, and then you start using God and Hadith and Quran. That means we're never gonna get to an agreement, because you're telling me if I disagree with you, I am an infidel. And this is why we don't want these kind of discussions. This is actually what we have a problem with Hamas.
Mm-hmm. Hamas doesn't do that. What are you talking about?
Hamas does not do that exactly.
Oh, Edward.
No, Hamas. When they were in charge, and when they won elections in the West Bank, they kept the secular government.
What are they doing?
Even Hamas now, when they were governing Gaza, they were governing multiple.
This video, Vice President.
They had multiple groups from the PFLP.
What did they do to the opposition? What did they do to the opposition? What are they doing right now?
The opposition sat down with them at the table. What do you mean?
I'm talking now. What Hamas is doing right now to the opposition.
Wait, you think this is the opposition? What they're doing right now?
No, they're killing. They're executing anyone who speaks against them.
That's Israeli propaganda.
I've heard that, but there's no evidence.
That's not true. No, we literally have Israel.
My friend father was abducted today.
Yeah, so is mine. Yeah, okay, I could say the same thing.
No, his name is Mustafa Asfour. You can go check him out.
Oh, then he must have done something.
No, he did not do shit. You know what's his problem? That his son, who lives outside of Gaza, is criticizing Hamas. So what they
don't tell me no.
When did they
do that? You don't hear about this.
They took his father?
Just a second, Mustafa. Just don't tell me don't.
No. You don't know anything about Hamas.
I know shit about Hamas.
Let me hear that. So what did his friend do, like his father? What does his father have?
Just a second, Mustafa Asfour, he tweets and he's opposed to Hamas. He talked everything about Hamas on their Qurans, and because they could not get Mustafa, they went and they abducted his father. And another one today on Facebook. I'm just gonna bring it and leave it in the comment.
Okay, so they abducted his father because of his son.
Yeah, they did that. Just a second. They called someone's mother, right? And they threatened her, if you don't shut your son from posing against us, we're gonna come and we're gonna kill one of the kids.
There's so many people to speak up against Hamas.
It doesn't sound logical. Why would Hamas even care about a random tweet? Like there's millions of tweets against Hamas. What do you talking about?
They do care. No, they don't care, man. What do you mean?
Look in
They're
the
not like
comments.
double
Look in the
standards.
comments. Go look in the comment now. It's posted by
Bro, there's millions of tweets against us.
They execute people. They shoot them in the knees.
No, they don't.
They do.
Maybe a small portion of them, like the
Small
criminals.
portion. No, they don't. It's not about
Because
criminals.
they're criminals. Maybe some criminals claim themselves to be Hamas.
You're just Hamas apologist. That's all.
Bro, Hamas is the resistance, isn't it?
قسم حماس عم السنوار مبسوط؟
Okay, where you from? Where you from, Benny?
قسم حماس just a second.
Benny, where you from? Where you from? Which country you from?
قسم حماس I'm in
Okay, but why you cursing?
He's Palestinian.
Bro, be civilized.
I am civilized. If you
I
tell me
understand your anger and your hatred. Like,
you're telling me
we
my
fully
friend
understand
is a
that, but you don't
criminal.
need to curse.
No, I will curse Hamas.
This video.
Because you're not God.
Don't curse in here in this room.
Then I will curse
In
him.
this room, we'll talk civilized.
عليك لك السنوار
حماس
Kick him. He's
خرع
using
على
bad language.
حماس اوكي باني خرع حماس بس لا تجيب اسماء اشخاص اليوم خرع حماس بس لا تجيب اسماء اشخاص ارجوك لا تجيب اسمعني لا تجيب
Guys, stop it.
They kidnapped the father of my friend, and this guy's like, no, you don't know shit. You're just apologist for it. You're a
Benny,
fucking
listen, I
apologist.
understand your confusion. I understand your anger, okay? You
I
have
don't
valid
need you to
reasons.
understand.
You have a relative who has been abducted. We understand that, okay? But cursing is not going to help you
I don't need
reach
your
your
help.
Like, you don't need to curse here.
Here, I just left another
And
video.
just because this specific event
I just
happened,
left another video of Hamas leader, okay? What's his name? Abu Jassim, I'll get you the name of him. He's kicking a family from a tent so he can take their spot. I will put a post of my friend whose father was abducted to the Mustafa Asfour just because his kid was speaking about it. There's so many. Don't tell me about Hamas. I know Hamas more than you.
I mean, I know Jindip doesn't like Hamas, but
Me too. But I cannot say anything, about, no, please, be patient, Bani. We cannot say,
يطلعوك عن هذا بدي يقول لك شو بتعرف شو بتعرفش.
طيب يا حبيبي طول بالك.
Palestinians
يتحاكموا والله لا يتحاكموا.
isn't Hamas the only resistance against Israel?
No, I said this is the problem, right?
And how can you hate a guy like Sinwar?
There's a tribe. Look at what they just did right now. Without any evidence whatsoever, they said that if Hamas arrested this guy, that means he must be a criminal. So the assumption is Hamas, there's no corruption, that Hamas operates under freedom and liberty and all of these things. And if you were arrested by Hamas, that means you must have been a criminal.
Well,
No one says that.
Unbelievable.
No one
that's
You just said that right now.
Let me ask you a
You
question.
just said that right now, man.
Perspective of seeing this point, because you're clearly hating Hamas, but I want to see your point on Israel. Do you like Israel?
يا حبيبي, I don't. Here's the thing. Can you
Do you like Israel? Yes or no?
إذا أنا ناكل
You love
يهود
Israel?
Okay, stop it.
Okay, he's a Palestinian 48 that hates Israel. خلاص. He's a
Hates Israel?
yeah, bro.
What the fucking discussion here? Like, you came late to the fucking party. I just left in the comment my friend whose father was abducted. It's in
Going to be running a 24
he
hour
posted, if you go to his profile, you can
which
find
means
that
as soon as we are done here today,
multiple times.
I'm going to post a
You're gonna get
graphic
those
outline. We are
Don't
going
tell
to
me
run
about
a
Hamas.
poll
No,
on
I'm
your
not Hamas
board.
inside out. I literally know shit that you will never be able to forget.
I swear God, they are going to be quoted.
Can I just ask a
One by
question?
one. Everyone who committed any crime, anybody he been killed or raped or stolen things, he will be committed. He will be quoted.
No, he won't. That's the thing. If these people attain power, they will be in power. Nobody will hold them accountable. It's the same thing for Syria right now. We have to contend with Jabhat al-Nusra taking over, right?
Okay,
with
what's the alternative to Hamas? What's the other side?
Right? And because almost once you take power, that's it. I can stop.
Benny, who would you like to rule?
I don't need to give
Anyone else.
I don't want to give you a solution.
Who's anyone else?
Just a second. Hold on. There's going to be an election. Hamas will be convicted by the Palestinian law. But right now,
the discussion was, I'm telling you about something, and you made something holy. You made something holy. You cannot criticize
No
Hamas.
one is saying Hamas is holy.
You're just
No one is saying that.
You're-
What I'm saying is they are the resisting group. Maybe
They're not resistant. Hamas is not a resistant group. I don't see.
Who's not the ideas?
No, Habibi. Just a second. A drug dealer shooting at ideas. Like like the drug dealer shoot at the Israeli police does not mean he's a resistant.
And the women,
It can't be he's a resistant.
women that another woman here speak.
It can still be resistant in a drug dealer. But it doesn't make him a good person.
This guy is.
راني ادخل موجه في الانتفاضه الاولى هم ركبوا الموجه يا حبيبي.
Who do you blame?
And can someone take Edward because he's lying all the time?
Yeah, no. Listen, man. We had the same issue after the ceasefire and everything. When Hamas was lining people up and calling them traitors and like executing them, everybody was defending them.
Then going.
And that's problematic.
Majidi, do you know that family name? Did you hear about it?
Guys, can I just say something? Like, just want to speak for 1 minute. I want to warn you about something.
Because you Palestinians got this fucking
Trust me.
Just a second, hold on. I was in Majidi family.
Now we got fucking dead up here about to add his fucking
Wednesday, just let the Arabs do their thing.
Nargis, you need to
Just a second.
Big George, really.
Just a second. In Majidi family, Israel asked them, they sent him a message to their Mukhtar, to the, I don't know how to describe the family.
Okay.
And they asked him that they want him to collaborate, to collaborate with them and kind of create a militia because they're very large family. The Mukhtar refused to do that. They dropped a bomb, they killed 102 from that family. 102 in 1 day.
Damn.
Just a second. Week after, they had Hamas wanted to evacuate from their tent because they want to take the land, fight with Hamas. Hamas went and they executed 9 of their people. Hamas called them traitors. People who lost 102 a week before. So the label traitor by Hamas is very easy. It's just like water. They stab it at anyone. So whatever they tell you, we that shit flies on you. It does not fly on us. We know exactly what Hamas do. We know when they call someone traitor, it has nothing to do with it. Who killed Muhammad al-Daif? When Muhammad al-Daif is hiding in al-Mawasi Khan Yunis and 300 people were killed with him, innocent civilians.
Wednesday. I've been trying to say something.
No. You need to read the room, honey. You need to read the room. This is a moment. You need to wait, Wednesday.
Maybe Hamas isn't good, but there's one good thing they do. They're resistant.
When Muhammad al-Daif was killed, who told Israel about Muhammad al-Daif that he was hiding between civilians in Mawasi Khan Yunis? It was a Hamas member.
Intelligence agencies, right?
No, it was Hamas member who told it. Who is it? Why don't they talk that there are traitors in between them? Why do they always like slap anyone who killed? Hamas has full of traitors.
Yeah, it has. No one's rejecting that, but the thing is, like maybe they have done the bad things, but at the same time, we know they are standing their ground.
They're not standing their ground. Abu Marzouk said the following. Abu Marzouk said 3 months ago when they were debating with him on Al Jazeera, guys, the arms that we hold, we are the only one who can secure the settlements. You cannot take it from us. Our arms is the only way to secure the fucking settlement. That's Abu Marzouk. Imagine again. The head of Hamas, one of the leaders of Hamas, said, our weapons will be used to secure the Israeli set, so don't take it from us. Hamas weapons is not against Israel. What's left out of it is to use against the fucking Palestinians.
Yeah, maybe. The thing is, in such chaotic environments... Huh?
Dude, I'm not going to continue debate with him because he does not fucking know the ABCs I'm coming here to debate. I can keep pulling.
Why is your Arabic مكسرة?
العربي مكسرة just كرسي على راسه.
Why are you being like insulting? Like what
because
is this how you talking?
لأنه الزلمة شوي.
تعبت من
يعني أنا سبيته شيء.
هو دمه حامي.
ليش عم تصير؟
لانك مش فاهم ايش وبتحكي.
حتى لو مش فاهم بتسب اذا واحد مش
يعني
فاهم.
احسن بلا مثبت يا اكون صريح معك حبيبي بني اوليف، يعني شوي روق شوي.
حدا سب فيك لحتى تسبب؟
يا زلمه والله
What is this man? Be a man. Kick this guy. Kick this guy. Like he's not supposed to be here.
صاحبي
This guy is not supposed to be here.
ابوه فدائي خطفوه ولا خطفوه. خطفوا واحد كثير بخطفوا فدائي اللي كان محبوس عند
استغفر الله. قاعدين تكفروا وما بعرف شو. Guys, can you mod me? I'm gonna kick this Benny out because he's being really rude and cursing. I'm saying.
Where are you from? Are you Palestinian?
Yeah, I'm Palestinian. Yes.
Oh my God! Can I say something? Y'all having small talk? Talk something now, right?
Okay, go ahead, Wednesday.
Thank you. Bonnie, I have a question. Like, I understand.
No, just kick him. Don't ask him questions.
No, I want to speak to him. I understand your anger. I understand you dislike Hamas. But
I'm sorry, brother.
In my opinion, oh my God. In my opinion, this disagreements with other Palestinians, with other Arabs, should have been done in a private room, because what they're going to say to Zionists, in my opinion, they're going to say that the genocide, the supposed genocide, was of the Palestinians.
Great question. Great question. Let me answer you.
No, you're not supposed to answer. Leave.
طلعوا بعدين بتقولوا لي ليه بتسب دينه، يعني عينيكم حدا يسكتوا.
Someone kick this guy out.
Hey, shush.
This guy is a drug dealer.
I have a message from friends. Oh, wait, never mind.
By the way, you know that's a huge fucking stereotype. Like 48 Arabs are drug dealers. This is a huge stereotype. I'm sorry.
Everyone knows the Lebanese are the best drug dealers in the regionon.
That is true.
They have the best hash.
كلهم يعني الحاسوطين ما في
It's
احسن
Syrians. It's Bashar and his friends.
No. Actually, Hezbollah was the biggest drug dealer in Syria.
Bro, we have the best drugs. Number one, we have tabbouleh, and whoever's not addicted to it, there's something fucking wrong with you. And then we have hash.
Lebanese tabbouleh is best, bro.
Thank you.
I grow, you know, the best. I grow just only for tabbouleh.
The Palestinian falafel is best, and the Lebanese is.
You know what? I agree with you. I agree.
Oh my God. Benny Olive, can you answer Benny's question?
Yes. So,
hey, ما تسب. قلت له ما يسب. ليش انت عم تسب؟
طب اسكم تاني.
انت بلشت.
اوكي هو بلش بس اذا اللي سواه انت ما
قلت تفضحناش مشان الله.
Okay, the idea is that the Israelis don't know about our conflicts. I'm telling Israelis engineered our conflict. They know our conflict inside Bravo. Israel orchestrated this conflict and division between the Palestinians. So kind of the idea, let's not do it. They know. Now, I want to be clear. The root cause and the cancer is Israel. The symptom of this cancer is Hamas. But what I'm worried about, that we as Palestinian Wednesday, just a second. Sometimes, before you die from cancer, you die from the symptom of that cancer. And I'm worried that my people will die from symptoms. Why? Because we have irrational, stupid, immature movement that is gambling with the life of Palestinians as if we are sheep that have no names and we can just bring more kids. I don't really care about what people think. I care about the people themselves. I care about my friend that his father was a fidei, arrested by Israel multiple times, and he was abducted from his tent today in Wasif and Yunus.
Oh, wait, you said something interesting there.
I don't
hold on.
talk to you.
No. Like, I'm not gonna consult you or something. But you said something interesting. You said he was abducted by the Israelis and released multiple times.
He was a prisoner.
So why was he abducted and released multiple times?
This is how they do.
Hold on. Usually, let me give you. This is hold on. Don't interrupt me. When Israel captures someone, when the IDF take you as a prisoner. Hold on. I have a
bullshit so we can debunk it. I know what
Yeah, you can debunk me after. Thank you. Usually, when the Israeli government or military take you and take you to custody, they have always good reasons. They don't just release you easily. Hold on, let me finish. They don't just release you easily. They don't release you easily unless you give them information. If they have taken you multiple times, it means you have revealed information that's crucial for against Hamas. So maybe that could be the reason Hamas abducted him. Do you agree with me?
Listen, man, if you want to use that logic, then the vast majority of Hamas members are Muslim.
Including
Honey.
They don't release easily. That's what I'm trying to say. So this guy
pick them up and release them. They don't do that. No.
Thank you. Exactly.
And
if they take you,
they're there for at least a few months.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Benny, your friend's father. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend's father probably revealed secret information about Hamas' position, and that's why they released him, bro. And they took him again and again and again.
How do you explain Honey? How do you explain Honey?
Hamas fucked him up.
Honey?
They healed him of cancer.
Habibi, wallahi Habibi.
Yo, how can you talk shit about Sinwar, bro? Sinwar was like, I don't give a fuck if I die, I wanna die. Like, I wanna die.
Go die. I wanna die. Okay.
Bitch ass boy.
You take the whole Gaza with you. Die. You wanna die.
You were a Muslim, yeah? You were
طيب أنا مساعد. أنا مساعد. أنا جيمس بجيب أختك.
اللي عن قصك عصا.
سوري.
سوري بتغيظك.
طيب بالله عليك يا حبيبي والله انا فاهم لك انا اسف
هو عم بيقول انه اسمع هو الكلام على فكره
ليه انت ابن ناس وعالم مبين عليك انت نظيف وباني برضه نظيف
انا كنت نظيف من البدايه هو صار يسب فيني
Can I just point out that
هو فوت المسبات بالحكي
I just want to point out that the Palestinians have taken over the Holocaust room.
Okay.
That's
a random question. Like what I'm that Benny fucked up. He messed up. He mistakenly said that his friend's father was taken by the Israeli government multiple times, not once, not twice, multiple times, and released. That's a huge red flag. Huge red flag.
Have you ever heard the term administrative detention or illegal fighter?
I mean, usually when the Israeli take over.
Let me help you, Ty. Let me help you. Israel has 3 categories in which it can.
Royce, you're Israeli, right?
Yes, and let me explain, Ty. Let me explain. Israel has 3 categories: prisoners that have been charged and sentenced, administrative detainees, and illegal fighters. The second 2 categories.
Okay, you're an AI.
Just a second. I got the number. Just a second. So I got.
Benny, you messed up, bro.
That's like a smash. His father was arrested in 1979, and then he was released, and then he was arrested in 1987 for 15 years. For 15 years. So he stayed in Israeli prison. He stayed twice. He at least like a long serving, beside the arrest here and there. But
whatever.
Listen to me. I have been in the prison. I have been by myself. I have been in the prison, and I get sentenced, and I released. I stay 1 year, and they release me. Listen. And after that, they keep on me in the custody. This is something very terrible. They put me, and the others they thought I am a fucking corporator. Terrible. Listen, you fucking stupid.
sorry.
لا ما تسب مشان نطبخ ولا
احكي عادي عادي
ولا اسمع
الزلمه محبوس
ولا كانوا يحزوني يا حيوان
محبوس
كانوا يحزوني عشان الناس تقول عني عميل يا واطي وانا اشرف من الشرف يا واطي
مظبوط
لا ما حدا عم
يا
يحكي
واطي انت ما بتستحي اسمع كلامي
ايوه
يا زلمه ايش مالك ليه؟
اخلص shut up back up
استغفر الله العظيم يا زلمه ليه عم تسب؟ انا ما سبيتك شيء يعني والله ما حكيت معك شيء والله عيب عليكم انت العربي
ولا خليتني اسلم
Integrity do you have?
طلع خليتني اسلم
يلا The thing is, we Arabs we need to train our personality and akhlaq. I think we
خلاص
انت مش عربي ليه عم تحكي هيك؟
guys
ما عم تحكي
بس ولا عرصة ولا
ما تحس قصتك
بس ولا عرصة وينك ولا وينك انت ولا قرد ولا
شباب
والله عيب عليكم
ولا قرد ولا قرد
سيبك منه
الله عيب عليكم تثقفوا شوية
sometimes when we speak to people we need to understand like you're talking to someone who's up there, he exists, he has a brain, so we're not with 3 lines you understand the guy in front of you is just coming to troll. In that case, خلاص
I'm not here to troll actually. Like you the one who started it. Like I spoke to you 100% professionally, without cursing, without saying anything. You were the one who was cursing.
You were defending Hamas when I told you
so what? It's my opinion.
No, just a second.
You cannot curse at someone just because it doesn't share your opinion.
No, that's not about
what is this?
I was saying they abducted the father of my friend and you immediately jumped into defense.
اسمع
Yeah, but that cannot justify you cursing at me. What is this?
Guys, I let you know also one more thing.
The gentleman
You know that I have been wanted to the brothers who became to the Hamas before they became Hamas. I have been wanted in my city, Nablus, in my city. I have been wanted. They want to kill me.
Why?
Why? Because they believe that اولاد قحبه هم اولاد قحبه والله اولاد قحبه شاب صغير كنا عمري 15 16 سنه شو اولاد الشرموطه بدهم يقتلوني لاني كنت اروح على المدرسه اسمع لي ولك اسمع يا واطي اسمع
لك لا عم تقول واطي يا زلمه شو مالك يا زلمه؟
لانك ما بتصدقني وما بتحترمني
ما ينقال ما عم بصدقك عم بسالك اسئله وليه عم
علي شوي انت يا بني غلطت علي حبيبي غلط
لا ما حكيت عليك ولا كلمه انا كنت عم
حكيت بدك تقول غلط انا ما
والله ما حكيت عليك ولا كلمه انت سمعت غلط
Okay, let's talk in English. I have been wanted at that time because at that time in Arabic I don't know how to translate it. They believe the brotherhood, they don't believe in resistance, and always we have a very high discussion together everywhere in the school. They don't go out, they don't believe in resistance at that time, so that we have conflict. We go out from the schools and we resist in the everywhere. We make clothes or other stuff, and they keep on in the school, and they press the teacher to give them lectures. You get what I mean? And we get angry. One day we go inside and we make trouble with them, and then they get the help from outside the school. You get what I mean? And they kick our asses.
المشكلة بديش افتح موضوع لما في مواضيع ثانية بس يعني مواضيع الاقتصاد اللي بيعملوها حماس في مراكز المساعدات في اشياء بتعرفوهاش الواحد مش
ما بدنا تخويت يعني كل واحد يلزم حده كل واحد يلزم حده
وينزل وفي واحد
بعدين بني حبيبي انا وياك متفقين we meet me and you بني you know why
بس انت بالك طويل حط جاكفتيز وكله يلا
لا حبيبي خلي بالنا طويل انا هيك اسلوبي ناجح I success in my life this is my style you know I didn't sit beside opposite I don't like to sit opposite you even though we don't agree even though we don't agree I like to sit a little bit beside you and then we
You got what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
So yeah, there's a lot of traumatic events that happen, and but I mean, the most fundamental in civilized discussions is that you shut the fuck up, Ajrab. إذا ولا طالع المطر علينا مش فاهم منطيز ومتسب.
Nothing. Nothing.
Guys, can you guys start a new room? I just feel like it's
Sorry to disturb anybody. I love you all. I love you all. I love you, Benny. I love you, everybody.
Someone requested to talk. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we're guys in the room, Benny, I respect what you have to say as a Palestinian, because people on the internet are used to a certain narrative of voices and opinions, and then with someone who you are Palestinian of sides, and you have a different opinions, I don't respect the fact that Palestinians and not want to cancel you, attack you, and insult you for having an honest opinion about what you experience, the way you feel around the experience about certain leaders and how they have, harmed your community and people around you. And I think it's really good for you to speak up against it.
Wow. Thanks for sharing. I gotta go, guys. I'm closing the room. I think it's awesome to share our conversation. Bye.
Bye, Buttercup.
Goodbye.
Hello?
Yeah, boy. Yeah, definitely. It should make sense. It makes perfect sense. Because the pederasty was like a thing. He was obsessed with the Romans.
Where do you get the boy from?
Huh? Who said that?
The boy is the new angle. Where do you get that?
What do you mean it's a new angle? It's always been there. It's the like if you think about it, like pederasty was a thing back in the Jewish Roman era, right? During the time of Jesus. So pederasty is really the sexual immorality. It's not homosexuality.
Right, but why associate that with Aisha? Like, why does that?
Because the reason why I say that Aisha's a boy is because one, she never got pregnant, never produced a child. To me, that would be the ultimate reason to have a young bride, would be to produce children. You get what I mean? She never even produced a child. The Coptic slave produced a child in a shorter amount of time than Aisha was around. So
because all women must produce children. This is your example. All women necessarily produce children because they can. This is completely like taking out the angle where perhaps there are some women who cannot produce children.
Or women that don't get their period, like young boys.
In fact, historically,
historically, young boys.
I don't know.
Yeah, historically, young boys don't get their period.
I mean, you know why this is coming across as like really flawed as an argument?
Why?
It's because perhaps you as a Christian, this would be the refutation. You're justifying, I don't know, the priest or whatever, child.
Hey, listen, you want to do whataboutism? That's fine.
This is probably what, like, as a refutation, is what you have.
You want to do whataboutism to me?
That's
perfectly fine. It doesn't cover up the fact that this is historically in their corpus and in their writings, that either Aisha is a young boy or a young girl. So I'm going to think that he wasn't stupid enough, because I think it's more common for older men to like younger boys versus younger girls.
So it actually makes more sense, even historically it does. Even with all the Bacha bodies, and the way that the Ottoman Empire actually had. So these are like deep-rooted secrets within, their culture. It's going on in Afghanistan, it goes on in Pakistan, it goes on in these areas very frequently.
I think those boys are respected. At least with the Sunni,
Aisha has freaking, she has, what are you talking about? She has hadiths, she has prayers, she has a whole bunch of...
I was saying the Bazi boys are not respected, right?
What do you mean they're not respected?
That whole concept is not reviewed.
Wouldn't be given the respect that Aisha's given, at least among the Sunni times, and the Jihad.
This is after the fact. This is after the fact, after they give her actual womanship. Yeah. You're right. They wouldn't respect her if she was a boy. They would if she was a girl.
Have you read this theory through any academic work, or because there is quite an extensive work that I must have told you this a million times. Joshua Little has done his 361 thesis. I've read most of it, where she's freaking between the ages of 19 and 22 based on the work that he's done, right? This was his PhD thesis, The Age of Aisha. So, I mean, you might want to run this through some kind of...
I never put an age. Honestly, I never said an age throughout this whole entire conversation.
I mean, he acknowledges her as a woman, right? So this is what I'm trying to say. So you might want to kind of run this argument through some academic work, or if you have already... I mean, any view is obviously respected within academia, even if it may not be accepted.
Academia, they have there's no academia that gives me a historical Kaaba. You actually think I'm going to get an honest answer out of academia in Islam about Muhammad having a boy as a child bride? No, I'm not. I'm not going to get an honest answer out of the Kaaba, let alone who he married. So, what, are you serious? Give me an academia where the Kaaba was at the Kaaba during the time of the Kaaba was supposed to be at the Kaaba.
Okay, yeah, you can make an argument for that. Yeah, you can make an argument for that. You can make an argument for Petra. These are all respected, viewpoints within academia, right? Kaaba was not, that's not what the Quran refers to. It refers to the Petra, the temple, etc. These are all views within academics.
Where do they grow olives in Petra? I mean, not in Petra, in the Kaaba. Where are the olive trees?
Yeah, so you can make an argument such as that. But to say that she's a boy, I'm not so sure. That could be a stratch.
What about the al-Zut? What about those? Should I just look at those as what? Just lies? The story about the al-Zut, is that a lie? Because there's a high, there's a really good chain. It's in Bukhari. It's been recorded. How should I take the Zut sort of claim?
Yeah, he's not everyone's gonna grant you that.
Or him kissing young boys.
Yeah, so no one's gonna grant you that simply because it's perhaps not there in the primary source, right? In the Quran. So there's no mention of it, etc. Now, if you're reading in Hadith, you might have to do their whole system of.
There's no mention of Aisha
in there either. Yeah. However, there's reference to.
So then, if there's no mention of Aisha in the Quran, it all holds bar. What are you talking about?
Correct.
Can I add to the Elsa thing?
Yeah, it's not there. I don't know.
With Elsa, the author or the writer of those hadiths, they were seen with the companion of Allah in Abu Bakr during their time on multiple occasions. So from Islamic authors that study, guide people,
they said that would bring it to a level of Sahih Bukhari.
Let's be fair here. No, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I really am. I'm trying to be as fair as possible here, saying that, you know what? It wasn't a girl. But we should stop making these accusations. He's, a P or whatever. He just had a bit of a fetish. An older man fetish.
According to Sunnis, whilst it talks about it in Bukhari, as narrators have presented it, like this is a more honest way to like present something like this than to say like this is what he is.
So then prove Aisha was female.
I usually take from like academic sources for all religions.
What academic sources? Because you're telling me that
I haven't read anywhere where she's a man. She's a boy, little boy.
So this is the thing, right? If it's not in the, so you were saying if it's not in the Quran, we shouldn't take it serious. But what sources are you gonna tell me? Because you know
I told you my metric is the academics. If it's over in the Quran, why even like concept of it? If that's gonna be like your.
They keep bringing it up.
Yeah, that's their problem. Like
they keep bringing it up, so I'm like, you know what? It's a mystery. I think that they're under conjecture. I mean, they're under conjecture when it comes to a lot of things in religion. So
yeah, you can make that argument. If it's not there, yeah.
I mean, the Shias don't even think she's worthy of even having existed.
I mean, she existed.
This was a political move.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you the reasons why I think she was a boy. You want me to give you the reasons?
Yeah.
Supposedly she was at war or leaving battle. This would make sense, right? She was left behind, right? She was left behind in a caravan, or that she was just left behind. So everyone knows that, especially in Arabia, with the way they are women, she probably would have never made it home. She was a woman.
She would
have never been left out if that was a woman. Because they usually are never alone. Only boys are alone. Another reason why I think with the thing with the battle is the fact that they tried to emphasize that she was either strong, not a girly girl sort of person. That she was probably probably like a tomboy type, right?
Yeah, which call them like studs now in the city.
Yeah. So it makes sense from just the way they describe Aisha as not being a very girly girl sort of girl, left behind in battle. Why is it that the Coptic woman, right, and all these other women would prepare food for Muhammad besides Aisha? When was Aisha ever recorded making food for the Prophet?
She's aristocracy.
You what?
She's aristocracy. She doesn't cook.
She doesn't cook.
That's the other wives at the same time, remember?
Makes sense. Sounds like a young boy that's never cooked a meal in his life.
Am I a young boy? I've never entered my kitchen.
I mean, you are kind of
a young boy.
No, you are kind of like
you made rice.
Dudes, you're like one of the guys, man.
Yeah, you made rice.
I made rice. Yeah, I made rice before.
I mean, I'm not saying you're not girly. I'm just saying.
But I also burnt it.
I've never spoke to you or talked to you like a sexual woman thing. Or I guess you've always been a homie.
Okay, then probably like I chose a homie.
Yeah. No. See, you can't compare yourself to Aisha.
Oh my God, absolutely not. I'm not doing it. And I would never.
Let's try to be careful with our words here.
You know my feelings about her.
My thing is that Aisha's a boy. There's no way. There's no way he's not. There's no way Aisha's not a boy. Because then prove that she was a female. When did she get her period? What year? Because guess what? There's stories and narrations of them waiting for her to get her period. They were waiting. There's narrations of this. Now, why would you wait for a malnourished 9-year-old girl that, listen, when you're malnourished, especially at a young age, you'll never, getting your period sometimes is so temperamental, even with women of today, and they're not malnourished. It just seems a bit, oh yeah, look, oh yeah, her ass is bleeding, she got her period. No. It's ridiculous.
Even guys' asshole can bleed.
Yeah, you have to prove to me that Aisha was a female, first and foremost. You have to give me more than her just playing with dolls. It has to be.
I lose credibility on this argument because you're providing idiotic points, right? Oh, later on, please, Mark, this is.
I'm getting blamed for Islamophobia either way, so I might as well give stupid arguments with it anyway. So I'm going full fledged.
Is she is it safe to say she's the most polarizing figure in Islam, given that she's the reason for the split, Sunni Shia, essentially?
She freaking sat on a camel and went freaking fighting with, many of her time, and nobody fights the Amir or the Caliph of the time, right? So this is why, you can make the argument that in that verse in the Quran, Megatron, which one is it? Where if two Mormons are fighting amongst each other.
Oh, two women, yeah.
Two Mormons are fighting amongst each other. One of them is surely wrong and is a hell dweller, right? Make peace between them, and if not, one of them goes to hell, which is what the Shias make the argument for. It does hamper your religious view if you don't put her in a camp of good or evil. So this is what they would fight for, and that Ali did not kill her in battle whilst she lost it was out of respect for the Prophet. I just let her go.
We can't have the only woman mentioned in the Quran in a negative light, though. We just can't have
She's not mentioned in the Quran, though.
Oh, she's not. Oh, Mary.
I mean, Mary is. No, we're talking.
Yeah.
Bro, okay. What are you comparing? Who to who?
Okay.
You're comparing.
So wait, you know why I say that though? I feel as though Aisha is for Sunnis is like Mary for Catholics. Basically, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
probably. That was the figure. The figure. Yeah, that's what
they do call her mother and stuff. So
yeah, she's the mother of believers.
I just think that So, we just can't have anything bad happen to her. That's all I'm saying. You know, it's funny. My friend growing up, he's Iranian, and man, I was trying to I remember he would get so angry talking about Aisha. I'd be like, "Why are you so mad?" You know, this is a level of anger.
My blood is boiling right now as an Iranian.
You know,
how dare you talk about a filthy person?
I can't understand how, I get the, what is that called? The something of embarrassment?
Yes. Criterion of embarrassment.
The criteria of embarrassment. I understand the criteria of embarrassment. But
interesting you say that, because I think Aisha wanted to be a caliphate, like Imam Ali, but then she would have to reveal that she is a guy.
Yeah.
Not going down that road, but I will say this: I like the Shia conception of the Mahdi, but I don't like that they don't like Aisha. So I'm torn.
I'm sorry.
If I'm team Shia or team Sunni.
There's a reason for it.
He's
read Joshua, if you read Jonathan Little's dissertation, he wrote a dissertation on this topic of Aisha, and there's the conclusion that he came to was that there isn't enough historical evidence to even know her age. Like, there's nothing that they can historically reliably say about this person. It's even possible that this person didn't even exist.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It could be, man.
Yeah. But there are
no children, never getting pregnant.
Okay.
And I understand what you're saying, like, maybe, certain women have difficulty getting pregnant.
That's what they're saying, right?
That would have been shown as a miscarriage.
That's what they're saying.
That would have been shown as something, right?
The whole of Bukhari's freaking Hadith corpus relies on freaking 50% of her. So now what? Now what's gonna happen if this person didn't even exist in history? Like, yeah, just as it does make that skeptical analysis of her existence.
I think the only thing that can probably save on this argument and look at the chromosomes, But the likelihood of it.
Go ahead.
But are you guys go ahead?
No, I mean, it's really interesting. It's really interesting. I never really thought about her. Because there's only one talking point for people who are outside of Islam, but actually she's really an important person. Even if there's mystery. Yeah. Well, even within Shia.
Yeah, exactly. So her non-existence would be like absurd as a concept if you take like both corpuses, right? Now, Joshua Little is not obviously setting this in stone, but he's also saying things like her age. Daniel, I don't know if you read the part where he speculates the age being between like 19 and 22 or something like that, based on his sister's age, Sarah. He does give an explanation of that.
Well, then, wait a second.
I think some people are going to be a little bit low. So Jonathan Little says that if we want to really look at it, he doesn't commit to any age at all. He just says, look, there's enough evidence for us to make these claims, and he doesn't trust. What he doesn't trust, Bukhari, a testament of six marriage and 9 consummation. So, I mean, you could say that he didn't say that she was 19. That's a little.
Yeah, you can't say absolutely.
The other thing I get is Aisha, pretty young, besides the marrying and all the other stuff. She's pretty younger in her age for the most part. And a lot of people say that she had a lot of periods during that time. There's a Sahih Bukhari verse about the semen being washed off, and then there's also a verse about Muhammad visiting all his wives in one night. He used to put the hammer down, as they say. So there should have been a chance that she should have got pregnant. Unless he is a guy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. There are plenty of opportunities. The guy had children with other women. How successful was he? Because of I don't know. But then at least one child out of this girl would have been okay. Or at least a miscarriage or something.
Maybe she just had bad genetics and had infertility.
Why don't we hear a story about her infertility?
I don't know. There are other ones that also people.
Oh, there is stories about her infertility?
Having what are those called, cystic?
They knew she had cystic fibrosis back then? Or she had endometriosis? Give me a break, man. We found that out in this century. Oh, give me a fucking break. Endometriosis? You get endometriosis?
But I don't know, man. You gotta get into that corpus.
Endometriosis is how you get cystic fibrosis.
The guy used to put the hammer down. He knew what he was doing.
Someone going with cystic fibrosis? This is better. At least now we're proving she was a female.
Correct. So there was a mention of like her and Hafsa, right? Like you'd see the verse that talks about the two of them, the two wives, just fucking giggling and making fun of him for the honey drink. So.
Is this in the Quran?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't mention her name, so it talks about, just look it up. Two. Let me give you the verse now.
66, 1 through 5. Come on, man.
Dude, I'm not a polemicist, so I don't know this.
Verse 66, 1 through 5.
Yeah, so I want to read something just one have time.
That's off the memory. That's off the memory. I don't even know if you're right about that.
It's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for us. This is what I call it. Well, this is how little we know about Aisha. The historical figure, and this is from Jonathan Little in his dissertation. He's an Oxford scholar. The historical figure of Aisha stands at the center of enormous religious and legal authority. Yet the actual evidentiary foundation of her life rests on surprisingly fragile ground. Nearly everything claimed about her derives from literary traditions compiled generations after the lifetime of Muhammad, rather than contemporary documentation or independent corroboration. The bulk of information on Aisha comes from hadith collections such as Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, texts assembled roughly 2 centuries after the events they describe. These collections rely heavily on chains of oral transmission, with their reliability not verified for external records, archaeological evidence, or contemporary written testimony. The figure of Aisha therefore emerges not from direct historical observation, but from a carefully curated narrative tradition shaped by later scholarly communities. I could go on and on. There's more, but the bottom line is that this is the foundation of the hadith and corpus is. I mean, most of them are narrated by this figure. But what does it mean to say that there is no evidence for it? This is bad. That's bad news. When you rely so heavily on the testimony of Aisha, and yet there's so little evidence. What is the sunnah then? Sunnah becomes completely stripped away. All of the narration by Aisha are just can be hand-waved. The tradition rests on nothing but hearsay and scant evidence. And that's what Jonathan or Joshua Little said.
And honestly, like, I'm giving them an out by saying she was a boy. Because then that means he never married a young girl.
Exactly.
So, like, I'm not even believing, like, this whole, like, like, pedophilia sort of thing. I'm looking at this, like,
you're working with them.
There's a chance that, the marriage was never consummated in that way. Even though it looks like the women wanted him to consummate the marriage when she was 9. The women that were taking care of Aisha, there's a narration of this, right? Am I correct on this? Somebody could fact check me. But there is a narration saying that they were preparing for her, or preparing that she be for the marriage to be consummated at the age of 9. So
I've checked that. You're preparing her?
Yeah, you'll see.
Oh,
Yeah, or the 2 women that were taking care of Aisha that wanted to make sure the marriage was consummated. There's some sort of narration with this. And they were like, oh no, she's ready. I just don't think that this person was a girl. This doesn't make any sense. She was in battle. He's considered a tomboy, left behind. She got punched in the chest. Remember when she was assaulted? That's some like bro stuff. Who punches a girl in the tit? Like come on, man. You slap a woman in the face. You don't punch her in the tit.
The rib would probably break her something.
You punch a man in his chest though. That I would do. Well, even that story, like everything about her just always pointed to me as a young boy. every little second, every little story about it.
Yeah, listen to this one. This is Bukhari 3894, or it could be, or it's 5134 in the common numbering system. But this is a Sahih hadith narrated by Aisha. Allah's messenger married me when I was 6 years old and consummated the marriage with me when I was 9 years old. My mother came to me while I was playing on a swing with some of my girl companions. She called me and I went to her, not knowing what she wanted. She took me by the hand and made me stand at the door of the house. I was breathless. When my breathing became normal, she took some water and rubbed my face and head with it. Then she took me into the house. There was some woman on the Ansar in the house who said, "Best wishes and Allah's blessings and good luck." Then she entrusted me to them, and they prepared me for marriage. And unexpectedly, Allah's messenger came to me in the forenoon, and my mother handed me over to me. Now, there's so much there that we can delve into. That's not, those traditions are for young men. When a young man or a young adopted boy enters another household, that's the tradition. That's what gets it. This could be
telling me, Daniel.
It's a boy. Aisha was a young, he married a young boy.
I don't even think it was a marriage. It was just a gift or some sort of obsession. You know, he was an older man, I guess.
Yeah,
what happened with older men?
He's taking the boy under his wing.
Somewhat,
you know.
I mean, who's the closest successor?
We're losing people.
Who's the closest successor? Aisha. Not
Ali.
Adopted.
It's Ali. Because Ali was raised by Muhammad.
Or I think this is too controversial. There's evidence. There's a lot of evidence to suggest this thesis is correct. But it's honestly going to be impossible for us to. How are we ever going to present this? I mean, this is controversial as you can get. I'm sorry.
Well, we are known for our own original ideas and arguments, and this is just part of, the full thesis that we have here. Not going with the social norms, with the demonic, burning of Qurans. No. We don't go with any of those things. We have our own understanding of this. And if it wasn't surrounded by such a web of lies, then it would be easy to believe. But it just seems like it's the opposite. Every time they say, don't have partners to Allah except Him and His messenger. They contradict themselves like right after they say things. I just can't. Impossible. And I think the opposite. I mean, they want to believe it. They want to believe it's a girl, then believe it's a girl. Prove it. Prove it was a girl. You played with dolls, really? That's all they got. That's it. That means the whole Hadith corpus is garbage. That's ultimately what I'm trying to prove. You hit it right on the head. You can't prove this girl. You can't prove this girl. You can't prove any of it. Let's just try to figure out who Aisha is. Was she a boy or was she a young woman?
And what was the point of females back then? They're respectful to females now, but it was so that way they can bear strong children. Why did he keep her around at that point? Was it out of compassion or was it a different motive?
How old did Aisha live to? How old was she when she died? 60s. Only men lived up to the 60s. Women never lasted that long.
Well, I think that Aisha is a crucial linchpin. You pull that pin and everything comes crumbling down. It's chastity.
I'm not Muslim, but I think if you're gonna make the argument.
Why are you interrupting me?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying. If Aisha's credibility and her historicity is in question, and 60% of Bukhari is narrated by Aisha, 40% of Muslim is narrated by Aisha. If the historicity of her is very essential for the legitimacy of traditional Islam, of the Sunnah. The Sunnah itself is in question with the historicity of Aisha. And we know nothing until 200 years after the death of the Prophet about her. I mean, upon what does Sunni Islam rest? Sorry, go ahead, Teresa. That was my only point.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. But I was going to say, if you're going to make the point, because, like, women didn't live that long, she could have also been an exception because Khadijah was narrated to live a long time, too.
I don't know about that. Which one lifespan?
65 years.
Yeah, see what I mean?
65 years old.
But I feel like if you want to make, like, a better point than... I think that doesn't really work. I think the best bet is just to, like, to kind of take Islam by its roots and destroy it from there, instead of, like, the Hadith, kind of destroy it from the Quran.
With the law items. We don't just do one direction, but yeah, I mean, you can destroy it from the Quran, but
I mean, a lot of the Hadiths, I kind of think are... I mean, I don't even think Islam by itself being bad morals should just be, like, common sense. Like, if he's a good prophet or whatever, then why does he have such bad morals? You could just make the morality argument.
the bulk of the information, all right, let's frame it. 60% of Bukhari is narrated by Aisha, 40% of Muslim, and that's a large portion of the Sunnah. I mean, what happens to the Sunnah if the historicity of Aisha is in question? The bulk of the information about Aisha comes from Hadith collections such as Bukhari. Muslim texts assembled roughly 2 centuries, 200 years after the events they describe. These collections rely heavily on chains of oral transmission whose reliability cannot be verified. Through external records, archaeological evidence, contemporary written testimony. The figure of Aisha therefore emerges not from direct historical observation, but from a carefully curated narrative tradition shaped by later scholarly views. Modern academic research, including the work of Jonathan J. Little, further highlights how even specific details about Aisha, such as a pivotal aspect of her biology, appear to trace back to limited transmission networks in later historical memory. When the foundational elements of a figure's biography depend on such narrow and retrospective sources, the certainty with which later tradition presents that figure begins to appear disproportionate to the evidentiary base. In historical terms, Aisha occupies a paradoxical position. She is one of the most influential transmitters of religious law and intimate prophetic tradition, yet she remains almost entirely absent from phrase independently verifiable historical documentation. The result is a figure whose authority looms large within religious history while resting upon a record that, by the standards applied to many other ancient personalities, would be considered strikingly thin. Can I ask a question again? What happens to the Sunnah?
It's like gone, and it's mostly like
it's fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked.
What would be the point of inventing it? Danielle, based on like, what would be the point if you could attribute it to somebody that actually existed? What are you asking me? What would be the point of inventing a character when they could just as easily have attributed whatever they want to attribute to somebody that actually existed?
Look, I have no idea. I mean, I don't understand what that like. Why would they make it up? The reason they made it up is because they based a lot of the law on it, on her. So people that said that they had a testimony from her, there was a lot of clout. There was a lot of the gravity of her statements. They hold weight, right? So if you say that Aisha said something, that's legally binding. That becomes part of Sharia. So that's why they make this stuff up.
Right, but it only has weight if if they already knew the person actually existed, right? I don't understand. Are you saying she didn't exist, or saying like Megan found that she was actually a boy?
I think you're having trouble with following. The whole point is that the historicity of Aisha is in question, and if the hadiths that are based upon her narration are in question as well, given that we don't know much about her. It may be attributed to someone that didn't exist, as far as we know. Now the question you ask is like, well, why would they do such a thing? I don't know. I mean,
I'm saying
are you a Muslim?
No. If I'm going to invent something, right? I want to say the hadith or whatever. I want this thing to be attributed with some strength, with some authority. Then I have people that I'm like, there are names of the whatever they call them, Sahaba. I could have chosen anybody because it's 100 years later, nobody will know, right? Why invent somebody that raises the questions exactly that you're or that whoever you were reading their work raises? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's something doesn't work. A liar always bases something on a little kernel of truth, right? So I don't know why I would attribute to an entirely made up person.
Well, because she exists in oral tradition. What are you talking about? She exists within these traditions. So I'm talking about the historicity of Aisha in contemporaneous documentation, archaeology, and things like that. So she does exist within the tradition. So why did they make up that he had a wife? I don't understand what your question is.
Well, at some point, this character, assuming the character did not exist, at some point it have to be invented. And the question is, when you have plenty of people around that you could, attribute whatever you want to, well, already, why take the chance being discovered, so to speak?
Well, because of the tradition of her being and her intimacy with the prophet and her nearness to the prophet, which makes her testimony more poignant. It's her nearness to the prophet himself. So why would tradition exist? Just stop for a second. You have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think you understand Islam or the argument that I'm trying to make. If you want to marry a 6-year-old girl, let's say you want to marry a 6-year-old girl and you want to fuck a 9-year-old girl. How are you going to do that? Well, you're going to fucking make up a story about fucking Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old girl and fucking a 9-year-old girl. And that's going to make it kosher, dude. That's why they do it. That's why she's the basis of so much. Like I said, 60% of Bukhari, 40% of Muslim is based upon or narrated by Aisha, a figure with scant historical representation.
All right, that's the reason. I understand.
Well, why don't they just make up instead of just making up a character, why don't they just pick someone that really did exist with the prophet and that everyone knows about? So that they would never, like, what kind of a question, like, dude. directly from Jonathan Little's or Joshua Little's, Jay Little's dissertation, Oxford scholar. And even he writes it. They don't even know how old she is. They can't even determine her age using critical history. They have no fucking clue.
Who would question the wife, the prophet, right?
Right, which means that I'm saying before the hadith are written down, there had to already have been a tradition that this person existed, whether she did or didn't, or whether it's a boy or whatever. There had to have been a pre-existing tradition, right?
Yeah, I guess there probably was a pre-existing tradition about it. Maybe she did exist. We can always speculate, but what I'm trying to do is, I'm not saying that, look, Aisha didn't exist. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. I'm just explaining to you that the evidence for her existence is very scant. No, there are people that existed. Now, there are people that existed, and the evidence for them is very scant. You understand that?
Yeah.
There's some guy who wasn't like, he lived a very unremarkable life. He was a farmer. He existed. There's no evidence that he existed anywhere, but nonetheless he existed. You understand that? At least the people exist and there's nothing, no documentation suggesting it. Yeah, there you go.
If you're looking for modern design, bright open spaces, and a backyard made for gathering, this 4-bedroom gem is ready for you. Let's schedule a tour. If you're looking for modern design, bright open spaces, and a backyard made for gathering, this 4-bedroom gem is ready for you. Let's schedule a tour.
What's making you think that she didn't exist? Or are you just like listing things that would totally ruin the authenticity of all the hadiths?
She didn't exist.
Yeah, like, are you claiming that you don't think she exists? Like, what makes you think that? Just curious.
لایه‌های مختلفی داره. من یکی از مواردی که شاهزاده دیده شد و گفتم چهرهایی که همسن
Because I thought the argument was that, like, we can prove that she's a girl or a woman.
گفتمان اونا رو نزدیک‌تر درک نمی‌کردم. من حالا نمی‌دونم اسم بیاریم نیاریم. من خودم پای صحبت‌های یه سری از
I wanted to take a more broad approach to Aisha. But Barth has a theory that Aisha was a boy.
How long do you think, you guys? Let me ask you this, like, what is the debate really involve in the stakes? Like, whether or not you're right or wrong, minus the time that you spend thinking about this, debating this, what's the outcome that you're looking for other than content? Is it giving you contentment?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying, I'm questioning, how you spend your time using your brain. You asked for clarification. So I'm just asking you, what's the point? Hello?
You don't understand what we're even saying.
Oh, I speak English. I can actually hear you and listen to what you're saying. And I'm recording it, so if I want to go back and listen to it even more, guess what? I can.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. You tell me.
What's the topic?
Aisha, apparently. I mean, look at the name. Aisha. She, the eye of she. Are we sure that Aisha is not just a metaphor and not a little boy or a little girl? Hello? Are you being too literal? Hello?
Share it, man. Like, go and be alone with it. And it's depressing. Bro, come on, just go away.
Hello? I'm depressing? Are you projecting onto me your own depression? I feel great. I'm having a Miller High Life over here and just had a wonderful Brazilian chicken dinner. Hello? Are you projecting? Hello? Oh, now you sound like a Schwartz. That's what the Schwartz always say when they got nothing else to say. They say, that's weird. Weird. That's like no evidence to support what you're saying. So you just say that's weird. You ever notice that? That's kind of weird to me. Hello? Are you projecting on me? I've seen you, Daniel. You look like you haven't showered in weeks. Your hair is oily. It looks like you're from 1920s. You look dusty. Hello?
Honor the fact that he's a sort of military, like PTSD or whatever. It happens to you mentally. I don't know. Go there.
Hello?
Just go be mentally heal somewhere else.
Oh, I see.
Legit. Please.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's a me problem. Okay. Got it.
You're being a weirdo.
Oh, really? I'm being a weirdo? You guys are on here 7 days a week talking about the same fucking topic, and I'm weird? Oh. Sorry, Daniel. It's not me who's weird. It's you. It's you who's weird. It's Megatron who's weird. You guys keep doing the same fucking thing every day. What the fuck's wrong with you? Hello? You fucking weirdo.
Megatron, I only want to call you a heretic, bro. Why? Because he's an Orthodox sympathizing heretic. And Daniel, you're an atheist sympathizer heretic.
Are you last supper? Are you a Catholic?
Oh, yes.
I presume my niece has a prospective bride for your son. What is it? Some sort of aquatic slug?
What's
stuck to her feet? There is the question of the dowry. You are short the amount we agreed on. That is an installment with more to follow. If it were a thing of beauty, we could overlook such things, but it most certainly is not.
My uncle, His Grace the Pope, is too modest. He is also offering the Duchy of Urbino with his wealth of farmland.
What do you say? We happily accept your increase in the dowry. Congratulations. French and the match is good accepted. You have to stay in favour long enough to get pregnant. Do you think you can manage that? Well, shall we go and meet the groom? The second son, Henry, Duke of Orleans. Much nicer to look at in real life than your poetry. Did you see that?
Majesty, just like that, we will marry.
Hello?
You're protected. I've seen this.
China does a good job of replicating and copying us to certain degrees, right? But they're not like true innovators. They're just not.
Have very deep conversations about mental illness, genius,
epigenetics and medication. We had that conversation. I made some tofu. I think I won't die. I think it was edible. I have an idea to make some more and be really healthy about it.
Is all tofu edible?
Well, I mean, if I cook it, it might not be.
Oh.
But I did do I think I did an okay job. I put some olive oil down. I threw some spices on it. I swirled it around. It was good. I'm not mad at it. Add some hot sauce. Really good. Next time I'm going to try to add some beans. Garbanzo beans. I think it'll be even better.
What kind of tofu was it? Brown?
I don't know. It was white. Are there different colors of tofu?
No. It's the density of it. I'm a firm.
It was firm. It was like a block of tofu.
Okay. Did you do anything special before you cooked it, or?
I took it out of the water and then I used a napkin and I dried it a little bit and that was about it. I didn't do anything to it. I don't really know how to cook it. It's the first time I ever made it.
The next time.
Where were you when I did this help? I was asking everybody. Go ahead.
Well, for next time, put like a saran wrap over it, and then put a couple of real heavy books over that. And so what it does is that it just squeezes all the water out. And then when you put it in your marinade, it kind of expands and sucks all the marinade back in.
Ooh, I didn't marinate it. I just put it straight into the fryer. And it was okay.
Yeah, you can marinate it with whatever you want. It's kind of like, portable mushroom that gets the flavor of whatever the flavor is. And so this will do that too. So you can make it really delicious with whatever sauce and marinade you want.
Okay then. Well, now I've eaten and now I have a little bit of a
با امنیت زندگیشون رو بکنن، حتی اگه رأی نداشته باشه، حتی اگه رأی بدن، حتی اگه رأی مخالف بدن یا رو موافق بدن. الان ما داریم نابود میشیم از دست همین طیف سلطنت طلبایی که دارن میگن مرگ اینوری، مرگ اونوری، هر کی کنار ما نشینه مجاهد، هر کی کنار ما نشینه فلانه، هر کی که نشینه. من دوست ندارم کنار تو بشینم. این دموکراسیه. من دوست ندارم وجود تو باعث مشکله.
یعنی surrounded by candles. که در داخلن وجود جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر مشکل به نظر من جمهوری اسلامی که وجودش باعث مشکله تا حالا یه سری طرفدارای پهلوی. یعنی من خودم اینجور در داخل خیلی هم با این طرفدارای دولتی که آقای پهلوی درگیرم. همه دوستانم میدونم ولی به نظر فکر نمی‌کنید که باید اون نوع پیکازی جمهوری اسلامی باشه تا آقای پهلوی و طرفدارا کنار؟
نه ایشون رفتن از تو افتادن.
یکی نوشته از ایستان طرفدار
ای کاش نمیرفت چون می‌خواستم به چالش بکشم بهشون. کلا حرفایی که میزد ضد و نقیض داشت حرفاش خیلی
آقا شمایی که منو انداختی پایین شما میگی صحبت نکن ولی شما منو میندازی پایین و ایشون اومده یه فقط تخریب کنه بعد هیچ راه حلی هم نداره فقط
بهنام اول بگم تو خیلی بد میگم صدای من بعدی صدای شما
باید بده نکن.
شرمندگان دارم رانندگی میکنن. یکی دیگه از مادریتورها
من اتفاقا من آقای ایدیا رو نمیشناسم. یعنی من شاید بگم اولین بار حرفش رو شنیدم. اینی که افرادم که من از درون ایران هستم نمیدونم. یعنی من میتونم که بگم در درون ایران ولی نیست. ولی صحبت ایشون به نظر من بسیار درست بود. منتها همونجور که خودشم با صداقت گفت خودش که ببین من که تخصصم این نیست که بیام تمام جزئیات رو بفهمم و بدونم و بتونم به سوالات شما پاسخ بدم. ولی اون چیزی که من حس میکنم امروز جامعه ما میخواد من دارم حس خودم رو میدم.
Hello, New York. We are bringing you to your doorstep on the 17th and 18th of February. We shall see in Manhattan.
ما به یک مسالمت اجتماعی برسیم بعد از جمهوری اسلامی به جز این راهی که ایریال میگه راه دیگه وجود نداره. یعنی اگر قرار باشه بعد از جمهوری اسلامی ما نتونیم شرایطی باشه که گروه‌های مختلف بیان برای قدرت همه با هم مشارکت بکنن. برای چی مشارکت کنن؟ برای اینکه همدیگه رو حذف بکنن؟ خیر. برای اینکه بتونن در پلورالیسم سیاسی با همدیگه رقابت بکنن. منتها این قضیه در لحظه فروپاشی جمهوری اسلامی میسر نخواهد بود. با یه صندوق رأی هم حل نخواهد شد. بنابراین صحبت ایلیال کاملا درسته. این بستره باید قبل از اون به وجود بیاد. قبل از اینکه جمهوری اسلامی به وجود بیاد بستره باید به وجود بیاد که گروه‌های متنوعی بتونن در اونجا با هم دیگه بستره گفتگو همکاری همیاری داشته باشن. الان همچین بستره‌ای موجود نیست. اگر بخواد این بستره به وجود بیاد باید یه سازماندهی سیاسی باشه که در اون سازماندهی سیاسی ایلیای به یه سخن خیلی جالبی توجه کرد که حالا تو کانتکست سیاسیش بهش میگن ancient charter، یعنی یک منشوری برای دوران گذار، یک منشوری که در برگیرنده همه گروه ها باشه. همه گروه ها یعنی شما نمیتونید بگید اینو من دوست ندارم. نمیتونیم بگید. بعد دیگه آخه مجبورین چیکار کنید؟ حالا با اون گروه ها میکنید چیکار بکنید؟ بعد بکشینشون چون که حذف نمیشن که اونها که هستن. پس بنابراین باید همه گروه ها بشه. منتها گروه هایی هستن که نمیخواهند دموکراتیک باشن، یعنی گروه های کالتی هستن مثلا مجاهدین و مسلمه در اون اینترنچار وارد نمیشن که بخواهن بقول مشارکتی داشته باشن. برای خودشون کالتن و برن دنبال کار خودشون. ولی بسیاری از گروه ها میتونن در واقع در یک منشوری که در واقع همه شمول باشه قرار بگیرن. حالا صحبت کردیم که این منشور رو کی بنویسه. خب اول بستره‌ای به وجود بیاد تا آدم‌ها با هم صحبت بکنن. یعنی همون صحبت‌های خیلی جالب خانم گنجی برای من خیلی قابل توجه بود. گفتش که ببین بیان سوء تفاهم‌ها رو مطرح بکنن، بیان یه فضایی بیارن که اونا رو دعوت بکنن که بیان ما هم صحبت کنیم. کسی اینجا قدرت وجود نداره که بخوایم سهم به کسی بدیم. قدرت الان دست جمهوری اسلامی. پس بنابراین این سهم کشی قدرت یک خطای شناختی به یک مسئله ذهنیه. این ذهن شماست که داره میگه این اومده سهم ببره. کدوم قدرت که دست جمهوری اسلامی. پس بنابراین موضوع سنه که چجوری ما با همکاری هم دیگه تبدیل به قدرت بشیم که اسمش از آلترناتیو فرق نیست. مسلمه که یک فرق میتونه ریپرزنتیو داشته باشه، یعنی یک مدیر، یک رهبر میگه من رهبر این آلترناتیو هست. ولی آلترناتیو یک سیستم سیاسی، ما فعلا سیستم سیاسی نداریم. پس بنابراین باید به جای اینکه به آقای شاهزاده حمله بکنیم، به جای اینکه به گروه‌های دیگه حمله بکنیم، به جای اینکه به هم بپردازیم، اگه دیدیم که این بده اون خوبه، شاهزاده کم زیاده، این بده، فخرآور بده، اون یکی بده، مجاهد رو بگیریم چیکارش بکنیم چیکارش نکنیم. به جای این خطاهای شناختی و فرافکنی ما باید نگاه بکنیم که اون صحبتی که ایلیان کرد در واقع مغز داستانه. چگونه میشه این چارتی رو به وجود آورد که در برگیرنده تمام نیروهای مخالف جمهوری اسلامی بشه که تبدیل به یک قدرتی میشه، جمهوری اسلامی رو نامدار کنه و از طریق دیگه اون چیز منشوری که ما هم دیگه دست دادن قرار دادن نوشتن اون آینده باشه برای بعد از جمهوری اسلامی. یعنی این منشوری که الان قلبش دست دادن و دارن در این مسیر همکاری و همیاری میکنن جوری باشه که در واقع مکانیزم‌هایش در واقع تولید بشه. یعنی سیستم سیاسی هم میگه سیستم سیاسی مکانیزم درست میکنه، سیستم سیاسی مکانیزم رو درست بکنه. اون موقع بعد از جمهوری شما میتونید با خیال راحت بگید که ما روش ها مجموعه های درست کردیم که باعث آرامش و صلح جامعه، ریکانسیلیشن جامعه میشه و همچنین در برگیرنده نیروهای مختلف سیاسی که حالا با هم دیگه بیان بشینیم که یک قانون اساسی یا کانستیتوشن رو از طریق یک مجلس مؤسسان به وجود بیاریم. مجلس مؤسسان جینی نیست که باید بشکم بزنیم بگه الان من 4 نفرم میذارم تو یه مجلس مؤسسان درست میکنم. مجلس مؤسسان نشون دهنده نماینده اقشار مختلف مردم. خب شما اگر نتونید بستری اون رو به وجود بیارید، یک بستری سرکوب به وجود بیارید، مجلس مؤسسانتون هم مجلس مؤسسان ساختگیه. مجلس مؤسسانی که خودتون و افرادی که دوست دارین رو گذاشتین تو قانون اساسی هم خب مگه مثل جمهوری اسلامی دیگه. جمهوری اسلامی میگه مگه جمهوری اسلامی مجلس مؤسسان تشکیل نداره؟ من به شما میگم در شهریور سال 1358 مجلس مؤسسان تشکیل شد و جمهوری اسلامی هم قانون اساسیش از درون مجلس مؤسسان در اومد. ولی خب چی شد؟ چوتکی بلایی و این حرفا. بنابراین ما از امروز توجه بکنیم که چگونه این نقاط رو پر بکنیم با همکاری شاهزاده، با همکاری بقیه تا بتونیم این جریان ها، اون چیزی که ایلیایی گفتش که مردم این در برگیرنده این شمولگرایی رو طلب میکنن، ما این رو بتونیم فراهم کنیم. این وظیفه ما که در خارج از کشور این هسته. اونا در درون کشور نمیتونن این کارو بکنن چون سرکوب میشه. پس بنابراین در کشور آزاد حقه که این مسئله فراهم میشه. حالا شاهزاده میتونه بکنه، نمیتونه بکنه، با بقیه باید کنه. من نمیدونم. من اینجا برای شما یک راه حل جادویی ندارم. ولی اون چیزی که ایرانی که به نظر من برخلاف دوستان که گفتن ضد و نقیض بود، من ضد و نقیض ندیدم که حرفش کامل نبود ولی ضد و نقیض نبود. بنابراین من فکر میکنم که اون صحبت ایشون رو فقط اومدم تعریف بکنم که بسیار صحبت بنظر
از دیدگاه من ضد نقیض بود حرفش. حالا من از شما سوال دارم. ماشاءالله خیلی زیبا سخن میگید، معلوم هم هست که معلوماتتون خیلی بالاست آقای کوروش و از من خیلی بیشتره. حالا من در پی صحبتاتون ازتون سوال دارم. خب از اونجایی که ما میدونیم، حالا من یه چند تا نکته از حرفاتون گرفتم، خیلی دوست دارم جواب سوال منم بدید. از اونجایی که همه ما میدونیم پهلوی میگه آقا من اصلا کاری به سلطنت ندارم، از این من باشم چند باشم باز بارها گفته. حالا اینو داشته باشیم. شما مثلا میگید که ما خیلی بخوام با زمان آمیانه بخوام منظور شما متوجه شدم بگم اینه که شما به دور میز بشینین هممون به در مورد آینده و یه قانونی و چه اتفاقی بخواد بیفته و اینو صحبت بکنیم. سوال من از شما اینه، رضا پهلوی با کی میخواد بشینه دور اون میز؟ با خانم مسیح علیرضا؟ You guys are defending Hamas. Forget about that. Forget about that. He said, no. Can we get back on track here? No, we can't. No, we can't get back on track. You said the minimum, what they have to plan for. So what do you talk about this? What they should have planned for? You said they were wrong. Listen, right? You defend Hamas. No, I'm not defending Hamas. I'm saying to you, you're defending their action. No, I'm not defending their action. What I'm saying to your questions, you don't know shit. No. I'm trying to ask questions based on what you're saying. So to get back to what we're talking about. Your question. You said my turn. Yeah, of course. But listen, my turn. Did Hamas say what we did? We fucked up? Yes or no?
not in those terms, but yes. Hold on. Did Hamas say it? Yes or no?
Yes, I said not in those terms. You're paraphrasing.
There's no discussion.
No, so can we? So if there's no discussion, why say
If
here?
Hamas said it, that's it.
Are you willing to discuss, or are you not willing to discuss? What are you willing to do?
I will tell you, I'm not willing to defend Hamas.
Okay. So if you're not willing to discuss, then why say here?
Edward, you defend what
Do you want to discuss, or do you not want to discuss, or do you just want to talk?
You want to defend Hamas?
No, don't tell me what I want to do. Let's discuss it, and you figure out what I want to do. Or what I'm about.
You want to defend what Hamas will make it Israel?
How do you know? How do you know I'm going to defend it? We haven't discussed it yet. You want to tell somebody when you're debating, you're going to say, we're not going to debate anymore because I know this is what you're going to say, and then here I'm right because this is what you're going to say.
No.
Okay then. Edward, this is the guy, this is the problem with this guy. Right? I gave him a scenario. If I'm resisting against a criminal, this guy is Hold on a second. I want to go back to the conversation. Edward, this is the guy.
Why are you cussing my show?
Thank you. He's cursing me out, little bitch. Okay, there you go. So, by the way, this is the same idiot.
These are the fake people, right? He talks about, okay, fuck Hamas, sure. And then he wants to talk about my grandfather who dedicated his life from the age of 14 to serve the Palestinian people.
And would sit in the audience, you have to come off the fucking mic every 2 seconds, and you have to speak and suck his dick, right? Sit in the audience like a little cunt you are, fucking old fart, fucking bitch. So again, we booty claps for the fucking Zionist comeback.
So here's the point. There is a minimum. Here's what he said. The minimum risk that Hamas should have accounted for, and this is an argument I've heard before. The minimum risk they did account for, and what they're talking about is the risk that they did not account for, which is what? It's genocide, which is a risk when you're doing a risk analysis. Is something outside the scope of the operation. It's not something you would account for. No one accounts for genocide when you're planning an operation. This is a fallacy. And so you cannot blame this on So Hamas saying we don't, there are things that we did wrong, or we should have done differently. That's hindsight. That's not them saying we failed.
I agree.
Because they did not fail. It was Israel that failed.
Maybe
if I were talking as Zionist entity, right, I should know prior to resisting that this entity is going to genocide my family, right? So I should know that. And let's say if they do end up genociding my family, and I come out all of a sudden, I'm crying that I fucked up this and that. You're going to use that against me?
That's the thing. How would you know genocide is even on the table? You wouldn't know that the genocide was not on the table.
Genocidal regime?
No, have they done this before? I'm not saying that. I'm saying, have they done this before? Have they genocided?
Israel has responded disproportionately every single time, and the number of deaths in Gaza have increased year after year
conclusions at this point.
So, Benny, have you taken risk analysis at all?
I actually have a long time ago.
Okay, so you know what a black swan is. You know how to do like a risk assessment. I mean, you may not remember exactly, and I don't either, but we know the basic idea, and you account for as many variables or possible repercussions. Yes. Now, and then you're trying to make it possible.
It's possible for Israel to commit genocide.
Wait a minute. In your risk analysis, okay, you cannot, and you know this from taking the course, you cannot account for all risks. That's it. You have to
account for as many risks
exactly
as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
Now, do you think prior to October 7th, do you think that it would be reasonable to assume that Israel would commit a genocide?
No, because genocide is so horrific, you would not assume that Israel put itself in a position that it would literally change the entire narrative of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. You would assume that Israel would come in. You would assume that Israel would
I myself think it's
Nobody make that assumption for a United Nations.
What does the United Nations have to do with this? Israel has been ignoring the United Nations. Israel has been ignoring the United Nations since what?
I know, but as a member of the United Nations, you do not
Hello?
They have been ignoring UN resolution rules and the Geneva Convention and all kinds of resolutions.
So here's how
So it's reasonable to assume that Israel is legal to fuck on international law.
Okay,
It's not a reasonable assumption to assume that Israel doesn't give a shit about international law.
Let's go with that here. Let's go with what you said, Benny, about Israel's responses keep getting worse, right? So you would graph that out. Israel's responses keep getting worse. So you would go with, okay, if we do an operation, we expect the response to be worse than what we've had before. Correct? We can agree on this?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Okay.
So risk analysis. Okay. You said that Israel has responded disproportionately every time.
As a member of that something I think
this is correct, right? I agree with you. They have. And then at the same time, they have continued even during times when Palestinians have not been fighting or peacefully protesting or things have been calm. They've continued to kill, right? And
but on a much smaller scale.
Much smaller. So we can logically say that Israel will break international law because they have done so. Correct? We can reasonably say that doing an operation on October 7th, what Hamas did, would bring about a stronger reaction from Israel. We can reasonably say this, right?
Not only that, I remember looking into this once. If you look at the proportion of how many, after every time like Hamas attacks or kills anybody or whatever, the way that they respond, the number of people that I'm cooking right now.
I wrote you the numbers like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I think they are proportional in terms of how many people they've killed. So the 70,000 number is probably equal to the proportion historically.
Okay. So wait, hold on. Let's see if it was. Is this measured linearly? Which you are measuring linearly, right? And is when you increase the number of people that you kill, is that risk linear? Because it's not linear.
Even if you graph it in a linear manner, you would probably get to the number. Yeah. If you graphed it in a linear manner, you would probably
have 1,200, the Palestinians killed 12,000, then linearly, then they would have killed pretty much everybody, all 2 million people, right? Okay. I mean, that's how you're graphing it, right? So what I'm saying is, but you can't graph linear because as you're going up in numbers of how many, like for Israel, how many people that they're killing, the risk to Israel, politically and diplomatically, and other risks also go up. So it can't be graphed linearly. And Hamas would not have graphed it linearly. They would not have graphed over 70,000 plus killed.
Yes, it is safe to assume that we've never killed this many Israelis before, that this operation is going to be so massive and so groundbreaking that the response from Israel will be equally as massive and groundbreaking.
Yes, but what they've done is
Yes, this is something you have to take into account.
But not genocide, not to the point of genocide.
Good. Whether it is genocide or not, it's still a mass atrocity and a huge number of deaths.
You understand, the larger the number that Israel kills, the harder it is for them to justify. So it's not linear for Israel as a military force. It's not linear for any military on the planet. They don't make a linear decision when they're at war.
It's still disproportionate.
I agree.
Yes. Okay. So if you're gonna go in and kill and abduct over 1,000 people, right? And you know also that whatever you do, there's a Hannibal directive, and whatever the Israeli government does will also be blamed on you. This is something to take into account in a risk analysis. That even if you don't kill those people, the Israelis do, you're still gonna get blamed for it. So in the eyes of the Israeli government and the Israeli public, they will want a response proportionate to that.
And what would be Israel's risk analysis? What would be Israel's risk analysis?
Israel's not the one that committed the
No. They definitely did a risk analysis as they're going in, in response to this. They did a risk analysis for the
ongoing. Yes, they were risk analysis was ongoing. If they could have killed more people, they probably would have.
Well, so the thing is, though, would that be attributed, or I should say, would Hamas understand that Israel would go and kill 70,000 people? Because you can't say 70,000 is equivalent proportionally to 7,000 people.
You can expect it to be tens of thousands of deaths. Yes.
By the
way, it's not only from October 7th. Before October 7th, right, I used to talk about how Israel is trying to instigate a global war because in a world war, they are able to, under the cover of everybody being distracted, kill a lot of people and take a lot of land.
That's true.
That's what I used to talk about before October 7th. So I was already working under the assumption that Israel is willing to and capable of killing a lot of people and taking a lot of land. And that's when the population of Palestinians, I was taking into account the West Bank and Gaza. So yeah, the number was in the millions in my mind. So if I could account for that, I'm sure Hamas can.
So you're telling me that every military operation that the resistance does with Israel, we should have accounted for genocide?
Wait, I want to know what that means, Benny. Are you accusing Hamas of wanting to genocide its people? What does that mean? No. I'm not saying that. Then what are you saying? I'm not saying that they want to do it. I'm saying that they should have recognized. Now listen, I'm not making a value judgment or a judgment call on whether or not it should have been done. It doesn't dare to say that. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking insult me like that. Listen, you cuss my mom in the other fucking room, and I'm not gonna fucking stand for that shit. Come on now. Don't fucking cuss my mom like that. Don't fucking call me a bitch like that. We're having a normal fucking conversation. You can't have a fucking conversation and not fucking fuck out. Okay.
Prince, let's keep it civilized. Prince. I'm like, Prince. Let's keep it civilized. Come on. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let's keep it civilized. We're having a good conversation. It's okay. We can have that shouting match, but that, don't follow that idiot that was in here. What was his name? Benny. What was it? Money. Just don't follow his style. People here. No, we know Benny Adam for a while. It's okay. Nothing. He's questioning it.
Here's Prince. Here's what you tell me about this. So when you're doing a risk analysis and you're going to assume that the other side is going to kill more.
Please check your messages, please.
Now, as the you're doing an analysis, you're going to come to a point when you're going to say, okay, they will not go past this line, or we're not going to we're not thinking of genocide. We're not thinking of they're going to starve and say to the world, we're going to starve the Palestinians, take away their water, medicine, everything. Do the kinds of things that they have done, and the videos that have come out from Gaza of the IDF. I highly doubt that this was in Hamas's risk analysis. These are things that are outside of the scope of the risk analysis.
Predicted a brutal response.
Brutal, right?
But nothing like we've seen. So anybody saying they saw this, I've known Benny Adam before October 7th, and he denied him foresee this. So he's full of shit, and he's not.
Why am I the one talking about how Israel wants to instigate a world war in order to undercut guys, go in, slaughter Palestinians, millions? I used to say millions, and take a land, the West Bank and Gaza. I used to say that. No, shut the fuck up. I did say yes. I did say that. No, I said that several times. Yes, I have said that several times. Okay, I'll bring other ones. Ask I don't know, baptized. Guys say this all the time. They used to agree with me. Look at him. Ask him. I've been saying this for years. And this is not even like a difficult analysis to come to. You listen to them. You listen to Kahanists. What they say here, we fucked up in 48. We left 20% of the population. We didn't take all the land. That's what they say.
Yeah, we know all that. But
okay, so you know that that's what they say. How are they going to rectify that mistake?
No one predicted that the Israelis would defy international law the way they did, defy the world in the way they did, not care about the poverty.
Oh, no one predicted that Israel would defy international law? Really?
No one did. No one predicted that they will.
No one predicted that the most extreme government in Israeli history, would follow in the trajectory of not following international law, not allowing the right of return, occupying land, taking land, right, colonizing land, killing people disproportionately, right, blockading Gaza, starving people, putting them on a caloric diet. No one predicted? Really? Why are you lying to yourself?
I'm not.
It was that he predicted. It was
the thing you said.
Yes, actually, I agree with you on that one.
Everybody was surprised with what the Israelis said over 7.
Stop them. Honestly, I wasn't that surprised.
Yeah, okay, you're the smartest.
I know, I'm not. I'm just an observer.
Exactly, that's the problem.
Like, if you can't understand what you're dealing with, then you shouldn't be in a resistance game. I'm sorry. If you don't know the Israelis until now, they occupied you for 75 years. If you don't know what they're capable of until now, then you don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. You're definitely lost.
Because
really, you don't know that these guys are willing to slaughter on a mass scale. You don't know that these guys don't give a flying fuck about international law. Really?
Even if they did, no, it's not their fault.
I'm not attributing fault.
You are.
Right? That's you jumping to conclusions.
No.
You're jumping to a logical conclusion. I don't deny that. However, that isn't even my argument. That's not what we're arguing about. Right? What we're arguing about is whether or not they could have predicted this within their risk analysis. We're assuming this to be a possibility at the very least. And yes, you should have predicted this at the very least as a possibility within your risk analysis.
And so, this is the question for you. If this is true, if what you are saying is true, and they are such a alien people. Was there any way to prove it to the international community, to everybody, that these are such a devil people?
Yes, just look at their actions. Are you serious?
You are seeing that in this room, many Palestinians and many other nationalities are saying we were surprised that they did the genocide. So your claim, Jonah and Benny Adam, is that no, it was obvious from before. To us, it was not. So
that's because media has brainwashed people.
No, it's not
it's
about
propaganda. They just normalize dehumanizing Muslims and Arabs in general, which included Palestinians. It's as simple as that. It's propaganda from day one, from before any of us here were born.
Dehumanization is a political act every country does. Actually, you do genocide, that's an act only Nazis happens once in that's a very random event that some politicians do not consider possibility. For example, if I walk outside of my house, I do not expect sun come down on me and I melt. That's a very random event. You know what I mean?
You think dehumanization, that's planned, projected, and executed for many, many decades now. It's not something that randomly happens. And there are very few powers. There are very few powers over mainstream media, which is why so many of Israel would be doing this. No, it was, but just people didn't know how bad it can be.
Again, you're not getting my hope. Dehumanization, yes, that everybody does it. Like most of this colonial system dehumanize. That's how they operate. But genocide is something that normal human beings are not capable of.
Anyone claiming that anybody can predict the genocide in 2023 is full of shit and a liar. Unless the entire globe is in chaos, then yeah, the genocide can happen. But at times of global peace,
2023, did you say?
Doing a genocide on live television, on Facebook and Instagram is not predictable. And I don't believe anybody who claims they predicted it.
Whether it's called, okay, if you were put yourself in the position of us, right, or an analyst in us, a risk analysis, right? Analyst. What do you think? Let's assume that you're going to kill and abduct 1,500 people. Under that assumption, what would you predict Israel's response to be? And the casualties of that person wouldn't be linear. Okay. Based on historical data, based on the fact that Israel is more right-wing today than ever before, based on the fact that the communists are in power, based on the fact that you know Hebrew and Kitover and all that stuff, and you can read their media and you can see what Kitover is doing, and you can see what Smoking is doing, and you can do all of these things. Based on the fact that you have lots of information at your disposal. Based on all of these facts, and knowing the ideological trajectory of Israel, what would you assume, conservatively and liberally, because that's what the assumption. Prince, I know I'm putting you in a corner here, but I want you to assume, give me a conservative estimate and give me a liberal estimate of the number of casualties, right? The number of deaths, the number of displacements, and the loss of infrastructure.
I will give you that.
It wouldn't be linear for many of them.
Okay, what would it be?
I'm saying it wouldn't be like
wait, I'm taking out of this.
Okay.
So do it however you want. However you want to do it. However you want to do your risk analysis.
Listen, I agree with you. The number would be large. Okay.
Okay. What does that mean?
Hold on. What does that mean? Hold on. What I'm saying to you though, where I
disagree is, okay, if Israel killed 100 people to one Palestinian, one Israeli to 100 Palestinians, right? And if that has been the norm, let's say, then if we, October 7th, if we kill 1,000 of them, there'll be 100,000 people, right? However, though, it is not a proportional or linear graphing. It's not one to one because let me just finish. You can answer. I'll be quick. As Israel plans their response out, as more Palestinians would be killed, there would be more resistance to such a thing in Israel, and more resistance from the outside community, from the international community. There'll be more resources taken up by Israel, more money spent. So this is what I'm saying. It's not like you can sit and say, okay, they would have killed 100,000 people. It's not that simple.
Correct. Okay. So again, I'll ask you the question one more time.
You don't have to ask it because it's not linear. I didn't say it has to be linear. But then if it's not linear, I didn't say it has to be linear.
I'm saying, put yourself in the position of someone in Hamas, right? Doing.
You want to win so badly.
You're unwilling to acknowledge. You know what? I understand the facts are hard. I understand that the facts are hard. And by the way, I'm not even making a value judgment. I'm not saying this was a bad call. Not necessarily. Oh, yes. I have no honor, no pride, no league. You're not a real hero. You're really a terrorist. You don't belong here. You're fucking idiot. All that shit. Dude, shut the fuck up. I Yes, I know what I'm doing. Let's keep it calm. Come on. Let's not turn it up. You have to reach out yourself.
I know.
Wait, I want to understand. What do you mean he's talking about? Yeah, I don't know. This guy's stupid.
No, come on.
No, I'm serious. It's a story. I'm serious. But he said I'm not here. Why? Because I'm Canadian. It's serious. Okay, guys, I'm not serious. I'm not serious. I have a question. Guys, I don't think it's I'm going to Syria next month.
Stop it.
Oh my God. That's a part of the point. We're talking is personally. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's not making crash out.
Prince doesn't know how to talk the point. Prince doesn't do that. It's just
well, how would you call him?
No, my problem with you is you think you are right. You think you are something. You think you know it all. You don't know shit, dude.
Okay, I don't know shit. Fantastic. I don't know shit. But you know what?
You know what it is?
It's not to know shit.
I think I know what they say, but I think you don't know.
Nobody's
He's getting annoyed because they are reducing a genocide to statistics and numbers. Like, who the fuck cares about the numbers? Whether it's linear, whether it's, who cares? It's a genocide, period, and that's it.
Karnak, sorry, I'm using your old name, Davis. The argument really started where it was, the claim was made that, not by Benny Goy here, but by someone else, that Hamas should have predicted the genocide in their risk analysis. And I'm making the claim that would be what's considered, what's called a black swan, something that you would not
predict. I understand the black swan, but do you think someone at Hamas is going to be sitting down on a drafting table, calculating the risk assessment?
Of course, yes, they would.
Yes, they would, absolutely.
Yes, but they would not count on a genocide because that would be outside the scope of the risk profile.
Whether it would be labeled a genocide or not is not the point.
They would count on going after it.
That's the point. Genocides are deemed genocides like that. It's like
risk analysis, surely one could predict that Israel, especially with like the history and the freaking coming of Trump, who was this figure of flamboyance, this extreme openness with whatever the fuck he was doing, that they would surely they can predict such an event, such as like a mass killing of people from Palestine. However, I think that I don't think it was not expected. I think we as a human community didn't think.
Narcissist Biden in power. It wasn't Trump.
Right. Prior to him.
Yeah, but this happened in 2023.
Right. So I think Trump did put the stepping stone of I can do whatever the fuck I want, and this kind of became this rolling stone that started to collect mass, such that at some point one could predict that a mass killing of a people is very much possible. Right? I'm not saying Hamas or any other body should have predicted this, but prediction of such a thing is very much possible. We did not expect it go through with it.
And you're contradicting. If you didn't expect it, then you wouldn't predict it.
You can predict it.
No.
You cannot expect its reality.
No, what you would expect and what a Hamas member would expect are not going to be the same thing.
That would be
they're the ones looking through it. You're the worst on it.
But also we know
they are living in shit.
We know how the control that they had. They go to great lengths to have control over the media. They go to great lengths to spin things so that they don't seem as bad. Settlements are neighborhoods, not settlements.
They hide things. They hide atrocities in the process.
But then they go a 180. After October 7th, they do a 180, and now they're not hiding anything at all. That's not
hiding a lot. No. If they were hiding anything at all, they would have allowed.
I'll take it back. I'll say.
We don't know the level of atrocities yet, but
no, true. But we also would not have expected that Israel would show us so much after October 7th. So I don't believe, and I'm not trying to defend Hamas. I'm just simply saying that I cannot imagine Hamas or anyone in the world putting in the risk analysis if something like this were to happen, that Israel would commit a genocide. Would talk about how they are going to starve Palestinians and do it on purpose and go after and kill fucking reporters and hospital workers and destroy most of the hospitals.
All of these things before.
No. At a very small scale.
Okay, I understand.
But the larger scale, the more dangerous it becomes for Israel.
Yes, but because of October 7th and the scale of that, they then justified that they can do all the things that they have been doing before, but on a bigger scale.
It's just like a game of poker. He's going to bluff, and in the end, he's going to go all in eventually. So they just played it like that, like a game.
Like Israel did not do a single thing, by the way, in the last 3 years. They did not do a single thing that they haven't done before. They just do it on a bigger scale.
And the scary thing is that they're just getting started, by the way. This is just a...
I mean, like in a game of poker, you are not allowed to kill the dealer. That's not what
international law, man. You're not allowed to do what they're not chosen.
But, I mean,
they are the dealer, they are the game, they are the cards, they've been just playing it all on their own.
I like what you said, though. You're not allowed to kill the dealer. I know what he's trying to say. I understand this. I just don't think that it would be reasonable for anybody to predict Israel's response to this extent. We would predict a response to everyone.
No one addressed my comment on Trump, who started the freaking snowball and started collecting mass of the men down. He set the freaking standard for shameless flamboyant.
He really contributed to it. That's true. But listen, man, I've said it before, I'll say it again. When I found out about what happened on October 7th, my first reaction was, what the fuck is Israel going to do now? Okay, that's it. Cards have been lifted. Rules are off the table. They're going to do whatever they want.
I think that October 7th was premeditated. I mean, they knew about it beforehand.
I believe so.
Yeah, at least that's very much. Yeah.
And I have a quick question. So, do you think Iran is the last stand between Turkey and Greater Israel?
No, Turkey.
Turkey's next, but that's,
Turkey is much harder than Iran.
Iran is a middle path.
Much harder.
if they could even get through with it.
Turkey and Iran in order to accomplish their Greater Israel. Is that a French statement?
Yes.
Turkey would be the grand finale of them all.
And then if you got done with Turkey and Iran, then Egypt and Saudi Arabia will be like.
I mean, those are follow-ups. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They haven't even been able to handle I don't know. They haven't been able to even handle Lebanon yet. Forget about Lebanon.
What do you mean?
Lebanon is destroyed, dude.
Hezbollah is still.
The fact that
yeah, sure.
Hezbollah's not giving up on their mountains, I'm sure.
Israel is not giving up on the his, bro. Look at him.
Guys, you are really.
Hezbollah's been destroyed, bro. Come on.
I think Hezbollah is going to surprise us, to be honest with you. I have a feeling. Guys, you really are in La La Land.
Where's risk assessment right now?
Well,
actually, why not?
Well, here's the thing, Davis. White guy Davis. Let me tell you.
Wait. Here's something about David. I changed my name. I wanted David.
Change it in the.
That's my name is David.
You told us already. You told us.
Change it back to David.
Change it in the alias.
Yeah, people told him that.
I can't. It won't allow me.
So Hezbollah, the problem with Hezbollah is they have weapons that they have shown. They have huge caverns underground filled with missiles that are way more advanced than what
they have WMDs as well as WMDs.
No.
I just found out. This is only coming from me. I know it. That's how some of the Iranians speak. Only they know what's happening.
Well, factually, no.
There was an Iranian that came in here a couple of days ago.
Factually, everybody knows that Hezbollah has these weapons. I mean, we've seen videos of them driving trucks.
Oh, they have WMDs. What are you talking about?
They have hundreds of thousands of missiles.
Hey, Judy, how you doing today? Let's talk to Judy. Please no cursing. Judy, please. Prince and other people, please no cursing. Judy, welcome to come up. I do have some questions. Yeah, I do not. I do have some questions for you if you come up, and I'll make sure nobody attacks you or nothing. We're just gonna have this conversation back and forth.
Don't worry, I will spread some love in the room.
Yeah, hope you're doing good, Judy, and it's a weekend. And I think Buttercup is going to follow you. She's going to come right in. As soon as you come up, Buttercup probably wants to come up as well. But I think I have to keep the Buttercup down in the audience because she keeps coming and, she wants to come in the middle and try to derail the topic.
So I don't really think his would have some sort of.
So, Hezbollah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just have a feeling. I don't have any facts. What happened to all these weapons in these underground cities?
Hold on. Let's have this.
We don't know. That's the thing. And Hezbollah has gone along with this narrative very, a little too easily. In my opinion.
Reaction, man. Would you like not?
We have to feel we're weakened. We're severely weakened, and I don't know. I don't feel like Arabs.
But you're not associated with coming down on Nasrallah?
No, Nasrallah was just a figurehead. That's all he was at this point. He wasn't anything more than that.
Nasrallah was the leader for over.
I know, but he took over, from his previous predecessor that was assassinated.
Nasrallah at some point lasted very long. I thought Nasrallah doing it. Nasrallah became a cultural personality there, wrong?
Yes.
No,
surrounds the family supporters. He records my rooms. So if you guys need some sort of a clip, you can, approach him. He has a whole bunch of clips of my rooms. I live rent free in his fucking head. He got moved down one time and he's so sensitive. Some of the Iranians are very fucking sensitive. They get triggered, they don't want to come back up. They might come up, otherwise you're welcome to get lost out of the room.
And Judy, if you want to come up, is Judy still here?
Judy, you're welcome to come up. Let's have that conversation.
No one will ask you. Everybody was made wise.
She's not in the room.
She's not. She leave?
No, she left. Okay. Buttercup is sitting in the audience with the anonymous account. Is that you, Buttercup? Somebody is.
So what are you, what's your prediction though? Risk analysis effort?
On Hezbollah, I don't know. I just feel like they're laying a fence, like they're, there's something going on there that, because they're in coordination with the other resistance groups, so I don't know. And they take orders from Iran too, so I don't know. I just know that all these very sophisticated weapons and drones have not been used, but they are, and they were underground. We know Israel cannot reach them that far deep underground. We know this from Gaza. So that's the big question. They have all these weapons, and what happened to all the people? How many people did Hezbollah have in Lebanon? Over 50,000, right?
How come they're muted now, though? They haven't. There's no response.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
But do you think the Hezbollah might have experienced a kind of turning back on them from Iran in some sense? Because Nasrallah's end didn't seem to be that much of a dramatic event, or even or they didn't achieve any responsiveness from Iran. Or do you think they're working behind the curtains with each other?
I still think they're working together. I think Iran is working with all these proxies.
There was a recent shipment of weapons. I don't know if you guys heard about it. I think Ghost told me about it about a month ago. 4,000 weapons came to Syria into the hands of Hezbollah, whatever. I don't know. The Syrians, they're easy to bribe. Anyway, it's easy to bribe, right?
Well, Syria is a large territory.
Yeah, there's a lot of corruption in the Levant.
Well, I mean, but it's a large territory, and you can get from Iran to Lebanon fairly easily. Because of the terrain, because of the government doesn't have full control over the entirety of the country from would it be north to south or east to west, from top to bottom. When it comes to the top of the Iranian border or Turkish border down. I don't know. It's not a I shouldn't say well. The Syrian government doesn't have the resources to control its borders completely.
Sorry, what was the question earlier?
Why do you honestly think Hezbollah still, has it?
So the logic is this: that we know that there are hundreds of thousands of missiles. I mean, these are Israeli facts. Second, we know that they are not giving them up. Third, I think we can assume they are not gonna sign a deal with Israel without Iranian permission. So put these three things together, and you know that they are as dangerous as ever. It's just that they are right now, for some reason, laying low.
Because the entire storyline will change with this.
They also deal with Lebanese politics. They also have to consider Lebanon too.
That doesn't matter if you're powerful and if they'll handle that. They've done it for whatever years. Why I'm asking you this is because the entire storyline is going to change. Because you actually have a freaking very powerful, strong, hidden enemy who's going to combat if you're giving Hezbollah that kind of leverage.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems like
that's the whole point.
I don't have an answer to these questions.
None of these proxies have gone anywhere. They're just laying low.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Nothing but the Iraqi one has, what are they called? I forgot what they're called.
Houthis are full control. Iraq
I always told you guys
don't underestimate the Houthis.
Well, the Houthis is one, but the Iraqi resistance has been building up forces and training and weaponry, and that's going straight across from the Iranian border to Iraq.
So if you really want to understand from the poker standpoint, Iran is just playing blind now. Just folding all the hands. I mean, I don't know why, but they're not playing. So they're just like, imagine.
Have internal issues, and that's why. When you have internal issues and you focus enough,
they're waiting for something else.
They're waiting for Savior.
No, I mean, if you have
but they've always done this, Iran. They've always been methodical.
No, think about poker.
It's not methodical anymore. It's blind hand.
You let everybody like kill each other, and then one opponent left, then you start playing. That's also a possibility.
They resign.
If you have enough cash in hand, you just play blind, you know? Like every time you just fold all of them.
They're like, whatever.
An attack from Israel, Iran would see it as that would be the best thing for Iran and the government.
Yeah, Israel's not going to do that.
Israel, there was some leaks or some talk about Israel.
Iran is waiting for this October 7.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
So once Israel goes out of table, it's only Iran and US. Then they play.
So either negotiation.
Don't forget China supporting Iran. They sent 16 cargo planes with military support.
No, everything is on hold for this drama in Middle East to shut down. So when Israel accept that it's over, they have lost the war, they have achieved nothing, and they become quiet. Whenever you hear nothing from this, you can see Bibi Netanyahu was not part of that, so he's going to prison. So once he's in prison and everything is calmed down, that part of it, then Iran will start praying. Up to that time, I don't know when that will be, but it's probably close because Netanyahu is going to prison. You saw that.
He's not going to prison. He's not going to prison.
He was not part of that. So
No, but you're not getting so in the Knesset. They're in the process of passing a law where he can get away with it and still resign or leave. So it's then like the first stage. So there's I think it goes through 3 different stages. It has to be approved 3 times or something. That's some stupid bullshit policy they have. Once it gets approved, by these 2 other parties or whatever, they will have the bill where he can resign and he doesn't have to accept the guilt. But with Herzog, the president of Israel, he says he's gonna have to accept the guilt, then I can pardon it. So he did promise to pardon. So if he pardons by him accepting the guilt, all that's gonna do is he's just no longer gonna be able to be a prime minister.
he will be neutralized.
Yeah, but he's not gonna go to jail. But they're all psychopaths. They're all getting
He only has still one watch, right? That he does. So if you go to prison, it's probably for 1 day. Nobody cares about that. The point is that he'll be neutralized. He will be out of Israel politics. He's the actual face of David. He's the only person who can unite all these crazy maniacs into one force. When he's out, then Israel will turn left because nobody can unite these crazy people.
That's not true, man. They're all psychopaths. Even the leftists are psychopaths.
I know, but somebody should unite psychopaths. And that's
they will unite because there's a coalition. I think they're working together. It's just a matter of time. If Netanyahu was to go out, I think then who was it? Was he Yaakov that was telling me it's up to the coalition or somebody to pick out the leader, and they're going to pick up people like Ben Gavir or Smotrich or something. Some pieces of shit. If that happens, the West Bank is gone. West Bank is fully gone.
So that's again an analysis, but I don't think because whenever Netanyahu is not there, they cannot create coalition. He is really literally the asshole of the. But he doesn't have any moral value. The other ones have moral value. People who have moral value, they cannot really unite with each other.
That's why in the military you have to be extreme.
quiet
You don't have to
absolution for
neutralize
doing
it.
nothing at all.
You can neutralize it.
The Jedi are no longer what they once were.
Just because you neutralize it, it doesn't mean it doesn't. Some other puppets, please.
Still, you preach of patience while
So,
the galaxy
is he going
burns.
to prison? I don't think so. Like, I mean,
Nor have I weighed this
but
decision.
will he be quieter?
Longer still have I waited for change. My place here ends when I look back where you will know. I seek only to serve the galaxy, to pursue a course that restores electricity to the
Actually, gets it together, we should know. This is what I'm saying.
force granted.
No, they cannot. That's the
Yeah,
point.
why?
They cannot.
Why?
You don't see how these like things work. There is a talent that he has that he can unite. Right? The right wing of Israel. They don't have anybody else. This is why he has been there, and this is why this is happening. You are assuming there is a conspiracy theory that there are like these dark room people and all these figureheads. They are just puppets. No, they are not. He has a talent.
He's very influential. I'm not even like reducing them. I'm saying necessarily he gets neutralized because of the war crimes, or what they're calling war crimes.
No, those are international. It has to be internal. The only way that it can get neutralized is from inside Israel, inside politics. If they find something that you are a criminal now, you cannot be prime minister. If you promise that you don't become prime minister, you get that fuck out of politics.
I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's not that seems that that's what's happening. Once that happens, then this Israel thing will calm down, right? And nobody talks about Israel. And that moment, then you will see like Iran start playing. It was like right now everybody in the area is laying low for that to happen.
Iran has internal issues to deal with. I think you're discounting that fully.
No, Iran really doesn't have an internal issue like that.
Yeah,
That's the hype. No. Trust me, okay.
The
galaxy drowns. If Iran had an internal issue, they would not at this moment lift subsidies. So they have been waiting for 47 years to lift these subsidies. They were not there. If they had an internal issue, they would not. They knew exactly this would happen. The timing is completely sure. They're confident nothing happens. Otherwise, are they crazy? Like at this moment, they lift the subsidies to people. You know why this whole thing started, right?
I think the bazaar, it was the whole.
No, the Iranian government passed a law that the dollars from now on is one price. Before that, dollar had different prices. For example, if you wanted to go buy food, there are forces. The dollar was one price. If you wanted to travel, the Iranian government said, fuck your dollar from now on is one price. And that is the market price. That was the cause of all these things. What it means is literally a bunch of corrupt people in Iran. They were getting rich by dollar. Different, because in dollar have different price. That means corruption. My Jedi cannot learn of this army. For 47 years they have been trying to make this happen. They didn't dare. Why should they do it now? Completely shows they are very confident they don't have any internal problem. They can handle it. Would he not be a powerful ally to us? He remains
Yeah, but she's too Jedi
ideal.
This is the problem. This is why I find them to be.
He cannot be chiseled down.
They didn't manipulate them before the subsidies.
His continued existence risks exposing the very good ones of our ascension.
Manipulated the currency before subsidizing it, right?
I understand, Master.
See, this is how it used to work. So they, like the central bank will be arranged. The central bank of Iran gets some dollars, and that dollars it will give it to some other people, certain things in the country. Central bank and government doesn't manipulate those people, and see to it that. So now those people are out of picture. There is no middle
go to the sky. And the prices are going to the sky in Iran right now. Like the gas goes from 5 cents a gallon, $3 per gallon. You know what that's?
I remember like my uncle would just fill up gas and just drive away.
I mean, there is an activity in Iran called Dordori. I haven't seen it anywhere in the world. That this is a fun activity. Let's go Dordori. Like you just go drive around. Gas is literally free.
Yeah.
Dordori, you know, they go to Jordan doing Dordori. Like for example, from 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's why Tehran is locked. People after work, this is their like hobby. They go drive in the street. What the fuck?
My grandmother goes in there.
I have seen that.
Yeah, because of gas. Like I remember he would just fill gas and just drive away. It was like the norm.
It's free.
No one was fake shit. It was free. Yeah, so petrol was free. Gas in all homes and stuff.
Water is free.
Water is free. Electricity is free. Phones are free.
What the fuck?
Yeah, everything was free. I remember the water was so crystal clear. Even the water in the tubes. So clean. Have you been there lately?
I mean, my uncle's wife, I saw it with my own eye, to save the dishwasher liquid, she would put hot water, just run on the dishes for 1 hour. So she saves money on the dishwasher. This is what she did. I saw it with my own eye. This is,
Anyway, it's 4 days. So if, that's normal for you.
No, this one's Kermanshah.
We got Mark here. What's up, Mark? Mark, what do you think the plan is? You think Israel going to attack Iran? Because now Trump gave him the green light that the deal doesn't happen. What do you think about that? Mark?
Sorry, can you ask that one more time? I missed it.
I said Trump gave him a green light to Netanyahu. If the deal doesn't happen between Iran or America, that Israel can do the attack on Iran. Do you think it will actually do it?
Yeah, I do.
So it just wants to attack. That's about it. Okay. It just needs a new front to keep the people busy.
No, I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that if he gives them the right to do it, I mean, Trump, I'm sorry, let me start again. I got distracted. Trump has been consistent, rightly or wrongly, that he doesn't like to be shown up or proven a liar when it comes to international diplomacy. So if he's given someone the right to do it, if a deal isn't made and the deal isn't made, then yeah, I expect that it'll happen. And it might even be, orchestrated by Trump, to be honest, because Trump doesn't like to be shown up. So he gives an ultimatum, and the ultimatum isn't meet, then he does it. I mean, that's what happened with Maduro, right? That seemed like a pretty drastic maneuver by all accounts, but Trump seems to as well. We gave him an ultimatum, so he should have seen it coming. So I don't know what would be an answer in this situation.
Do you believe in the genocide? I don't think you believe in genocide, right? So do you believe in the genocide of Hamas?
Really, I do. I know it's not a very popular position in this room, but I think if you look at, pictures of what was considered an open-air prison, you refer to Palestine pre-October 7th, and you look at Palestine now and Gaza now, I would still argue the open-air prison was better than the situation where Gaza finds itself in now, and I would imagine the difference that can be attributed directly to the Hamas attacks, so.
Hold on, though. Are you saying there is a genocide or there is not a genocide?
I'm not even commenting on it. I'm just looking at the photo
think, let's put it this way, if you take the position that Israel took, which obviously you're more than free to disagree with, but they made it pretty clear that they targeted Hamas and all the Gaza people in the aftermath, they would still probably argue that that is what has happened. Now, you are free to disagree with that, of course, but I think that going back to the earlier discussion about, no one could have calculated for genocide, which was a long conversation that happened about an hour ago. I don't think that was in Israel's mindset either. I don't think Israel's mindset was genocide. Israel's mindset was self-defense. So when you're doing your risk analysis, self-defense, I think, is something you can anticipate, whether it stretches into something like genocide, which I know is a Palestinian approach. I mean, obviously, if Israel thought it was genocide, then yeah, maybe it's a difficult thing to analyze, but they don't. So because they don't think it's genocide, then it should have been factored into the risk analysis that a targeted attack on Gaza would take place. And
you said something earlier in your sentence, which I'm going to challenge you on. You said, Israel made it clear that it was an attack on Hamas. Why am I able to pull up so many quotes from senior Israeli officials, including the president, that actually imply there's things like no uninvolved civilians, like the general population is guilty, like they're comfortable with denying food, electricity, and water. Why are there various reports directly from Israeli officials saying that one of the ideas is to make Gaza uninhabitable so that the Palestinians don't return? Why was there public support by Netanyahu at one point to actually remove and relocate 2 million Gazans? So that's really unclear, actually, that it's about Hamas. It seems like it's, by Israel's own admission, it's about more than Hamas. How do I reconcile all of this in your head, in my head, and how do you reconcile that in your head?
I reconcile it pretty easily. I think that were they moving those people prior to October 7th? No. Were they moving it after October 7th? Yes. What happened on that day? Hamas came in and frankly did eliminate the Palestinians alone didn't know about this. So I don't understand why there's, I've mentioned this in this room before, I don't understand why there's not a gigantic swathe of people within Palestine who are irate and pissed because frankly, if this hadn't happened unilaterally by Hamas, their lives would be a lot better. So that's something that's confused me, but to reconcile it is pretty simple. If those things were happening on October 5th, and they were not mentioned as a direct response to what happened on October 7th.
Najes! Gotta be careful, Najes. You're gonna get picked up by the FBI, Najes. You're gonna get arrested. Gotta be on the right side of history, Najes. Gotta be on the side of good. Dr. Good now. Gotta fight Dr. Bad. Dr. Good's gotta win against Dr. Bad. We can't let Dr. Bad get away with this shit. What do you mean, why am I streaming? I'm sending it to Cash Patel and Pam Bondi, of course. Because they really care about this shit, obviously. Bull Rush.
It's interesting, like, how rooms have completely different political views. Like, this, and different loyalties, I guess.
Well, listen, if Power Rush, Bull Rush, not
Did
just
you see that? Am I the only one who's seeing that?
what?
Like the loyalties is complete. Like rooms will differ politically, and it's interesting you're streaming this one because you'll find another room just bang opposite this that holds a completely different view to this, although the events are the same.
Well, have you seen the videos from October 7th and all the innocent people who were killed and all the injured people?
Yeah.
It's so bad that I saw a video of a girl who had like shrapnel all through her legs and she was like holed up in like a building and they were just all in shock and they knew that like at any moment holy shit. You just can't believe when you see all these dead bodies all around the place, you're like, I just can't believe this is real. Like, what are we doing? But the thing is, like these are pirates. The people that did October 7th are nothing more than pirates. And, you know, governments have been waging wars against pirates forever. It's like cops and robbers. But, you know, I would fight an Islamic jihadist, you know, to the death to stay alive. If they're coming to kill me for political reasons, like they did on October 7th at Supernova, like those innocent people were partying to try to get peace. And then they were all slaughtered by the people that they were trying to, like, you know, get peace with. How fucked up is that?
That's what I'm saying. And then you'll have a view that will not support yours, and another that will not support either or. Like, trying to see how subjective politics is.
Well, I think the good thing about being an American is like we are like the big third party. We're the huge elephant. And these are just like parasites fighting each other and sucking off of us. And the truth is, like, we kind of get to say what happens. And because it doesn't matter which side of the fences you are over there, like, they're extremely aggressive. Everybody is. Like, you know, they're polarized. And it's just crazy. Regal, welcome to Call the FBI in Los Angeles and Report Amir the Terrorist. How are you doing? And Nora, welcome to the room. Nora wants to run away quickly.
Yeah, thanks. Nothing but gumdrops and ice cream here. How are you?
Gumdrop?
On a moderation, moderator, point of order, moderator.
Yeah, moderator, point of order, moderator. I'm good. I'm about to hop in a hot bath. I was wanting to read some poetry, you know, because most people, like, Narges, do you think you have mental health problems?
Yeah, I think sometimes I spiral down, but I come up quick.
Well, it's not.
I have no choice.
Meaning, like,
I spiral down every now and then, like, just analyzing life and shit like that. And then I bounce back quick. I have no choice. I have to bounce back up.
Well, I mean, I was outside in nature today in the sun and jogging and you know,
exactly.
grounding myself. And, like,
I go for long walks and I just meet my friends. I go out. I bounce back pretty quickly. I don't like the feeling of feeling down at all.
Yeah, I haven't felt depressed in quite a while. I mean, it's liberating to say what you think and feel what you say. And when I just hear people wasting all their time, especially the crash outs, like if you listen to Amir screaming, you know, like to me, that's like crazy. That's like actually what crazy people do is they scream and scream and scream and scream and get angry and angry and angrier and angrier. And it's like, to what end? Like, do you have any idea how, like, why are you treating your body like that? To me, that's like, unless you're doing it for performative reasons.
I think it's performative. I think a lot of stuff on Clubhouse is just performative. And does come from, like, that too is mental health issue that people have, I think, the need to perform in order to be heard. Or just theatrics. It's pageantry.
Yeah, but you've heard me read from books, like that's performative. But when people are sitting here under fake identities in unrecorded rooms, creating essentially like Jew hate content to like hate the Jews and not be specific, but do generalizations and bigotry stereotypes and not be a part of an actual peace movement, like play some drums and like let's sing a song or meditate or read something. But stop creating hornets' nests that get kicked over. Like that's what they're doing. They're not building anything beautiful or peaceful. So, you know, that's why I say, like, call the FBI and report Amir the terrorist in Los Angeles who runs his car rental business and have him just, you know, arrested and locked up and put into jail for maybe 10 years to chill out.
He doesn't have the right to
just
express
relax.
his views. I'm just saying, like, he doesn't have the right to express his views or to, like, pick a political side.
Sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Sure, but I've got the right to report him to the FBI. It's my right as an American. No, it is. That's my freedom of speech.
But
If I
not
think,
violating anything, right? Like,
see, this is
that's like
political. This is political. He wants to play politics, and I'll play politics the way I want to play politics. He can't police me by, listen, he has kicked me from so many rooms. He won't give me freedom of speech. So I'll just record him and report him to the FBI, and I'll be done with it. Like, it's not going to stress me out. It should stress him out. And look at Judy here. Judy
like, surely you know that like Buttercup's rooms are not true anything, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh,
what you think,
really?
but I don't think so.
Well, see,
What do you
Darja's,
think?
well, it doesn't matter what I think, because all I want to do is record, set it, and forget it, and let other people decide. I don't want to, see, this is the problem, Darja's. I don't even want to entertain questions. Do you know that? Like, I don't want to be a part of this social network. I just want to record it and let the world decide, and let lawyers decide, and let FBI analysts decide. I can't make any decisions. I'm just a citizen recording what I consider to be extremely problematic conversations, because you are witnessing in real time people create nonstop hate speech. This is not nonstop peace speech and nonstop meditation or music. It's just nonstop political hate speech. That's what it is. So I've reported Amir to the Los Angeles FBI Field Department, and they're going to go investigate him and check out all his cars and run his taxes and see if he's been paying his taxes and check out his immigration. And if there's any problems, Kash Patel, our Hindu, Dindu FBI director, is going to fly to Los Angeles and just arrest Amir. And then he's going to be on Clubhouse and he's like, hold on a minute, guys. I got a fucking door. Knock at my fucking door. He's going to go to the front door and they're going to be like, FBI, open up. Hands in the air where we can see them. And Amir's going to be like, oh my God, that fucking John Kitover. He fucking called the FBI on me and they're at my fucking door. Clubhouse, save me! That's what that will be Amir's last words on Clubhouse. Will be Clubhouse members, save me. If you're part of the World Affairs Forum, and you're interested in modern day political conversations and debates. Anyways, this is my comedy and my response, Narcissus. See, the thing is, you think I'm over the top, but I'm not. I'm literally mirroring. I'm a mirror. You know me well. Like, if people want to be aggressive and psychotic with me, well, I'll be aggressive and psychotic with you, and we'll see how far it goes in the ether. Like, you can't push me around on my cell phones, but I can record you. And if you're willing to come in a public space and be recorded, because they're in the audience in the Anon recording you and reporting you, it's not a John Kitover problem. That's a you problem. Hello?
So, like, today it was interesting, like, at her room, you see, like, someone pointed out something, like, in great hyperbole, right, that this genocide is far more intense than some other genocide, for example. And then, like, he created that shock value. And then someone who opposed him said, well, this is not good for the benefit of, like, the collective. What you're doing here is, like, you're promoting some kind of hate that keeps, like, standing or making a dam in front of, like, success. Like, there's no progress here, another said. So, and both these people hold the same political view, but their approaches towards, like, success were different. One wanted to continue with the hate, the other wanted to sort of see progress from here. So you'll also find that in, like, political room setups, I think. So it's so varied. It's so varied. It's so expansive. The spectrum is so wide. How, like, politics can be perceived, like, on this rapidly.
I don't know, Narjas, when these people start reading books to me, then I'll know everything is okay. Until then, I hate to tell you, like, that's what's up. You are hearing people project their homicidal and psychotic ideation on this app all the time. They're not reading books. Read me a book about intelligence, love, and peace, and then we'll have something to talk about. Otherwise, I'm going to arm myself. I'm going to record you. I'm going to report you. And I'm going to fight you because I don't think you have my best interests in heart because you don't even read to me peace. All you do, not you in particular, people on this app, like, this is a political game and, you know, this is how I play it. Hello? So Narja is when do you think you know, a baby you know, do you, like for pro-life, like when a baby is born, is it when the baby takes its first breath? Is it like 6 months into the pregnancy, 3 months into the pregnancy? When is a baby alive and a human? And when you kill it in an abortion, when is it like murder versus when is it, you know, medical?
I think it's through the 4th month, third, end of 3rd, beginning of 4th. John, it pretty much communicates with you. Same as the mother. So it's an aliveness within you. Now, is it my freaking placebo mind that is perceiving it as such, or does the child have, is that a real child with a life growing, etc.? I think it could be both. But for me, personally, subjectively, I'd say like 3 to 4 months. It's basically commencing.
Yeah.
It's life on earth. Yeah.
Well, that's, you know, a reasonable answer. But I mean, see, the thing about specifics is 3 to 4 months, like, is what about when you're, see, this is like the difference between a C plus and a B minus. You know, like if you're at 2 months and 25 days and you're almost 5 days to that 3 months, well, you're so close, Narjis. So that's my point, is it's really all or nothing when it comes to deciding to decapitate, whether it's 2 months or 4 months or 6 months. There's no significant difference. So my complaint about Palestine and the war is, if you're going to scream about babies and genocide and occupation nonstop, but you're a pro-abortionist, well, then you already endorse murder and killing. But you endorse it medically. You don't endorse it politically. So my point is, Narja, is there's just a lot of stupid people on here that haven't figured out poetry and music and depoliticization by being political, by being poetic. So there's just a lot of fucking people here who are trying to make it into a career. And, you know, that's what it is. But it's not really artistic enough, in my opinion. And therefore, they will never succeed in what they're doing. And it's more of a mental health crisis and a lack of creativity, which is what people are suffering from here. You can call it boredom.
You're forgetting the variables. You're forgetting the particular variables. I think those grays too must be considered, like nuances within it.
People like to use the word
like,
nuance
example,
all the time.
Raped, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, John, someone who gets raped, for example, or an oops baby, right? Where like a couple has just not taken care enough. After a drunk party, you get jiggy with it, blah blah. I mean, that is harmful to the child in some ways. So I can see why, like, a woman would find that to be the most rational decision of her life, so as to protect not just herself but the child too from bringing it to the world. So these are the freaking variables that I also consider and I'm empathetic about, which like probably pro-life people would like find horrible.
Well, my point is if you are pro-abortion and you're an atheist and you're a liberal Democrat socialist and you're a scientist, that's the problem, because it's deicide. If it takes a whole universe to make a baby, that means every baby you kill in utero is like executing Jesus over again on the cross. So if we were to tackle the problem of human conflict at the root, it would be, the fact that we have industrialized abortion and we have industrialized the military industrial complex. So it's just an overall killing field. And, that's what it is today. Whether you get vaccinated or decapitated, a vaccine death is actually just a late term abortion. And war is just a late term abortion. So, welcome to the abortion industrial complex. From uterus to battlefield to urban warfare, it's all just a late term abortion. And then you have all these people on here who can't shut up and just want to talk over each other and get their little dopamine rushes in their pathetic little apartments and scream genocide, occupation, but they're not screaming obey the law, come into compliance, obey the law, study the law, know the law, be smart about the law. Sometimes you'll hear them say that, but not often. Mostly it's just like political jingoisms and propaganda. And, that's cool, but I hope people don't get angry at me when I record them and send it to the FBI for some FBI analyst,
It happens on both sides, if you want to be objective about it and fair.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there are amongst us humans, those who are humanitarian, who will call out for just the act of it being wrong in humanity, like adding moral value to episodes that have the events that are taking place. So I would say it is as wrong as to kill like one human, innocent human, unjustly, no matter what the criteria, right? That or whatever, 1 million population. So do you not see where these people are coming from?
Well, I look at it from the perspective of me and my survival. If you're going to kill me, I hope to kill you first. And every soldier that, you listened to me read a lot yesterday about a martyr's death. Do you remember that part? You were sending me the cry emojis.
Yeah, it was really nice. Very well.
So I see the truth on both sides. I mean, I can actually, if I use my imagination enough, I can view myself, on the other side of the fence, fighting for survival over there. They encountered a Leviathan, and they're sitting here on Clownhouse talking about risk analysis, and they're like, you don't think that the Hamas leadership ran on a risk analysis prior to October? It's like, no, I don't think they did. And they're like, of course they did. And there are professional soldiers, that work in the Russian government, the American government, the Iranian government, who have been studying warfare and trying to gather as much information as possible about how to run a war and how to fight, with intelligence. And I've got countless books, field manuals that soldiers from every war have spent their time writing after they engaged in a war. And guess what? Young officers study these field manuals so they know how to survive the war and, get the political outcome and the victory that they want to achieve. So I'm just saying that these rooms are pointless, and the Free Palestine rooms are nothing more than Barth and Daniel running the same script every single time. And I called him out on it today. And Daniel's like, you're a fucking loser. You're like a disabled fucking veteran. Fuck you. Like, I've seen Daniel Nero's photo. He's disgusting. He looks like he just came out of a catacomb tomb. Like he's like his liver and his skin is yellow and he's all dusty and nasty and he's like hugging that older guy. And I'm like, bro, go to the gym, take a shower. Don't criticize me. You and Barth are crazy. Barth is sitting there working, putting nails in 2x4s, and Daniel is sitting in his apartment, and they're sitting there just having being cats with these Muslim balls, and they're just sitting there playing with these Muslim balls all day long. And I'm like, to what end, guys? try to create something that lasts a little bit, at least for more than a few hours, and then disappears. Like, do some,
I mean, you're a guy that talks about poetry. I mean, you don't think it's poetic in some way that people can find solidarity and like something like that? Like these people are my playthings. I jump on here for a day. Here's my buddy Danielle. I'm Megatron. And this is what we're doing, and we find solidarity in doing that, and it passes the time. I mean, I don't know them personally. I don't know. Like, you don't think that's poetic in a way?
It's a need for human communication, and that there's
Right, exactly. And I mean, is there something inherently wrong with that?
No, there's not. But you got to understand, my point is that it's still within my opportunity, right, or decision to criticize it and critique it, to film it and record it. But if somebody wants to attack me in the brief moment that they have to talk to me,
I would ask you, like, why are you doing that?
Because it's artwork.
Are you making money doing it?
Do artists do all artwork to make money, or do some artists do art to make art? Isn't that the point? We just
so you're an artist. I mean, what is this, like performance art or something?
It's video art. I'm a video artist. I have hundreds of thousands of videos up on the internet. Okay, it's conditioning. It's conditioning and suggestion. If you just Google John Kitover,
I mean, are you planning on taking this and like chopping it up and making like an Aqua Teen, Hunger Force type of like cheap illustrated cartoon to like throw some adult humor in there or something? Is it like that, or is it just I just record you and then just put it on the internet?
That would be considered art. Yeah, I would love that art. That would be great for me.
Well, hang on, John. Hang on.
Go ahead, Dennis.
The thing is, all communications hypnosis. The sooner that you realize that, the better off you'll be.
Wow. How has that statement changed your life in the few years that you've known me, Dennis?
It's just profoundly made a positive impact in the way that I view the world and communicate with others, not only in my personal life, but my professional life. Coach John, through thick and thin, has been an excellent source of guidance and wisdom. And
who's Coach John?
Me. He calls me Coach John. But look at his PTR. I was laughing when I was looking at that PTR. That's so fucking funny. That would be cool. That would be a lot of fun to try. Anyways, Regal, back to the artwork. The point is, you're just a critic. Until you can tell me your legal name and say, hey, check out my artwork, then we can talk. But you're just not on my level, Regal. And I hope you know that I'm just a fisherman and I'm a spider. And you're just my fly or my fish.
I mean, I don't typically come on here and tell people that like I know how to paint. I actually have paintings in my phone. I can put them up as my PTR. I also play music, but I don't feel the need to sit there and say, well, I'm extremely distinguished between the average person here on Clubhouse because I feel the need to compare myself to other people.
But Regal, that's part of the joke. That's part of the joke that people see. Didn't you just hear what Dennis said, that all communication is hypnosis? So if I'm insulting to people,
saying that all communication is like spell casting, and I can cast a spell on you with my words and control you. That's not true.
No, that is true. If I were to insult you right now, or if you were to go into a room and you were to hear other people insulting each other, some people's feelings get hurt.
Do you know what begging the question is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just begging the question.
Okay. Well, all communication is conditioning, and all communication is projection. And so when you say, do you know what begging the question is? That's literally saying that's begging the question.
Before you further along yourself here, right, I'm just going to ask you, how do you know that?
Well, let me ask you this. You're not a moderator.
So now
go ahead.
A two-quoque, right? So that's a two-quoque.
A two-quoque.
Now that's part of the other reason why I do get on here on occasion. It's not to distinguish myself or to be better than other people or to prove how much of a musician I am or am not. On occasion, I like to test my knowledge. I like to compare ideas, and I like to listen to people.
I'm gonna give you 60 seconds, Regal. Go ahead.
I'm back to you.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 60 seconds. I hope we can go in 60-second intervals here. Narges, Dennis, is there anything else you'd like to contribute to call the FBI in Los Angeles report Amir the terrorist?
I think he has a freedom of expression. That's what he's going to come back with. Like, I can criticize things that are happening around the world because I'm allowed to. I'm an American, and therefore I can. So that would be his comeback.
So I would just like to maybe prove a point. Regal, do you suffer from any mental health issues? Is there anything behind the phone that we're dealing with that we're unaware of?
I mean, if I answer your question with a question and ask you if you have any mental health issues, what are you going to say?
Well, I asked you first, and so if you don't want to answer the question and you want to answer it with a question, that's entirely up to you. But again, the subject of this room.
You did that, but did you notice you did that earlier? And that was very disrespectful of you. And I asked you, how do you know that? And you never explained it. So before you, again,
Okay, I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Then I would like you to explain how it is that you know what you know.
So you want me to explain to you what I know. And, I would just ask you, do you believe that those who say they know do not know, and those who know do not say, as it says in Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, the Book of Changes? Well, we're getting to the transition point of my room creation here, and I want to thank all the participants.
Honestly, man, I think that you're a very likable person. You seem like you have a personality, and you're actually quite funny at times. I do respect your opinion. I mean, I kind of see some of what you're saying in Clubhouse, and at the same time, it's not so much what you're making it out to be, And I mean, I don't see what these cope rooms are about. Like, I notice people do that on here a lot. Like, they'll interact with somebody else on here or get into a discussion with another interlocutor, and then they open up a room, and this is like their cope session after wasting their time. And then, it's like, well, you're sitting here criticizing everyone else on here and you're doing the same thing, but as you're sitting here doing the same thing, you're kind of like distinguishing yourself as like some sort of an artist. So you get to put yourself in the judge's seat and make judgments about everybody else. I mean, does that all apply to you?
Okay, I'm past the question and answer stage of my room creation here. I apologize. But if there's anything else you'd like to say prior to the poem that I'm about to read, go ahead and say it now. Thank you very little.
He's evading. Dr. Kitover.
It's okay.
Dr. is evading.
It's not evading. There are times, Narjas. There are times when I just will not entertain questions because, the truth is, I don't have to entertain every question that comes my way. And I just feel like it's very compulsive.
John, that he's asking you.
It doesn't. Well, go ahead. You can answer it if you want, but I would.
Cannot. The subject to you.
Okay, well, let me just ask. Go ahead and just summarize the question, and I will quickly answer for it, and then I will give you 60-second follow-up. But then I'm going to read a poem. Go ahead.
All right. Let's start off with something really easy. How the heck did you get a picture of Daniel, and how did he get a picture of you? Like, you guys must have been close at some point. Like, how did you guys get into?
He posted a picture of himself with some guy that he was talking about, and I took a screenshot of it. What do you mean?
Why would you do that?
Why would I take a screenshot of him looking like a stinky fart? So I can always remember that he's a stinky fart. What do you mean? He's disgusting.
Why would you need to take a photograph of that in order to, remember that? I don't get it.
Because on my phone, I screenshot everything. I'm very compulsive about screenshots. Does that answer your question?
And how is that art? Are you planning on making a collage with it or something?
Maybe. Okay, last question. Then I'll give you a 60-second
Can I ask
follow-up.
you a question? So you have like us, me included, like in your PTR, right?
Mhm.
I wasn't there for half the room because I forgot it was around the phone, and I wasn't even listening to it. So, how do you see those who are like mods, whatever, and are not like true participants because they're just not around? Like, would you attribute the entire freaking? How does the human psyche work? Like in your head, are you thinking, okay, this person is also participating in the conversation or is listening in?
No, I don't carry anything with me that far. That's crazy. This is one of the reasons why it's easier just to record these rooms, because a lot of people will carry people to 3 rooms from now, 10 rooms from now. I just want to refresh every morning when I wake up, and so it's very easy to just record these rooms, call it art, which technically it is, because there's a lot of art involved in this. The art of even setting all this up, like even coming to this, to like, because most people are only operating with one phone, and that's all they got. And, anyways, the thing is consistency on these rooms. I want to record consistent rooms and consistent speakers, because technically the people who speak the most are like the most sociopathic amongst us. And this app is a perfect place to do observation of the human personality and psychological and character, so it's fucking awesome in my opinion. X isn't even close to as good as this, because this is a much like closer community, and the platform itself is better than X. So to me, most organizations are missing out on this opportunity to test communication here. It's instantaneous feedback on whatever concept your organization is considering putting up. So it's really an awesome, powerful tool. And, look at the room we're in right now. I got in another room in my house. I got 6 phones pointed at Amir's room, recording it and live streaming it onto YouTube. And people all around the world are commenting on it. And I hope they never stop, And what's crazy to me is, like,
not many people watch your videos, to be honest.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. The thing is, it's all practice leading up to a big breakthrough. But the cool thing is, and which is unbelievable to me, is like, I get notifications from YouTube saying, hey, your video has been removed because it violates our hate speech policy. And then I go and I look to see what the violation is, and then I play it, and then I appeal it. And then somebody in the Philippines watches it, and they go, yep, this was not hate speech violation. I will make the video public again, and you do not have community guidelines, right? And so how in the world can their algorithm, because it's totally subjective. Like, to me, if I hear somebody saying stuff, I'd be like, yeah, that could be like, that's possible terrorist and hate speech. But like, how does that YouTube algorithm not think that all the shit it's hearing is not hate speech? You see my point? Like, how the fuck is it not calling it all hate speech? It's because the algorithm is biased for preference and race and ethnicity and geographic. Like, how the fuck can the algorithm know that? It's unbelievable. So it's totally biased. And as a white heterosexual Christian American male, I'm just wondering, how does it know what I'm saying, is considered hate speech or not hate speech? Because clearly, almost like 99.9% of everything I say is not hate speech. But how in the world, like, what are the words? What are the phrases? What's the intonations? Like, what kind of voodoo do I do, to trigger it? But like, if I can record Amir's room and it's a complainium of people hating on the Israelis and the Zionists and the Jews and the Ashkenazi causers and all this shit, like, how the fuck does it not label that? So, censorship is real, because the problem with the radical, mind is that it just knows no limits. And we have to focus our minds. And those types of rooms, in my opinion, are indicative of people who don't know how to meditate, don't know how to control their bubble, and they are a victim of chance and fortune, as opposed to, getting ahead of it and being a little quicker and being able to modify their destiny.
That's why I asked you, like, how do you know that? Because a lot of these people sit here and they'll either get into rhetoric, or they'll read up something, or they'll try to find an article, or they'll ask you to cite a source. I mean, even though their mind's not clear, constantly meditating on this proposition you want to prove to be true, and then present your case and evidence for it. I mean, it's actually thrilling to get the chance and opportunity to test your intellect against other people. I think a lot of Democrats and Republicans, for an example, want to be able to debate themselves in spaces like this to test their knowledge and see what works and what doesn't. I just think perhaps people get a little too ahead of themselves and they buckle down a little too hard. And they have a bias, you know, and some people get tunnel vision and they get kind of stuck in bad habits. You know, I'll watch philosophers do this all the time. Good philosophers, there's better philosophers than me, but I can point out flaws in their logic or issues, and they'll just be perplexed, and it just boils down to personal incredulity. You know, I don't want to believe that because my feelings won't allow me to.
Yeah, I have seen that, but you can reach a state of mind where you can totally drop that sort of personal, not totally, but to a large extent. And I think that's what I do in these rooms. Like I can, if I get into the mode, I can see the whole thing quite unbiased. However, if I go into like the Iranian rooms, something in me like brings up memories of, I don't know, childhood. Like there's some connection there where I know I am not being completely unbiased. That's why I don't speak in those rooms. But when I know that I'm ready to be unbiased or objective, then yeah, no matter what the room title is or no matter how heated the conversation is, I think I try to insert objectivity into spaces so that truth can be, I don't know, found, no matter what the conversation is. It's almost like a reflex, knee-jerk reaction for me. It's like, look at the other side too. And then in some spaces, I'll get like confrontation. Like, oh, wow, you're not on our side. And that's fine. I don't have to be on your side.
Well, I thought the whole point of like religion or let's say politics or anything that's like dealing with some, you know, like whatever the case may be, it's like people are trying to come together and figure these things out, and that's kind of the point of it, to suspend.
They're not, Rico. They're not. They're coming to be biased. They're assholes. Like, it's really sick. They just hold one opinion. Very few of us, I think, on this app actually want to philosophize or be objective about the world. No matter what the topic is.
Well, it's not just about being objective.
I can agree to that. I mean, a lot of times, like, that's why I don't start with, I mean, that's why I'll just grant somebody their presuppositions and say, well, I'll grant it, fuck it, and now let's see how it aligns up with my worldview and how you account from there. And it's just, okay, I have no realistic reason to take what you believe seriously. And I debate more atheists out here than anything else, and they don't believe in anything. So it's like, I want to write to do this, I want rights. And then I ask them, where do your rights come from? Okay, fine. You don't believe in anything, so why should I believe you? And you literally interdepend on the benevolence, and let's be real here, of religious people who actually have metaphysics. I mean, they can sit there and scrutinize all day.
This is why I indulge in physics with you, because they won't even like take the time to.
Wait, you know physics? You know physics? Give me the equation for velocity.
Not physics, metaphysics.
Oh, well, you know, physics is like metaphysics, and metaphysics is like physics.
No, there are things that undergird like metaphysics that are like purely conceptual that we can't even like, let's say, like test for.
Well, is
something that's assumed.
Well, is it the theory of gravity or is it the law of gravity?
Well,
even get to the theory or the law if you're not even going to talk about what logic is first and the law of non-contradiction and identity and excluded? No.
Oh, okay.
You have to have that first.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well,
Ground yourself in it.
ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming to this room. This is Call the FBI in Los Angeles and report Amir, the car rental, a piece of shit terrorist, to the FBI. We're going to now transition to the musical component of this room. Feel free to leave if it becomes too annoying. And I also, do believe that a lot of people have attention deficit disorder on this app, and they really want their dopamine bad. But you've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and that's really because you should probably listen twice as much as you speak. If you actually do that, you'll realize the truth of the earth. And the truth of the word earth is the first 3 letters are ear. And you've got 2 of those. So it doesn't mean you got 2 earths. It means you got 2 ears to listen. And people on this app really love that dopamine. And it turns out that the more you love creating dopamine by talking endlessly, there's a very high correlation chance that you might actually be a dope. Not necessarily a dope head, but a dope. Not stupid, but a fool. Because I know nobody is stupid if you can read. And somebody on YouTube just wrote, Woke Suwajsiki, your CEO is the mother of YouTube algorithms. Not sure what that means. Anyways, let's get to the musical portion. We're going to play the Chinese flute. And then I'm going to read a quick little poem and go hop in the hot tub with Pamela Anderson. And she's only when she was 26. Here we go. Never had one lesson. We cleared the room. We cleaned the house. Oy vey, Rabbanu Shalom. Another Shabbos miracle. Oy vey.
Are you prepared to say that anyone who is still pro-Hamas within Palestine is therefore in the same boat as me and a genocide supporter? And if not, why not? Because it's the exact same situation.
Okay, I'm potentially prepared to say that. Provided you say the same.
Okay, I'll say the same.
Okay, then we agree.
So then, what do you say to the people who are pro-Hamas and Palestine in order to convince them to not have these views?
It's a loaded question.
Well, they're clearly the wrong views.
You deserve better leadership. That's number 1.
I agree.
Number two, I wish that Netanyahu didn't allow the flow of $1 billion+ to this leadership. Number 3, unfortunately, let's look within your own societies, band together. Netanyahu and the Likud party's plan has always been, as stated in their charter, to prevent the formation of a Palestinian state. They do not support Palestinian state. So the Palestinians are responsible to a degree, of course, for the things that exist within their society. And Israel, the so-called beacon of democracy in the Middle East, is also responsible. And maybe if you live in a world where you hold the people with more power responsible, I just don't understand why Israel knowingly sent $1 billion to a terrorist group.
That is a breakthrough. And let me ask you this: if that is a breakthrough, and I've said this in this room before, yes, that is a breakthrough. I don't know if 40% is right. I don't know if 70% is right. I don't know if 10% is right. So there's someone saying that hasn't been validated. I agree. But what I don't see and what I don't understand is if Sheikh's viewpoint is shared by others, and maybe it isn't. I like Sheikh's viewpoint, by the way. against the protests against Israel. I'm fine with the protests against Israel, but there needs to be a sister movement saying, by the way, these guys have made our lives complete shit as well. Let's get these guys the fuck out.
Yeah,
and it's nowhere.
It's a good point. There have been, by the way, protests against Hamas.
Little countries. Nowhere.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, you're making a statement without doing the research. So there have been protests against Hamas in Gaza. By the way, in a place where you get potentially killed for disagreeing with Hamas. So that's one. Second is the Arabs aren't stupid, right? They know that Hamas was basically indirectly, and to some degree directly funded by Netanyahu, right? They know that what Netanyahu is doing by policy, intentional, calculating, discerning policy, is to divide the Palestinians. And so when you're sitting there picking up the ashes of your burnt little girl and burnt little boy, when you're sitting there picking up 1 foot of your mother and 1 arm of your father, high on your list is not, protesting Hamas. High on your list is not reading the last paragraph of the leaflet. High on your list is figuring out how you're going to bury your family, how you're going to live to the next day, where you're going to get food, water, and electricity. Those are the things you worry about. You probably have never lived in a war. I have. Not to the degree that we see in Gaza, but I have. When you're in a war, and you're innocent, like the overwhelming majority of the good Gazans, you're not figuring out what to put on your poster.